Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you to the 19th Joy of Painting series. If this is your first time with us, let me extend a personal invitation for you to drag out your old paintbrush and spend a relaxing half hour with us each week as we put some of nature's masterpieces on canvas here. And if you've been with us before, let me thank you for inviting me back for another series of painting shows. And I hope we continue to produce shows that you enjoy and that you learn from. So I tell you what, let's get right to it. Let's start out today and hammer on all the colors across the screen that you need to paint this little painting with me. While they're doing that, let me tell you what I've already got going up here. We have our standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas, but you use any size that you want. And we've covered it with a thin, even coat of liquid white, just enough to make it wet. This is a wet on wet painting technique, so the first thing that we normally do is make the canvas wet. So, thought today is such a fantastic day, let's just do a beautiful we'll do a little winter scene today, and I'll show you how simple it is to make a painting with a little tiny brush that you can do at home on your first attempt. So let's make a very colorful little scene today. We'll take a little Indian yellow. We'll use a little 2-inch brush here, and we just dab a little color onto it, just a very small amount of color. Maybe we'll just start out and we'll just sort of dance a little color in the sky here and there. Sometimes winter scenes can be so cold they're almost displeasing. So I thought we'd do one today that had a lot of very nice little colors in it. Take a little Indian yellow, and I'll mix a little cad yellow with that too. We'll just mix them together on the brush. So we have both colors on the 2-inch brush. Very little paint, very, very little paint. And we'll just take and we'll dance a little of that in there. The yellow ochre is sort of a gold color, so it'll just change the flavor a little bit. And all we're doing is just dancing a little color here and there, here and there. And just sort of let your imagination take you wherever you want to be and just enjoy. Now then, maybe without cleaning the brush, we'll go into a very small amount of the alizarin crimson. Very, very small amount. There. Now then, maybe here and there, we'll just add a little bit of the alizarin crimson. And this will just give it a little pinkish, warm glow. It'll make your painting sparkle. A little more of the color. And when you're doing your painting, you sort of look around and decide where you want all these little colors to be. And the more you blend them together, the more you'll get a little color that's sort of like peach. It's a nice way of calling it, just a peachy color. There. Okay. Then maybe just a little touch more. And as I say, just let your brush dance around and play and have fun and enjoy. Enjoy. There. And you can take it down to about like so. Anything that we don't like in this painting technique, we just cover it up. We don't do any tracing or drawing or anything like that, though you can if you would like. Some people prefer to trace a scene onto the canvas and then paint on it. And you can do that. The liquid white will allow you to see your painting or your tracing through the liquid white, and you can do that if you would like. There we are. I'm going to put just a touch more of that crimson right there. I want just a little more of this peach color that we have in here. Like so. There. And just blend it together. The more you blend this, the softer it'll become, until it just eventually just blends totally together. And when you're doing this type of painting, just sort of visualize a scene in your mind and let it go. You know, if you can see it here, then you can put it up here. But the first thing is that you need to believe that you can do it. You need to see that vision in your mind. Let's have some fun today. We'll take a little bit of red. I'm going to go right up here into the midnight black. A little bright red, little midnight black. Very, very small amount of color though. Very small amount of color. And all I'm doing is just tapping the corner of the brush into that. Very, very small amount of color. And I have not cleaned the brush, so it still has the yellows and the crimson on it. There. Maybe we back in our world here, there's some little trees that live far, far away. And we'll just use this 2-inch brush. We got it going. You could do this with your round brush, or you do it with a 1-inch brush. We have this one going, so we'll just use it. Now I want these to be very light because they're far, far away. They live way back in the mist. These are just beautiful little tree shapes that they're back there, but they're very far away. And we'll sort of vary the color. We'll add a little more black, a little more red here and there. There. But think about basic little tree shapes here. Don't just hit at random. Think about how you want your tree to look. See there? But very gentle, almost no color on the canvas. And that's what helps create that illusion of distance and depth in your painting. As things get closer to you in a landscape, they should get darker and darker in color. There, let's go up here to the top corner. Maybe up in here there's a big tree that lives way up here that you just barely can make out. He's a very quiet little tree, very subdued. There. Okay, same color. We'll just use the same old color. A little of the bright red, a little bit of black, just the corner of the brush, but a touch more paint this time. And that way, automatically, it'll become darker. And then we can come right up here. See? And because that's darker, it'll create that illusion that this bush is in front of that bush. And that's exactly what we're looking for. Let me get a little more color. There we are. But you can just build layer after layer after layer here. There. Isn't that fantastic? I thought you'd like that. I'm going to add a little bit of the dark sienna, a little Van Dyke brown into that now. We're getting a little closer, so maybe we're getting into some of these other colors. There. But all we're doing is just tapping with the top corner of the brush and putting in some very basic little shapes. But each layer gets progressively darker. Progressively darker. Maybe over here. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Here lives another happy little bush. And in our world, everything is happy. Everything is peaceful and quiet and gentle, no violence. It's a very nice place to be here. As I say, everything's happy here. If you want to see bad things, watch the news. There we go. There's another little bush. A little more of the bright red in this one. Just to sparkle it up some. By varying these colors back and forth, it just makes your painting more interesting. Just more interesting. Now back into watch here. If we put a dark color right under that, look at there. See, it creates another layer. Just by changing the value of the color. And you can put as many layers in your painting as you want. Just sort of let your imagination go and take you wherever you want to be. Because on this piece of canvas, you have absolute and total control. Here, you can do anything that you want. You can create any illusion that you want in this world. Any illusion that you want. And if you put something up here and you want it to be softer, all you have to do is tap it. And it'll blend with the liquid white that's on the canvas. And automatically, it'll become lighter and lighter in value. There's a happy little bush right there. Look at that. Okay, maybe a little more of the Van Dyke brown and dark sienna just mixed together, just to change the flavor a little here and there. Big hair laying there. Just take the corner of your brush and pop it off. All right. We're not careful here. We're going to fill up this whole canvas with bushes. And that's all right. That's a super, super way to learn. Super way to learn. Tell you what, let's put a few little sticks and twigs and some trunks in some of those trees. And we'll use a liner brush for that. Get a little paint thinner. And we'll go right into the same color that we made the bushes out of. We'll start with just a little black, a little bit of the red, but not much. Turn that brush. That brings it to a very sharp point. This is a script liner brush, number 2 script liner brush. It has very long bristles and it comes to a very, very sharp point. And it holds a lot of paint, so you can literally make it flow. And we thin the paint till it's like an ink, almost a water-like consistency. And that way it'll flow right over these thicker paints without mixing. And if it mixes, then you'll become a mud mixer and you won't be happy with me. So if you have trouble making it flow, all you need to do is add a little more of the paint thinner. And you can just begin putting in all kinds of little sticks and twigs and things that live way back here in some of these. Just sort of let it flow. Let your hand just sort of jerk it. If you have a little nervous twitch, this is one time that it'll be beneficial to you. It will help you out. There. I have people write sometime and they say that the hand shakes a little and they're having a hard time this is your thing right here. Enjoy it. Okay, just wherever you think they should live. Just begin dropping in all kinds of little deals, little twigs and sticks. And maybe even here and there, there's some that come right on up here. Maybe this old tree lost all of its foliage. There. But this helps create that illusion of depth and distance in your painting. There we go. There's one. Put a little one in here. Some people will find it's easier to pull down to make these. Others will find that it's easier to go up. Try both ways, and whichever way seems to work the best for you, then that's the right way. The only rule that we have here is that it makes you happy and that you enjoy what you're doing. I want to add a little Van Dyke brown to the color. And as we get down here in these darker things, we need some little branches that are a little darker. Same color with a little Van Dyke brown added to it. There. Maybe, shoot, I tell you what, maybe right here lives, big one. There he goes, up, up, up. That's your bravery test. He's a bigger one. He just stands up here and watches everything that's happening, enjoys life. There. Maybe he's the old Papa tree, and these are all of his kids. See there? Okay, good. A few more little doers here and there. Okay. Always a lot of little sticks and twigs out in the woods. So you can just put as many or as few as you want in your world. There, one right there. Now we said this was going to be a winter scene, so we need to begin thinking about some snow in it maybe. There, wash the old brush. And we wash our brushes with just odorless thinner, and I just wipe them on a paper towel. Tell you what, I've got several of each brush going here. Let's take a little touch of that bright red, a little bit of the black. We'll just put a little undercolor. If we're going to have snow here, let's just put in something it'll just end up being shadows basically. Put a little color under here that'll show through. It'll make your painting a little more interesting. Once again, because you have liquid white on here, this color blends with it and all these beautiful things will just happen automatically. Now we use a clean brush. It's a clean 2-inch brush, and we'll go right into titanium white. And we just load some color on both sides of the bristles. A little bit of color. Now if you want to put the indication maybe of a little sunshine, be right back. Least little touch of the bright red in there. Least little touch. Tiny, tiny little bit. It'll set your whole world on fire in a heartbeat. Very, very little color. But see, there's quite a bit of paint on the bristles. And you just pull it. Now this is a very thick, firm, dry paint. So you can see how hard I'm pulling the bristles through there. Load your color. Okay, let's go up to the canvas now. Had to make some big decisions. Where's your snow live in this world? Maybe right here. See there? Just pull it and think about the angles that you want in here. Think about shape and form and where you want all these little things to be. Look at there. I'm going to reach up here and get the least little touch of phthalo blue. Least little touch. To put a little cool shadow in there. Blue is an extremely cool color. And this little shadow, it'll make your snow look just a little bit cooler. A little bit. But be very, very sparing with it. A little bit goes a long way. It doesn't take long to cover up your whole world. Now very gently, you can take and pull that and begin blending it together until it's just as smooth as silk. But always pull in the angle. Think about the lay of the land, the way the land's going to flow here. That's most important when you're doing things like this. It creates that shape that you're looking for. There. Now, maybe if you take pure white, and we can make a nice distinct little thing. See how that one stands out? So anytime you want to have one, go back to nice pure color if you want to show it like a hill or a bump in there. All right. Maybe. Tell you what, let's have some fun. Shoot. Sometimes it's nice just to get a little bit crazy. Maybe there's a little water right here. You know me, if you've painted with me before, I'm an absolute fanatic for water. I love water. Absolutely love it. And it's one of the nicest things that happens in this technique. Let's take a little bit of that bright red, a little touch of the black. We'll just mix them together on the brush. Be right back, right back. There we go. A little red, a little black. But mix them on the brush. That way you have a multitude of things happening right on the bristles. You don't have to worry about trying to mix all these colors. See, there's a whole bunch of things happening. Let's go up here. Now, if we want to have water, you need a reflection here. So all you have to do is take your 2-inch brush, or 1-inch, whatever you want to use, decide where your snow ends and your water starts, and begin pulling straight down. It's most important, though, that it comes straight down. See there? Straight down. A little more of the color, a little red, a little black. See? Just make that big decision where it lives and drop it in. You could even add the least little touch of phthalo blue in there, just enough to cool it down a little, here and there. I don't want a lot of blue in there. I want it to reflect what's up above. Here and there you could take a little touch of the least little touch of the yellow ochre. Don't let it touch that blue, though, or you'll end up with green water. And usually that'll disturb you in a winter picture. Now then, with a nice clean brush, we take and come straight across. Right across, and it'll create that illusion of reflections instantly. Instantly, that easy. But it's important that you go straight across with these brush strokes. If you don't, it's going to look like your water's tilted. Then we can take our brush that has the white on it, and we can redefine some of these edges here if you want to make them a little more distinct. See there? And you can pull little peninsulas of land out or push them back, whatever you'd like. Now then, we'll take a little touch of the liquid white. We just use the old knife. And we'll add a little bit of the titanium white to it. One of our golden rules in this style of painting, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So we're going to start out with a paint here that's a little thinner than what we have on the canvas. Let me wipe the knife off and you can see up close here. I'm just going to take and pull across and get a little tiny roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. Now once again, this is liquid white and titanium white. The liquid white is only to make the titanium white a little thinner. Then we can go right up here and literally just cut in like a little water line, a little bit of snow laying out here in the water. Push firmly, really push firmly. This is where you take out all your frustrations and hostilities and everything. But it cleans up the edge, brings everything together, and gives you that little water line out here. There we go. Isn't that something? And you can do that. You can do that. Even if you've never painted before. Now, I'll tell you what. Maybe in our world, maybe there's some large trees that live right here. Clean off a little spot to work. We'll take some Van Dyke brown. Just pull it out as flat as we can get it. Go straight down with a knife. And we'll cut us off a little roll of paint. Sets right out on the edge of the blade. Let's go right up here. Now then, you have to make a big decision. Where does a tree live? You just sort of look, make a determination where you want him in your world. I'll show you a couple of ways here you can make these. We can make them using the knife. We're just using Van Dyke brown. Excuse my arm a second. I'll come over here and do the other side. And all you're doing is putting an undercolor, a base color. All we're doing at this point. Now then, maybe you're in a hurry. Sometimes we do get in a hurry. You could do this same thing, watch here. Watch here. You take a fan brush, load it full of the same color, and maybe you want another little tree. It lives right there. But this one's a little thicker, and when it dries, it'll feel like it has real bark on it. Maybe there's one right here. Watch here. Maybe this one here got stepped on when it was little, and it's got a little yaha in it. See, a little crook. A little crook. This is a crooked tree right here. And sometimes it's nice just to put some little trees in there that are a little different. Now then, we'll take a little of the titanium white, and once again, we'll pull it out as flat as we can get it and cut off our little roll of paint. And let's go right up here. If our light's coming from the left, maybe in this one, let's touch and just give it a little pull. Little pull. And we can instantly turn these into some very nice little birch trees. Just some happy little birch trees that live out here. And this one here, zoop. Put him right in. Now, I really think I prefer the ones made with a knife because once again, when they dry, they're nice and thick. They actually feel like a real tree. The other ones will be much smoother. This one here that's got the old bend in him. So it's sort of it's a matter of choice. Decide what you want in your world and drop it in. We'll try to show you how to do this. That's all we're going to do. What you do is up to you because painting is as individual as people are. And I never try to get you to copy exactly what we're doing here. I'd really rather teach you a technique and let you do whatever makes you happy. Take a little bit of the paint thinner, a little Van Dyke brown on the liner brush. A lot of color. Let's go right up here. Maybe there's some limbs on these old trees here. There, see? But with this thin paint, it should just flow. And if it doesn't flow, add a little more of the thinner. And you have to make big decisions. Which tree lives in the front, which tree lives in the back. There we are. See, and just put as many or as few limbs in your world as you want. There we go. Maybe there's some on up here, wherever you want them. There. While we're up here, we'll do this one. We don't want him left out. There. And have some come up and across the trunk. Don't have them all just coming out the side. It'll give the impression that big giant came along with a huge razor blade and cut them off and there's no limbs going across, that they're all just on each side. So let them come across. Some go behind. Then it looks natural. There. Study trees. Make friends with them. There's nothing wrong if you're a painter going out in the yard and talking to a tree. You know, people will look at you like you're a little strange, but painters are expected to be a little different. So you do whatever makes you happy. And by talking to a tree or just studying a tree, you don't actually have to go talk to a tree. It helps you understand how the old tree grows. Maybe down here there's a little baby one. See there? Now, I'll just use that same little brush. We can go down here with a little of the white, clean up his little foots so it all comes together. There we are. Now then, maybe over here on the other side. Let's come right down here. Maybe let's have a little doer. It lives right out here. Put out a little bank. Then we need that reflection underneath it. See, put it in and then bring, maybe there's another layer right there. That easy. Back to our knife, a little bit of that liquid white that's been added to the titanium white. Come right in there. Little tiny waterline. Maybe there's a different kind of tree on the other side. Shoot, we got a minute or so left here. Let's have some fun. Maybe this old tree lives right here. We'll just use a liner brush. Let's get wiggly. Let's get wiggly here. Maybe this old tree lives right there. A lot of paint thinner though. Maybe he's got a big old arm and there it is. It lives right out there. And you can make his tree as big or as small as you want him. Just sort of look at your painting and decide what you think would look good in it. Whatever you think. Okay, another little limb right here. There. And you can put hundreds of little branches on your tree, or you can just have a few. It's really up to you. Really up to you. There we are. Well, it's hard to believe this is the 19th series, and there's 13 shows in each series. Whew. I have to get my calculator out. That's a bunch of shows. And I certainly thank you for inviting me back for another one of these. There, maybe there's another little stick lives right here, wherever you want them. And there's usually some little weeds and stuff around here. Now then, you want to get crazy? Maybe in our world, maybe it's snowing a little bit. I'm going to take a little bit of the liquid white, a little paint thinner. I'll lay the palette down. I need 2 hands here. I want this paint to be very, very thin. And we can take, we'll use a knife, very lightly. You might practice this a couple times if you do it, but just take the brush and flick it. Just like so. Just like so. See there, and you can create the indication that it's snowing, and it softens this whole painting, makes it very, very nice. And you can put as much or as little snow in your world as you want. That easy though. You can create that illusion. Isn't that fantastic? Shoot. I think with that we just about have a finished painting. Take a little bit of the red on the liner brush, and let's sign this little rascal. I hope you've enjoyed it. This is a very nice painting. If you've never painted before, this is one that you can do, and I think you'll enjoy it. So I tell you what, from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. I thought today we'd do a fantastic little painting that I really hope you'll enjoy it. So I tell you what, let's start out today. Have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've already done up here. Today I have, well, it's a standard old 18 by 24 inch pre-stretched canvas, but you use whatever size makes you happy. I've already got it up here. And I've taken black gesso, and I've just covered this area in here with black gesso and allowed that to dry completely. And I sort of have an idea that I want to do something with a little lake here, and maybe we'll put a little mountain back here or something, I don't know. But the big thing I want to show here is try to make some rocks under the water that you can see. So we've done that with the black gesso. I've just taken and just dropped here and there, and just to give it a little effect like so. Okay, everything is black. Then we've covered with a liquid clear, a very, very thin coat. Tiniest little amount you can imagine. And then on top of that, I've covered all the black area with a mixture of sap green, phthalo blue, and then a little Van Dyke brown just to dull it down, because otherwise it's very bright. The part of the canvas that we didn't have any black gesso on, then I just covered with liquid white like we normally do. So, I was just finishing up putting a little bit of this color on here, and this is, once again, a mixture of sap green, phthalo blue, a little bit of Van Dyke brown. Now we know we're going to have water in here. If we had covered this with the liquid white, it would be opaque. But since we use the clear, it's nice and transparent. So we can just take the same color, it's that same color that we've done everything with, and just begin laying that right over the top. And right from the very beginning, we'll have the basis for our water. Beautiful little color there, it's sort of a blue-green. And this will look like all kinds of little things in the edge of the water, if everything works just right. There. You see, that way part of your painting's already done before you even get started good. And this is a lazy man's way of painting. I look for very simple ways to make very effective little paintings. And I hope that'll make your painting life much easier for you. Here, to make these little effects, I've just taken a corner of the brush and just tap, and it goes right into the liquid white. We don't care, because we're going to mess with that in a little bit. So I tell you what, let's start out today. We'll use the old fan brush, and let's make us some happy little clouds up here in the sky. And for that, I'm going to take a little Prussian blue. We'll use a little Prussian blue today, and a little touch of midnight black. And we just mix those on the brush. And I'm just using the fan brush, but you could use a filbert brush or a 1-inch brush, whatever. Very little paint on the brush. Okay, let's go up here. Now let's make some big decisions where our clouds are going to live. So we take the corner of the brush and very lightly, and very little color, just begin putting in a basic cloud shape. That's all we're looking for. Now, interestingly enough, all I'm interested in here is the white area. This dark is going to be blended out. In other words, use the white area here to form your basic cloud shapes. Be more concerned with this than you are with this. This we don't care about. And I'll show you why here in just a second. There. And we'll have some nice fluffy clouds in here. And maybe in our world there's one that lives right about here. And he just bounces around, has fun all day. Clouds are very, very free. And when you paint them, try to paint them that way. Try to paint them with a looseness and a freedom that just shows that they're floating around. Maybe we'll have another one right here. Once again, though, we're worried about the white area here, not the dark. And that's all we're concerned with at this point. There. A little more color right in there. Okay, let me grab a little 1-inch brush here. And you could continue to use your fan brush, but we'll just use this. Just want to blend this out. And I'm trying not to touch the edge, just blending it out. And it'll blend with the liquid white, and automatically it's going to become lighter and lighter in value. And you can blend this to any degree that you want of lightness. There we go. See, just blend that right out. Now then, and I'm just using sort of little crisscross strokes to blend that. And maybe right down here at water's edge, we'll just take a little bit of that color and let it blend up. We just picked up a little color on the brush from doing these other clouds. Okay, now then, let's have some fun today. We'll wash that old brush. Well, we wash our brushes, as you know, with odorless thinner. Shake them off and just beat the devil out of them. That's the whole fun part of this. Now then, let's grab a fan brush here. Go right into titanium white. I'm going to load quite a bit of color into the bristles, both sides, very full. And let's go right up here and begin looking at what we have. Now then, we want to take the white and put it right on the edge. And this is where you make all your little fluffies. Right out here on the edge. There. Look at that. See them clouds? They just start coming right together. That easy. This is just straight titanium white, nothing else. But now it makes sense to why we were more interested in the light area than we were the dark area. And I'm just using the corner of the brush here, just to create all those little effects. Okay, we'll have one that lives right here, like so. Here's one. A lot of paint on the brush though. And just using the corner of the brush and making little tight circular strokes. There we go. Now, a little bit right in here. This is a very simple way of making very effective clouds. And easy to do. Even if you've never painted a cloud before, these you can do without any problem. Clean, dry, 2-inch brush, and very lightly now. I just want to blend that all together. Just blend it right in with that blue color that we put on first. And this is what will give you cloud dimension and shape, form, have some darkness underneath, but great big fluffy cloud. This is a fantastic way of making clouds and seascapes. Beat the brush there just to knock off excess paint that I've picked up, because there's quite a bit of paint up here. There. And we'll just blend this one in. We don't want him left out. He'd be all upset if we leave him out. But now we take that blue and blend it right in there. Just blend it all together. As I say, this is one of the nicest, easiest ways of making great, big, fluffy, very effective clouds. And it'll work for you. This will work for you. Very gently, we'll sort of fluff it up a little. Just very gentle. Good dry brush, clean. And we can just blend all that together. There. And the more that you work with this, the more gentle and subdued it will become. And you can work it and work it and work it to whatever degree that you want. Up to you. Up to you. Let's wash your brush here. I enjoy that. Okay, we'll wash this big brush. Shake it off. And just beat the devil out of it. All right. Let's have a little mountain back here. We said we was going to have a little mountain. We'll use some, how about some black? We'll take black and just a little bit of Van Dyke brown in it. So we just basically have black and brown, or brown and black. Pull it out flat, cut off our little roll of paint so it's right out on the edge there. It lives right on the end of the knife. Let's go up in here. Now we have to start making some big decisions. In your world, you have to decide where your mountain lives. So just begin placing in the initial shape, the basic shape. That's all we're worried about at this point. We really could care less what's happening in here. The only thing that we're worried about is a nice top, the outside shape. The rest of it, we'll worry about that later. But at this point, just enjoy. There. Just really push that paint right into the fabric. Get tough with it. Okay. Take a 2-inch brush and lightly pull it. This will blend the paint out, and it removes excess paint. Makes it easier to put the next layer on. But we want it to be very dark. There. Something like so. And a little bit here. Now, the more you blend this, the softer and more subdued it's going to become. And you can, if you look right here, you can see the brush strokes. That's a nice way of sort of laying a mountain out. It's just by using brush strokes, and you really don't even have to worry about what you're doing. Just let the brush work, and it can lay your whole mountain out, show you light areas and dark areas, and all those beautiful places. Let's take a little titanium white, a little dark sienna. Maybe I'll put a least little touch of the bright red in it, but very little, maybe even a little Van Dyke brown. But try to leave your color marbled like this. So there's a multitude of things going on in it. Then we'll cut off our little roll of paint. I don't have a lot of paint on there, just a little. Now you can begin just coming in here and playing, barely touching the canvas. Let the knife flow with the angles, just let it flow. I'm also going to mix up just a little black and white to make some gray. I want a little gray too, so we can sort of work back and forth between these two. Oh, that's nice. Makes it look very rough. I want this to look like a very rough old mountain. It's had a hard life. There. That's better. A little lighter. I think it'll show a little more for you. But allow the paint to break. Almost no pressure. No pressure. Just the weight of the knife. Little highlights here and there. You can bring all these things together. Let them go. Just enjoy. And the more you practice with this, the easier it'll become. We'll take a little of that dark color and use it to go right back. See, and you can create a shadow by using that basic initial dark color. There. Maybe a little touch right over in here. There we are. But play with this a little. It's unbelievable what you can do with this big old painting knife here. Looks like a putty knife almost. You can, with a little practice, you can do entire paintings with it. On some of the earlier shows, we did the entire painting using nothing but the knife. Back in some of the earlier series, just to show people that it could be done. And if you practice with it, you'll just fall in love with what happens. There we go. Do. But be happy when you paint. There, a little bit of the light color, and just let a little light zing through there, and think about where the sun would play. Not too much though. I want these mountains to stay quite dark. Don't want them to get too bright on me. Maybe a little bit right in here. Just sort of make up your mind. Let me go back to some of the pure dark color. We can begin adding in some of these dark shadows. Not solid though. Let the paint break so you get all these little holes and bumps, and it just makes it so much more interesting. There. Otherwise it looks sort of like you just iced a cake, and that's not what we're looking for. Think about all the little shapes. Little mountain goats live up here, and they need a little place to go up in here and hide. In the last series, I showed you my little squirrel, Bobette. She is so precious. Hope you enjoyed her. She's long gone now, though. She grew up and took off. She's living on her own now. Has a little house in Orlando, Florida. There. That's where I found her, so that's where I turned her loose. There we are. So if you see a little gray squirrel running around Orlando, that very well could be her. Say hello to her. Treat her nice. She's a super lady. And Annette and I had a lot of fun with her. Raised her from just a tiniest little thing, and in the last series I showed her biting me on the nose one time. I didn't believe she'd done that, but she did. Okay, enough of that. Let me wash my old brush and get it cleaned up. Shake off the excess. You ought to see our studio. Now then, I just want to create a little bit of mist right at the very base here. Not much, just a little. There we go. Just lift it up, lift upward. Tap it. The tapping creates a misty effect. There. Okay. Now then, as I say, those are some old dark mountains that live way back in the woods back in there. Let's take, we use some sap green, a little bit of black, some Van Dyke brown, a little Prussian blue. We'll just mix them together here. Very dark color though, very dark. Should look black on your palette. Let me wipe my knife off. Now then, we'll just use the old fan brush. Load it full of color, a lot of paint, both sides. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe in our world back here, there lives some little trees that are far back here on the other side of this little lake. There. So we just tap in some very basic little shapes. There we go, like so. And one of the questions I get quite often is if they want to know, if people want to know if I'm using a palette that's different than the one that they have. This is just plexiglass palette. The only difference in the one you have, I take sandpaper and scuff this one all up so it doesn't shine so bad when the studio lights here shine on it. But otherwise, it's exactly the same. We have to dull everything that we use here, including the brush furrows and everything. It's all painted black or dulled or something. But they are absolutely no different than what you use. There. Maybe here we'll just push up and then give it a little upward lift. We'll make these look like you're really far away. Like that. There. Push down a little bit because I want a little reflection in the water. Okay, now we take our 2-inch brush. You have to make a big decision. Where's your little reflection live? Maybe, yep, it's right there. See, just by pulling straight down on the bottom of these little trees, automatically you create your reflection. Automatically. There. I had a little touch more color right in there. And it goes way back over here into nothing. We don't know where it goes over there. Knock off the excess paint, and very lightly come across. Now if you wanted to sparkle these, watch here, watch here, watch. This is fun. Take a little white on the brush. See, there's just a little bit of white. Now watch. Come right in here, go, choom. It makes like little shimmers of light. Really, it'll sparkle up your painting. But don't get too wild with it. It gets nice and pretty soon you just want to cover the whole thing with it. Too much is distracting. Just a very small amount. Just enough to give it that shimmer. Just a shimmer. We don't want to kill it. We have that white on there. We just gently go across that. Now the white is a very opaque color. Can't see through it, so be careful or you'll lose all these little indications that you work so hard to put in here to make it look like there's rocks right along the edge in here. Okay, maybe we'll put a little land back here. What the heck? I'll just take a fan brush and just push upward. We'll have a little peninsula there maybe, and maybe this one goes way back. We don't know where it goes. Just let it go. I'm going to take another fan brush. I have several going here. Put the least little touch of titanium white on it. Very small amount. Now, this is sort of a sneaky little trick. Watch right up here. I want to make the indication here like there's little tree trunks way away, but at the same time create another plane. And just by doing that, can you see what's happening there? It looks like there's a whole other plane. And it also looks like there's a lot of little trunks. So if you ever get one that's a little bright, just work it. That dark color will eat it up. But that easy. You can make all kinds of little things. That's sort of sneaky, but it works well. Now, we'll take some yellow, a little bit of black. We just mix them on the fan brush here. A little black and yellow. It makes a beautiful dark green color, and that's exactly what I'm looking for. Load both sides of the brush. Okay. Now then, we said we was going to have a little grassy area here, so just take the brush and just give it a little upward push. Just a little upward push. There. We'll make a little indication way back in here of a little grassy area that lives right in front of these trees. There. Maybe a little touch back here. That's farther away, a little more difficult to see. Take a little touch of liquid white now. Little liquid white. I'll put the least little touch of dark cyan in it. See, I don't want pure white. I want it to have sort of a tone to it. Cut across. Okay, let's go up here. Now then with that, we can come right in here and just put the indication here and there of a little water line. Just a little light area in here to break all this up. But this is where you create the shape, the bottom shape of your land back here. You can have it go up and down, but these lines need to go basically straight. If they don't, your water just won't look right. It'll look like it's going to run right out of your painting and get your floor wet. And just push very firmly, like you act like you're trying to cut a hole right through the canvas. Right through the canvas. And if you want one to go away, look at here, you can just rub it, see? The more you rub it, the more it's going to pick up that color underneath, and it'll just go away and leave you. That's all there is to it. Okay, I think it's time we really had some fun. This big area back here, I want that to be some large trees that hang over the water. So I want to start out and just put a few little indications back in there that maybe there's some little trunks that are way back in there. Take a little Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna, a little white. I want this to be quite dark, just enough so it stands out. And just go back in here, and we're not going to see a lot of this. We're going to cover it up. But if you can see through the branches here and there, you're going to see the indication that there's things happening way back in here. Just a few. We'll do some more in the foreground, but just want those back here. We'll just use an old 2-inch brush. I'll take a little of that black, a little cad yellow. We'll get a little yellow ochre, a little Indian yellow. Shoot, once in a while, a little touch of that bright red, not much. Because if you put red and green together, they make brown. Okay, there. Now tap firmly. We want to push that. See that little ridge of paint that it's leaving behind? There's one just like it on the brush, and that's what we paint with. Let's go up here. Now then, you have to start making some big decisions in here. Where does all these little things live in the background? Start up in here. Just use the corner of the brush and begin tapping in. It's very gentle, very gentle. See here, but you can just make all kinds of beautiful little leafy indications just by tapping with the corner of that brush. But now it's very important at this point that you begin thinking about shape and form and all the things that make a tree an individual. Trees are like people. Each one's different. Some are tall, some are short, some are thin, some are a little heavier, some are great big. They're really individuals, just like people are. And when you're doing your tree, do it just like that. Think about the different shapes. All right, there. Just drop them little rascals in, wherever you want them. See, as I said earlier, most of these are going to be covered up, but some of them will show here and there, and they're very pretty. Big old branch that hangs right out here in front of the mountain. But all that black gesso in there makes this so much easier. You don't have to put any of that dark in because it's already there. There. Then just begin laying this in. Wherever. A little darker. Back in here, there. Hope you can see those. They're there. They're quite dark. But these are little things that live way back in the background. Now then, maybe we'll take some Van Dyke brown. Maybe in our world, we'll just tap in. Maybe there's a nice tree trunk. There's right there. We'll give him a friend. Just tap, firmly tap. Go right into a little white. Take the white, go right down this side. And then blend it back together. That'll give this indication of a nice tree trunk there. That easy. A little bit on this one. Got to make those little noises or it doesn't work. There we go. We take our liner brush, a little paint thinner, a little brown, and here and there, just put the indication of a few big branches that live right up in here somewhere. There. See? And you put as many or as few as you want in there. And then we'll go back to our 2-inch brush that we were using earlier. Make a nice, little bit brighter green because I want to come in here. I want this to stand out. There. Just put the indication of some nice little leaves that live out here on this one. There we go. Not too many because I don't want to lose all that nice background that we had back here. Let some of them come right across the trunk. And that way it helps push that right back in there. Now then, down in here, we'll just have all kind of little bushes that live right down. And by changing the angle of the brush, you can create all kinds of different little shapes and little bushes. Little bunny rabbits have to have a place to hide. Change the color a little, just vary it a little between the different yellows and all that. Now then, right along in here, just take the brush and begin thinking about the lay of the land. And we can tap in all kinds of little soft grassy areas that just live right along in here. The more you tap this, the more it picks up the color and the darker it'll become. So, there we go. Okay, just tap though, very gentle and very, very easy. There. Let's see there. And you can create all of these little grassy areas. Okay, a little here. Sometimes it's nice though to leave some little dark areas in here too. And that'll give the indication maybe there's little indentations in the ground. It's just not perfectly smooth. There we go. Little places to hide in there. Let it come right up to underneath like so. In a super easy way, I'm going to leave this quite dark over here because in my mind it'll be in shadow over here. And you can pick out little high points. But once again, the more you tap on this, you can keep on until it looks just like velvet. And it's very, very pretty. Shoot, I think we about have a finished painting. Tell you what, let's take a little red on the liner brush, sign this one, and we'll call it finished. Hope you've enjoyed this one. It's a little different. It'll give you some experience using the black gesso. I think you'll really be pleased with what you can do on this. So from all of us here, happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. I'm certainly glad you could join me today because it's a fantastic day here, and I hope it is wherever you're at. So, tell you what, let's do a fantastic little painting together. And let's start out, have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. And they'll come out right down there, okay? They come out in the same order that I have them on the palette, starting with the white, working around. But when you set your palette up, you do it any way that's comfortable for you. Let me show you what I've got done up here. Got standard old pre-stretched canvas, and I've put a little contact paper cutout up here. This is just contact paper you buy at the hardware store or something. I've stuck that on, and then I've painted the center here with black gesso. Just a nice thin coat of black gesso. I allowed that to dry completely. Once that's dry, then we've added some transparent colors, and I'll tell you what colors I've added because I thought today we'd do a little sunset. And right across here, I've put Indian yellow. And Indian yellow is a transparent yellow, so it works very well. You may get a little greenish hue when you put it on, but don't worry about it. As soon as we add some color, it'll pop right in there. Right across here, I've added a little bit of alizarin crimson, and then on the top and the entire bottom is alizarin crimson and phthalo blue, which makes a nice lavender color. And we just sort of blended that a little bit. So it's all ready to go. And up here, oh, this is fun. I was drawing a couple of pictures of our camera people. This is Richard, and over on the other side over here, then we have Kathy. These are two of our camera people. They give me a hard time, so I thought I'd put their picture up there today. Hope you enjoy that. That's was one of my early loves, was doing cartoons. And a lot of times for my young friends, I'll sit and do cartoons and show them how to do it. Maybe we'll do that on the air one day if you'd like. Let's start out today with the old 2-inch brush. And we'll use a little titanium white and just load some color into the brush, both sides, it doesn't matter. About like so. There we are. Better watch where I'm doing. Now then, let's go right in here, and we have to make a decision. Where's our horizon going to be? And I think mine will be about right here. And you can, at home, when you do this, you can see where the yellow and the lavender sort of meet. We don't want to get into the lavender yet, just the yellow. Decide where the lightest area in this sunset's going to be. And you start in here and just start doing little crisscross strokes. I get a lot of letters from people all over the country who want a very simple and easy little sunset to do that's effective. So I thought today we'd do something that's nice and easy. Anybody can do this. Now start with the lightest area and blend outward. Always blending outward. There. Just keep going outward now. And you blend upward. Then you're going to get into all these other beautiful colors. Look at there. There. And just keep blending and blending and blending. There we go. Now, automatically, that goes from light to dark, and you've done basically nothing. Let's wash the brush. And as you know, we wash our brushes with odorless paint thinner. Be sure it's odorless. If it's not odorless, you're going to be the most unpopular person in the house. And we never use turpentine. Turpentine, oh my gosh, one thimbleful will run everybody in the neighborhood out. I want to make this a little brighter, so I'm going back into the titanium white, load the brush exactly the same way. Let's go back up here. Once again, find your light spot and have this lightest spot a little bit off center. In other words, not dead in the center. It'll just look a little better composition-wise that way. Start in this light area and begin blending outward. But you need to clean the brush every time, otherwise you'll bring this dark color down in here and you'll lose this beautiful glow. And that's what we're looking for. There we go. Just like so. And just work it out. Now you can do this as many times as you want to achieve a desired lightness. You could do it 3-4 times if you wanted to. But each time, it's going to get brighter and brighter. But once again, I suggest that every time you do it, you wash the brush and start with a nice clean brush. Otherwise, you're going to pull that dirty color right down in there. Now, going across just very lightly removes the brush strokes. And instantly, you can see that glow. It goes from the brightest all the way up to the dark. And that's one of the simplest, most effective ways I've ever came up with of making a very nice little sunset sky. And if we're going to work in the sky, tell you what, let me grab a fan brush here. Let's make a little cloud out here in the sky. They're always a lot of fun and they're very effective. And of course, we're never interested in selling paintings, but if you should want to sell your paintings, these little extras like clouds and all kinds of little things like that, that'll make your painting sell. Let's take a little of that phthalo blue, a little alizarin crimson. We'll just mix them together on the brush, like so. A little bit to the reddish side. You can make a lavender color here that's to the blue side or to the red side. I want to go slightly to the red side, but not a great deal. And you can mix this on the brush and just load both sides with a little bit of paint. Now then, you have to make a big decision in your world. Where does your cloud live? Maybe in our world, our cloud lives right about here. And I'm going to use just the corner of the brush. And think about the shape. Maybe this is going to be a big old cloud that just sort of floats around here and has a good time. As I've mentioned before in other shows, clouds are extremely free. They just sort of float around and they just enjoy being there. And when you paint clouds, think about that. Think about the basic shape that you want this cloud to be. Don't just throw in a bunch of color and hope that a cloud appears. This is very simple, but you do have to put in a basic shape. There we go. Maybe we'll give him a little leg here. There. But just think about how you'd like his cloud to be. If you were a cloud, what would you like to look like? You'd like to have a lot of nice designs and shapes and beautiful little forms. That's what we're looking for then. There. And you can get carried away and cover up the whole canvas if you'd like. That's all right if you learn from it. Maybe in here, tell you what, let's get crazy. Maybe there's some little stringy clouds in here. And all you have to do is just pull the brush back and forth. Let it barely touch. And you can make all kinds of little clouds. I've got a little more of the crimson here, so it's a little bit more into the red side than even this cloud is. Only because it's a little lower, and I think there'd be a little more light hitting it. I want it to just shine a little more, but just barely grazing the canvas, barely. There we go. Now then, let's take a clean, dry 2-inch brush, and we want to very gently blend this. Now, there's 2 reasons. One, to sort of mix the color up. Most important, though, is to take off that excess paint. Watch here, watch here. Just use the corner of the brush and just make tight little round circles. Tight little circles. Just like so. And that'll lift any loose paint off the canvas. There. And you can just blend that. If you blend it enough, it'll just eventually go right into the other color and sort of disappear and just become a big dark shape there. Don't do that. Don't do that. There we are. Now we'll beat the brush. And all that does is just remove the paint off the brush. Very gently. All right. Now, you can fluff this cloud a little if you'd like, very gently. 2 hairs and some air. That light. But this will lift it and make it look fluffy. And then very lightly, just go across it. This removes all the brush marks and blends it all together. But isn't that a fantastic way to make a big old cloud that's up here in your sunset? Now these little thin ones that we made down here, they're the easiest of all, because all you have to do here is just very lightly, with a clean brush, be sure it's clean and dry. You can go across and you can pull that if you want to. See, give it a little pull, and you can bring that together. That easy. There we are. Now, isn't that an effective little sky to be made that easy? And you really can do this. Even if you've never painted before, this is a very simple one to do. Now then, let's mix up a little. Oh, we'll take some alizarin crimson, let's use a little Prussian blue. We'll make a dark lavender color, more to the blue side this time. Shoot, you can throw a little bit of Van Dyke brown there. Not a great deal, just a little. Just to dull it down a little. I use brown as a color to dull other colors a lot of times when I want to do this, just so it's not too bright. Let me clean my knife. There we are. And we'll just use the old 2-inch brush again. Shoot, that's a lot of fun. So often we avoid this brush because it's so large, but it'll do fantastic things. I'm just tapping like so. There you are. Just give it a little push. That creates a little ridge of paint. There, see it? Okay, that's what we're looking for. Now then, back in here, you have to begin thinking about what lives back here. And I'm just using the corner of the brush. And we're not committed here. All we're doing is begin laying in some general ideas, like so. Just where these colors come together. There. Okay, now that gives us a very basic little horizon. A little more color. There we are. Now then, now we can begin thinking about little individual trees and bushes that live in here. And maybe in our world, there is now. Maybe there's a big tree that lives right here. See? But that easy. Just using the corner of a 2-inch brush, you can put in a very basic little shape for a nice tree. And sometimes this is a little scary if you've never tried it, so just practice. This 2-inch brush is fantastic, but if you're a little more comfortable with a 1-inch brush, shoot, feel free to use it. The only thing we want you to do here is to be happy with what you've done. If you're happy with your results, then it's good. Let's go over on the other side here, and we don't want it left out. Maybe we can have another little tree. He lives way on up here and almost up in the cloud. There we go. Maybe he's got a friend over here. Everybody needs a friend. Ooh, I want to cover up that nice part of the cloud. That is beautiful. Maybe a little something there, wherever you want them. There. See, isn't that easy? Already you begin to make out all kinds of little things that live in there. Now then, let me find my little liner brush. Dip it in a little of the paint thinner. We'll go back into that same color. But the paint is very thin. It's almost like ink. Almost like ink. Turn that brush in there. This is a script liner brush. It has very long hair, so it comes to a very sharp point. There, you can see it. Right there. Very sharp point, though. Now then, we can go up in here, and we can begin putting the indication of some little trunks in here. Little sticks and trunks and all the little things that live inside your tree. The little squirrels have to have a place to play. There. And if you've watched the series before, you know I'm sort of a fanatic for little creatures. And I just have a special liking for little squirrels, I guess, since there's so many around where I live. And I've raised quite a few of them. And they're a lot of fun. A lot of fun. There. Sometimes when I get angry at them, I'll call them tree rats. There. Because if you shaved his tail, you wouldn't let him in the house. There we are. Let's go on the other side over here and put some little things in these trees. Now, if you have trouble making this paint flow, you just need to add a little more paint thinner to it. Thin paint will slide right over the top of this thick paint. And the paint that we use here is very dry and very firm, very thick. And that's what allows you to do this one layer after another on top of each other without becoming a mud mixer. If you use a thin, oily paint, then you're in trouble. Then you're in trouble because your paints will just mix together. And if you're going to use a thin paint, then I recommend you allow the paint to dry between each layer. The one thing that's so fantastic about this is the fact that you can do it all while it's wet. Find a clean brush there. All right, let's take a little sap green, a little yellow ochre. So we have cad yellow, a little yellow ochre. Reach over here, get a little of that Indian yellow. All those beautiful colors. Let me get a little more of the sap green. I'll darken that a little more. Maybe even a little black. There. Okay, now we just give it a little push. Once again, we want to create that little, see that little right there, that little ridge of paint. Push. There, that's what makes this work. Just push. Okay, let's go right up in here. Now then, maybe this tree right in here, we want to put some highlights. Here's our light source. So all you do is come slightly above the dark and begin thinking about your basic form and shape in this tree. And just let all these little things happen. There. See, by mixing color on the brush, you have a lot of things that are happening in the brush. There we are. Just layer after layer. And you can create some of the most spectacular little trees like this you've ever seen. And it's very, very simple. Sometimes you add at least a little touch of paint thinner. If you have trouble making it stick, just like with a liner brush, all you do is add a little bit of thinner and then it'll stick. Add at least a little touch of bright red to this one. Ooh, nice. It's nice. Boy, that little rascal's got character. He's sitting out here watching the sun sink right behind that hill. So he's got the best view of all. Now, while we have that going here, we can begin thinking about little things that live underneath here. because you always have all kinds of little happy bushes and trees and plants that grow in here. Now, if you're a little more comfortable with a 1-inch brush, this will work just as well with a 1-inch brush. I just sort of like this one. But try them both. See which one you feel the most comfortable with, and off you go. Let's go on the other side over here and put some nice things in there. There we are. Just once again using the corner of the brush. This is our light source, so it'll be highlighted more on the other side of the tree. There. Always think about where your light's coming from. Okay, maybe a little touch of the bright red added to that. Ooh, give it a nice orangey flavor. There we are. There we are. Okay, then our little undergrowth, little things underneath here. We just put in all kinds of little doers. There's one. But notice that we're leaving some of these dark areas in here. These little dark areas are very important. Sometimes you get doing this and it starts working so well and it feels good. And you get carried away and you cover up all the dark. And if you do, then your painting is going to look very, very flat and you're going to be unhappy with it. There. And we want this to work for you. So be conscious of these dark areas and don't lose them. Sometimes I believe they may be more important than the light areas for creating that illusion of depth and distance in your painting. Okay, I'm going to get a little touch of the black and add to my yellow, make a nice darker green. And let's think about maybe there's some nice soft little grassy areas in here. Very gently. Let me get another brush here. I want a clean brush to do that. So it's a little darker. There. There, that's better. Don't want this to get too bright on us. And darker, darker, darker back over in here. Can actually just about fade away. Just fade away. It's like old soldiers do. I'm an old soldier. I spent half my life in the military. They say old soldiers never die. They just fade away. There. So the same thing here. You just allow that to fade. Now, notice these angles. This is how you create the lay of the land. Just by changing these angles, you can totally change the way that the land flows or what's happening in your painting just by changing those angles. There we go. Darker, 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 maybe down in here. But look at the depth that's in here, and it's because of all these little different planes. Isn't that a super way to make a little sunset? And even if you've never painted, this one is so simple you can do. This black gesso is one of the neatest things that I've ever developed. I hope you enjoy it. There. Okay, like so. These little cartoon characters I showed you up at the top up here. When I was young in school, I used to do these all the time when I was supposed to be doing my lessons. I would sit and draw cartoons, and for many, many years I wanted to be a cartoonist. But it just never worked out. But this is the next best thing. But it's a super way for young people to get into it. Every day I get letters from people all over the country, and a lot of my young friends send me letters and they draw cartoons for me, and they're beautiful. You can't believe what's happening. And I feel so fortunate that this show has got so many young people interested in art. And I know some of them are going to be fantastic. And whether you do it for a living or for pleasure, as I've said so many times, art is one of those things that should make you happy. And if it makes you happy, then it's good. Let's go over here. I want to put a little of that yellow ochre over here too. It looks so nice on the other side. This side's getting jealous. There we go. Boy, that's a beautiful place to have a little path or a happy little stream coming right through there. And these things, if you come from each side, this will just sort of happen automatically. Don't just try to copy when you're doing these. Look at your painting and look at what happens, because every painting in the world is going to be different. There are no two paintings that'll ever be alike. So look at your painting and you pick out little things like this and follow them, go with them. Let the canvas work. My gosh, that's fun. That's when you really experience the joy. Let's take a little dark sienna, a little Van Dyke brown, a little touch of white. I don't want this real dark. We'll just use a fan brush. Let's go right up in here. Now, if you want a little path, all you have to do is just take a fan brush and work it back and forth in here. Make it small in the back, and then as it gets closer to you, let it get darker, 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 darker. But I'm sort of doing this, I'm exaggerating now, but like so. So that way it'll look like the ground's sort of been wore down a little from all the little creatures or people maybe. I don't know, maybe there's a little pond over there that everybody goes over and fishes in. But from animals or people walking in here, it sort of has a little roundish area. And see, if you decide you want to move the path over here, just go right over whatever's there. Shoot, you have tremendous power here. You can do anything that you want to do here. You can change this any way that you want to. Now, if you want to show a little highlight, take a little white on your brush and very lightly, just let it graze. And you can create the illusion of a little light zinging through your path. That easy. But darker, darker, darker down here toward the foreground. But a lot of distance can be created just by doing that. Let's have some more fun. Shoot, grab that fan brush again. I'll go right into let's take some black and some Van Dyke brown, mix it together. I want a dark, dark color. Very dark. Maybe in our world there lives right here. Right here. This is your bravery test. Maybe there lives a big tree. Zoom, right there. Maybe he's got an arm on him. Tree needs an arm too. Like that. Now, you know me. I think everybody, even a tree, should have a friend. So let's put another one right there. Right there. Maybe we'll give him a little arm that's crooked out. That way, however you want him. Take a little of that same color on the liner brush with paint thinner. Let's go up in here. Put the indication here and there. Oh, some little limbs. Little tree needs some little fingers sticking out on his arms here. There. I got a letter one time from somebody that told me I had really lost it now. I was telling everybody that trees had arms and legs and foots. But you know, painters are expected to be a little weird. So that's all right. If it helps you in your painting to make up little stories, even if they're a little silly and people laugh at you, it's all right. Anything that works for you is wonderful. Now I'm going to take at least a little touch of the bright red thinned down. I'm just going to run right down these edges here a little bit. Just that's beautiful. Boy, that sparkles. Just enough to let that stand out a little. Don't want a lot. Just, isn't that something? And just let it fade right back. Now then, let's go back to our 2-inch brush that has the dark color on it. We'll go right into a little black. Maybe be right back, a little alizarin crimson mixed together. There we are. Let's go right up here. We need a few little leaves on this. Just drop in a few. We don't want a whole bunch, just sort of silhouettes. Don't want to get too many or we'll lose all of our beautiful clouds and stuff back here. But even if you lose them when you do yours, at least you learn how to make them so the time's not wasted. I want to add a little bright red to that same color. We'll let that, the black and the color on there will dull it so that it's very dull. There. But just enough to give you a little hint of color. There. Okay. Son of a gun, that makes a nice little silhouette. Now we can go back to our 2-inch brush that we made grass with, put a little color on it. We want to clean up his little foots down here. There I go again, giving him feet and arms and hands and all that stuff. See there? That easy. Like so. You can just create all those illusions just by tapping with a great big old brush. Tell you what, I think the moment of truth is here. Let's bring the camera up here. There goes our little cartoons. Bye, Richard. We'll just take this contact paper off. And this is when it's really fun. This is when you get to see if what you've done worked. Sometimes in some of these now, I like to take and extend the painting outside the oval. Today, I'm pretty satisfied with it the way it is. So I tell you what, take the old liner brush, a little paint thinner, some bright red, make the paint thin like water or ink, and let's sign this one. We'll sign it right down here. Another question I get all the time is, how do I sign the painting? What do I use for a signature? Anything that makes you happy. You can use a first name, a last name, initials. I've even known people who sign with a symbol. Each person is different, so you make up your own way of signing it, and it becomes your personal signature. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, God bless, and I look forward to seeing you next time. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. You know, we get hundreds and hundreds of letters here concerning the joy of painting. And one of the things that we hear over and over again is people feel intimidated or they're a little nervous about putting the first stroke on canvas. So I thought we'd devote this entire show today to teaching you how to just sort of loosen up and take life easy and enjoy painting. We're going to use a very limited palette, and maybe I'll just use something like a 2-inch brush and maybe a palette knife. Very simple, but I want to show you how to get over this fear of your first painting. So let's have them run the colors that I'm going to use across the screen, and let's just have some fun today. Just drag out the old easy chair and get you a big glass of iced tea and kick back and sort of enjoy this. If you have your paintbrush out, I invite you to paint along with us, and I think you'll enjoy doing something that's a little different. It's very free, very relaxed, and it gets you over this tightness or this fear of your first painting. So I'm just putting a little liquid white on the canvas, and basically here all we're looking for is just a nice thin even coat of the liquid medium all the way across the canvas. This just makes the canvas wet and slick. It's what allows color to blend on here, and maybe we can really demonstrate today how color blends on this liquid white. Now this is a pre-stretched canvas. It has give to it. It's not a canvas board. We don't recommend those because they have cardboard in the center, and what happens, they'll absorb this liquid white, and very rapidly your surface will become dry, and it's no fun to paint on it anymore. Because this is wet, you need it to stay that way. All right, let's take a little yellow ochre, and I'm just going to play today. Let's just have fun. A little yellow ochre. Be right back. Don't go away. Little touch of the black into it. Very little. And we just make a light little color like so. And we still have liquid white on the brush. So we're just letting that blend. We're going to make a very soft, maybe a little muted area in the background back here. And just play with color. You know, maybe one of the hardest things to do in painting is to get over this fear of canvas. It's natural. And if it bothers you a little bit to jump up here and then start throwing a bunch of color on the canvas, it means you're normal. You're just like me and everybody else that's ever painted. You go through this until you get over this fear. So that's what we want to play with. Then we'll take a little touch of the Prussian blue. So this begins to get a slight greenish hue to it, but not much. Not much. And let's just begin playing with color. Just play. Maybe, we ought to decide what season it's going to be at least before we get too far involved. Maybe something in the winter colors. That's always fun. A little bit more of the Prussian blue and black. A little touch of yellow ochre, but mostly just blue and black. And just let these colors sort of blend together and play and have fun. But really and truly, don't worry about it. The way to learn how to paint is to be relaxed and enjoy and just let it go. Things work better for you when you're relaxed and you're really happy with what you're doing. So try to let it happen that way. Maybe on this side, we'll put a little bit more of that. There. See, we'll just sort of let these colors come together here. Like so, but very loose. Very loose. There. Okay. And we let them go wherever. Doesn't matter. There we are. But see, that easy. You have a very nice little sky. One of the best ways to do this, Nearly every time you do a painting, you're going to have a bunch of color left over. This is a super, super way of using up that old color and enjoying the freedom of just painting and just letting your imagination run wild with you. So try this. I'm serious. There's nothing that I know of that will teach you looseness more than this. I'm going to make this side over here a little bit darker. See, and as you begin painting, you begin seeing things. All these little things just sort of happen. So now automatically, we have a light area over in here. Just because we've made these sides a little darker, I'm going to make it even a little darker yet. What the heck? This is our world, so we can do it any way that we want. But just make little criss strokes. We'll do it backwards today. There. Very lightly, I'll just sort of blend that out a little. And we have all kinds of things happening in this sky. That's simple. And if you want to blend it more, just continue to blend. You can make it as soft as silk or velvet just by doing that. Now maybe in our world, maybe we back here in the background, maybe we can visualize some little distant tree indications. Just take the brush, lay it like that, give it a little gentle push. But I want these to be very soft and very light, far away. See? Now the other side. These are just little indications of things that are far back here in the distance. Far away. Don't let them get too distinct, or you'll ruin that illusion of distance in your painting. And if we're just going to play here, enjoy this. Let it go. Let it happen. Let it happen. Maybe there's another one right there. I don't know. Wherever you want them. But this is mainly just a little midnight black, a little Prussian blue. There's a touch of yellow ochre left in it. You can add maybe the least little touch of Van Dyke brown, but the color should be very soft and very muted at this point. Very soft and quiet. Maybe this one goes way up here. We don't know. Just push harder if you want it to look like it's a bigger tree. But this background idea is a way to make very soft scenes that you want to show a lot of distance in. And it's very, very simple and effective. Okay, a little more of the color on the brush. Tell you what, maybe there's a tree that lives right here. Maybe this one's sort of crooked and it goes all the way off the canvas. Who cares? In your world, you can make it any way that you want it. Okay. These are just, once again, distant indications of things that are happening. Very soft and muted, quiet, peaceful little places. This is where all the little creatures would live and have fun. There. Some of them you can hardly see in there. They're so far away. There, maybe. There we are. Let's see, we said this was going to be winter, so we need to keep that in mind. I'll mess around here and forget what season I said it was going to be. There we go. Now then, down here at the base, we're still using the same colors. Same old colors. We can tap in a few little happy bushes that live right down in here. This is just a tiny bit darker, so it indicates that it's a little closer. Now if this is our light source here, less pressure on the brush, let it get lighter and lighter. Very gentle. Just sort of fade right into that. Where you want it to be darker, just get a little tougher. Push. And let it go right on off there somewhere. There we go. Maybe over in here. Tell you what, maybe there's a few little trees that, yep, you're right, live right here. Just little indications of little things. See? And you can just turn the brush in different directions to create all types of effects. There. And just sort of look at it once again. This is such a fantastic way of painting because you have you don't trace a painting up here and you don't have any guidelines. The only thing that restricts you here is your imagination. Just your imagination, nothing else. And imagination is like anything else. It's like a muscle in your body. If you practice with it, you exercise your imagination, it gets stronger. Very soon you're able to visualize more and more things in your mind. Use it. God gave you this gift. Take advantage of it. We may be the only creature on earth that has a vivid imagination. There. And again, we may not. I don't know. Don't know that it matters. There. I'm going to start adding, we'll take a little more of the black and the blue, Van Dyke brown, maybe a little touch of the dark sienna here and there. But as we work forward, I want this color to begin getting a little darker. And see, I'm just loading the brush by just going back and forth. Doesn't matter how you load it. Doesn't matter. There, a little blue and black, a little Van Dyke brown, all those beautiful, beautiful colors. Now then maybe, watch here. See, all you got to do is take this brush and push upward like that to make, look at that. See, that easy. You can make the illusion of little grassy areas back in here. Just like so. Shoot, maybe we'll have some over here. And we're going to sort of change the lay of the land here a little. So it has some interesting things happening in here. It's just not all the same. Let these little things just happen. There. All kinds of little doers. Maybe over in here again. See, you begin seeing these little doers. But just pushing upward, bend the brush very hard. You're not going to hurt the brush. But it makes all these little grassy looking effects. They're very simple, and you can do them. I know you can do them, because you can do anything that you want to do, as long as you believe you can do it. Anything that you believe you can do, you really can do. Let's take a 2-inch brush, and I have several 2-inch brushes, so I don't have to spend all of my time here just washing brushes. I'm just going to pull through a little bit of that titanium white. This is going to be winter, maybe. Maybe in our world, there's a little snow laying back here. But I want the snow to reflect some shadows from whatever it is we have in here. So go up into the color a little and grab it and begin pulling. Now, watch here. Let's just mess something up. If you mess up the top of this one, don't worry about it. You can either completely wipe it out, or you can go back and very simply drop it in. Because you know, if you've painted with me before, we don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. Because there's nothing that you can do on this canvas that with a little practice you can't fix. Think about the lay of the land now. Watch here. Let me grab this other old brush. You can go right back in here. See here? And pop that right back in. And that's nice because now it looks like there's snow behind it. See? These little things work for you. So you could put one over here. Like that. See? And it looks like there's snow back in there. Make this just as smooth and peaceful. Maybe we'll grab that. See, we got quite a bit of color there. That's nice. That'll make a very nice shadow area. There, just sort of bring it together. This old 2-inch brush will just do wonderful things for you. Just fantastic things. And already though, look at the depth in here. And you've really done nothing. You've really done nothing except just take a 2-inch brush and play a little. Let's take that same color we're using, take a little paint thinner on the liner brush. Maybe we'll have a few little sticks and twigs in there. Maybe a few. Just pull this out, turn it so it brings it to a very sharp point, okay? Now, we want these to be very subdued and quiet. We don't want these to be too bright, too strong. Very subdued. A few little things that live back in here. Ooh, that's what I'm looking for. You almost can't see them, but they're there. There, you'll see them. There. See, and just pick out where you think a little twig would live and drop it in. Drop it in. You know, I mentioned we get a lot of letters from people who are a little nervous about trying their first painting. We also get a lot of letters from people who are painting and they're doing some of the most fantastic things imaginable. Maybe in this series we'll show you some. But people who have never painted, just from watching the show, have picked up a brush and they're doing marvelous things. And maybe more important than the painting, it's the fact that they can do it. It's the fact that you can achieve a creative process like this. And it's a nice way of, I think everybody has sort of an urge to be creative, and it's a nice way of letting that urge come out, and it's so enjoyable. That's one of the reasons we like to show you. Shoot, let's get crazy. I talk too much sometimes. Let's go back into some of our blue and black. Get a little brown, be right back here. Let's see, I'm gonna have a little more brown, a little dark sienna. I may even reach over here and get at least a little touch of alizarin crimson. Oh, nice, nice. Now, if your color gets too dark on you, or you think it's too dark, you can reach right over, pick up a little white, and lighten it up, because you can do anything. Let's load the brush up. Tell you what, let's load it to a chisel edge. Let's really have some fun. Chisel edge. Let me turn it around here so you can see how sharp that is. See, it comes to a beautiful, sharp chisel edge. There we go. But you must put enough paint into the bristles to stick the bristles together to make the chisel edge. Let's go back up here. Maybe in our world there lives a little tree, or a big tree. Maybe this is a big tree. And we can, if it helps, you can put in a little center line like that. Get a little more color here. Now then, think about where you would have nice branches living here. Just take the corner of the brush and just put out a branch here and there. Just let them go. Just let them go. And maybe they aren't all just even. Maybe these aren't all potential Christmas trees. They're just trees that grew any way that they wanted to grow. All evergreen trees are not going to be Christmas trees. Some of them are going to be crooked. Some of them is going to be sort of, they're going to be sort of poor. There. A little more paint. Now, just to have a general idea of where we're going, and let's just take the corner of the brush once again. There. And just tap in some very basic little shapes. There we go. Maybe even we can see a little touch of the trunk here and there. Who cares? This is your world, and you do it any way that you want to do it. See, maybe this tree had a bad year right in here. It didn't grow too hot. Maybe when he was little, maybe some hungry creature decided to chew on him a little bit. We don't know. Don't know that we even care. Okay, now as the trees come closer, they should get a little darker. So I'm going to add a little bit more of that Prussian blue and a little Van Dyke brown, dark sienna. But they begin taking on a darker tone, black, blue, brown. There we are. Sounds like my body condition when I stay out too late. Black, blue, and brown, that's what I get when I get home. There we go. Maybe in our world there lives another little tree right there. Okay. But just let these little trees just fall right off the brush, wherever. Doesn't matter. Black, blue, and brown. This one goes all the way off the canvas. What the heck? He's a strong, tall tree. But if you practice this painting very loose, you will not believe, number one, what you can do. Secondly, it'll create a looseness and a freedom in your painting that you've never experienced before. And I think you will find that's very refreshing, very, very refreshing in your painting. I have a lot of people who have painted for many years that take classes with me and my son Steve and the other teachers that we have. And they take classes in this technique mainly to learn to be loose with their painting, because it's very easy to get tight and stiff and used to staying in the lines and just drawing little pictures and following those. This will give you freedom. Absolute freedom. There, let's go over the other side here. A little blue, black, back to our brown, dark sienna, just mix them together. There, wiggle that brush till that brings the paint right out to the end. You can make it sharp. All right, maybe look at what a sharp line that is now. See how sharp you can make that line? Now then, just the corner of the brush. Let's put in some little things here and there. See that? You can do this. You really can do this. There. Let's give him a friend. You know me. I think everything and everybody should have a friend. Friends may be the most valuable commodities that we have. Treasure them, take care of them, treat them good. There we are. Now maybe, look, just push upward. See? Maybe there's a whole nother thing that comes right out like that. Just by pushing up with a brush, you can create that illusion. Just by giving a little upward push. Let's go back to the brush that has some white on it. And with that, let's come back in here and we'll lay in a little snow. Once again, pick up some of this color though and drag it out there. Get tough with it. Because the canvas is wet, you can move this color. If this was a dry canvas, you might be able to move it, but it would be very difficult and you'd work yourself half to death trying to do it. There we go. Maybe on this side. Once again though, figure out how the lay of the land is here, or how it flows. And it's sort of nice to have a little recessed area right in here. It just gives you a nice place for the animals to walk and just good things to happen. But any of these little bushes and stuff here that you don't like, you just lay snow over them, just like nature does. There. Look at that. Now then, we could take some of that same color on our knife, and here and there, if you wanted to, you could just add the indication of a little stronger trunk. Depends on what you're looking for. But once again, very loose, very relaxed. Just let it go. This is fun painting. There. You know, this would be a super place to have a little cabin. Let's do that. I think we have enough time. And a lot of people have problems with a cabin, so let me show you. Let's go right up in here. Decide where your cabin lives. And let's just scrape out a very basic little shape. Maybe we'll have a big cabin here. It shows up better. See, just take the knife and scrape out your basic shape. Now, right there is where the stretcher bar is. Don't worry about that. We'll cover that up. Now, one of the things that you're looking for when you're doing a cabin is your perspective. If you're going to have the cabin like so, one of the most important things you can do is have this part of the roof a little bit higher than the back. Otherwise, it won't look right. Try to keep that a little bit higher. If you put that a little lower, which is almost a natural tendency, it'll look like your cabin is sort of, well, maybe the front of it fell down into a hole. I live in Florida, and sometimes we have sinkholes there. It almost looks like your cabin fell into a sinkhole. See there? All right, let's just put a little, we'll just use dark sienna and Van Dyke brown, mostly Van Dyke brown. Let's just lay in, all I'm doing is laying in some color now. Just laying in some color. There. You could do this with a cement trowel, it doesn't matter. A little something like that. See, and the bottom at this point, don't be concerned with, because you can come along here with your knife and do a cabinectomy and decide exactly where everything should live. That easy. Now maybe we said this was going to be a log cabin or something that gives you the impression of a log cabin. So we'll take a little brown and white and let's just come along in here and think about this angle right here. And let's just tap in some little indications here and there. See there? All right. Okay, just drop it in. There. We can take that dark color we picked up earlier and go back and help create that illusion. There. Over in here, this is going to be very dark on this side. We don't want much color over here. I think I'll put a tree there. What the heck? Put the indication of the end of the logs, just using the point of the knife. That easy. Maybe we got a door in here. Let's put a little door. We got to have a way to get in and out. That's all there is to it. Put in a little door. A little light around the door. Now we need a little, let's put a little snow up here on the roof. See there? But just pull it down. Just pull down. We said we'd have a tree in front of it, so we don't have to worry much about the back of it at this point. We do need a little bit of snow over on this side, just so there's snow on both sides. Now then, let me go back to my brush here. Let's take, watch how you can move trees. Let's take some of our brown and black and blue, a little dark sienna. Okay, let's go back up here. Now maybe, let's take this tree right here, and let's make a big decision. This tree lives on this side of the cabin. See how you can change your mind? You can pull this tree right over here in front. That easy. That easy. On this canvas, you have unlimited power. Now then, maybe, blip, see there? Little grass growing over here. Maybe a little right in here, whatever. Let's take our brush with the white on it. Come right up to the bottom of the cabin. There we go. Put a little snow right in there. Watch here, watch here, watch here. Touch, push, bend the bristles. Just do this in layers, continually in layers though. Grab the bottom, give it a little pull, like that. See how that just all comes together? Shoot, tell you what, maybe there's a little sprig right here. And that way it looks like there's stuff behind it. There. Shoot, I tell you what, let's go on the other side over here. Maybe over here in our world there lives, or there does now, maybe there's a little doer that lives right out here. Now then, once again, take a little titanium white, grab that, and just let it flow. See there? That easy. Maybe. See how you can break that up and it creates the illusion of depth in there. Shoot, we've messed around here and about half a painting. It's not half bad. And I was just going to show you how to relax and enjoy this. But I really hope you try something like this because it's a great deal of fun. It teaches you how to use the equipment. It gives you confidence with the equipment. And once you have the confidence, then you can do anything. You can do anything. We'll put a few little sticks here and there. There's one. And you can just go around in here and there and tap in a few like that. That's really all there is to it, wherever you think they should be. And I think we'll call this finished. I really hope you've enjoyed this experiment, and I hope you try it. Let me hear from you. From all of us here, happy painting, and God bless. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. You got your old brush warmed up and ready to do a fantastic little painting? Good. Tell you what, let's start out today and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. And as usual, they'll come across in the same order as I have them laid out on the palette, starting with the white and working all the way around. So let's go on up here and let me tell you what I've done. I've got my normal old canvas up here, and I've covered it with a thin, even coat of the liquid white, so it's all wet and slick, and it's ready to go. So let's just do a nice little painting today. It's such a beautiful day. Maybe we'll do something with some warmth, and let's take a little alizarin crimson here. And we'll just use this old 2-inch brush and just tap a little bit into the bristles, like so, and tap the bristles firmly here. That assures a nice even distribution of color all the way through it. Let's go on up here. Maybe right up in here, we'll just put a little bit of pink in the sky today. When you're doing this, be careful that it doesn't get too bright on you. This crimson is quite strong, and very quickly it can take over your whole world. And we don't want to set this sky on fire. All we want to do is create the illusion of a nice little glow up in here. That's all we're looking for. It's a beautiful little glow. Maybe today, maybe let's do some nice mountains today. That's always fun. I enjoy mountains very much. I lived in Alaska for about a dozen years, and it's one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen. Certainly God was having a good day when he made Alaska. It is unreal. Now then, let's take, we'll use a little phthalo blue. What the heck? Won't even clean the brush. We'll just add a little bit of phthalo blue right on there. The blue is much stronger than the crimson, so you can add it right on without cleaning the brush, no big deal. Then we can go up here, and using our little crisscross strokes, let's just lay in a happy little sky all the way across, just like so. There. And just let it come right down to this pink area. Once again, the blue's so much stronger, it'll just eat up any of this pink that you cover. You don't have to worry about it. Now then, maybe we'll have a little water in this one too. What the heck? What the heck? While we have this old brush going, let's add a little bit more of the blue. Just a little. And let's go down here in the bottom. And maybe our water lives right down here. Just pull from the outside in, like so. There. A little more paint. And just pull. Now, we'll have still water today. And still water is always flat, it's always level. So try to keep these strokes as straight as possible. You don't want your still water to be going uphill or downhill. You want to keep it as straight as possible. There. Let's wash the old brush. That's the fun part of all this. Okay. We wash our brushes, as you know, in odorless paint thinner. We shake off the excess and just beat the devil out of it. Okay, now with this nice clean brush, all we're going to do here is just blend these colors together. Still using the little X strokes or crisscross strokes or cross-criss strokes, whatever you want to call them. There we go. And we'll go gently across the water also, just to bring it all together. There. Okay, shoot. We have a happy little sky. Let's devote most of our time today into doing a fantastic mountain. I get so many letters from people, and mountains are just about the favorite thing going right now. So let's try that. Let's try that. We'll take a little phthalo blue, a little alizarin crimson, and mix it together. And this is very dark. It'll look black on the palette. So take a little bit of white, and then check it out and see if it's what you want. Maybe we'll add a little bit more crimson to that. I want a lavender color, but I want it to the blue side. Pull it out flat, cut off our little roll of paint. Lives right out on the edge of the knife. Let's go up in here. Now you have to make your first major decision. Where does your mountain live? Let's come right up in here. Maybe our mountain starts right here. And all you do is take the knife and firmly, you can probably hear how firm is it, firmly push in a basic shape. And the only thing we're interested in at this point is just the top up here. We could care less what's happening with the bottom. Don't worry about it at all. Don't worry about it at all. I said big mountain. I wasn't kidding, was I? This is going to be a big mountain. Maybe it'll come all the way over here. Now we're scraping off all the excess paint. There. And scrape it hard. This old canvas is tough. You're not going to hurt it. Don't worry about hurting it. Just really get in there and scrape it. Now we'll take a clean, dry, be sure it's dry, 2-inch brush, and I want to pull that out. That'll do two things. First of all, it'll make the mountain lighter at the base than it is at the top, which is exactly what we're looking for. Secondly, it removes excess paint. It makes the next layers much, much easier to apply. Much easier. If you have a lot of loose paint on there, then it's difficult to make the next layer stick on top of that. There we go. We'll just let it just blend right off into nothing over here. There we go. Now one thing that's very nice when you do your painting, this little bit of pink that's left down here at the bottom, if everything works just right, that'll look like mist. So try to save that. It can be your very good friend. There we go. Maybe it sort of looks like a natural place to, maybe the light's coming from the left side today. So let's just take a little titanium white. Let's make a mountain that's very easy to make. We'll take a little white with a little touch of blue in it, but very little, just enough to cool it down a little. Maybe even a little bit of black into it also. There, it makes a nice bluish gray color. Ooh, that's nice. And don't overmix it. Leave it sort of marble. And I've got the small knife. Thought I'd use it today. But once again, our little roll of paint. And let's go up in here and begin making some decisions. Think about Think about where the light's coming through here and just zinging and playing and having a good time. And maybe it comes right along in here. There. Just begin applying all your little basic shapes. Just think if you were a sunbeam and you were zinging down the valley down through here, where would you hit? There. See, this is a very simple way of making some nice mountains. There we go. This little knife, I like it because it sort of gets into all the little places here, and you can make all these little doers. Just all kinds of little things. Wherever you want them. Once again, just think about where light would strike and lay it in. But there's not a lot of paint here. Not a lot of paint. There we go. See, and if you don't like one, you just rub it and it goes away. There. And down at the bottom here, I want it to just disappear. So here I'm applying quite a bit of pressure. Up on the top, no pressure. But as you work down, I want it to disappear. So there I'm adding more and more pressure. So just sort of experiment a little and see what works well for you. Think about where all these little shapes and highlights would live. There. And you can put as many or as few as you want on your mountain. There we are. In Alaska, there's a lot of mountains that look like this. And they're so beautiful. As I mentioned earlier, I'm sure God was having a good day when he made Alaska. There, maybe there's a little bump there. You can do that just by taking the basic shape with a knife and putting it in. Let it just sort of disappear back here. And then once again, more pressure down here. And you begin to see how that little pink area is showing through. And that's what's going to create that illusion of mist down at the base. You could do this with a large knife if you wanted to. It works just as well. I just sort of like this little one for things like this where you want a lot of detail and you want to create shapes. You can paint entire paintings with these knives. There. Okay, see, and just sort of think about it, let it go. There. More and more pressure down here. But see, it's really very simple. It's a matter of angles when you're working on these mountains. That's really all it is. It's just a matter of angles. Maybe there's, look at that. See, maybe there's a little thing right there. Wherever you think they should live, that's exactly where they should live. Right. Maybe over in here. A few more little doers in there. Just wherever. And you can put all kinds of little details. It's up to you. Painting is as individual as painters are. There's as many different ways to paint the same scene as there are painters, as many different ideas. It's really an individual thing. So you can add a little dark here and there, not a great deal, just enough to give some little indications of some shadows in those deep areas. Don't want a lot in there though. Okay, maybe right in here. Just rub it a little and you can just blend it together, just using the edge of the knife. There. Now, if you've never painted mountains before, this is one of the easiest ways that I've ever came up with to make very effective mountains very easy. Let a little bit of that light color just pull back here and there. And here I'm using the small edge of the knife. Use both edges. That's why it has two edges on it. And that way you can create all kinds of effects. All right. And that's basically all I'm looking for. I want that mountain to be far away and distant. Let's have another one right here. Shoot, that works so nice. Or let me show you something here. You could take the brush. If you wanted to create more mist in this area, you could take a brush and tap it and then gently lift it. But always follow those angles that you've created. There. Okay, now then, same color. Come right over on this side over here. Let's have us a nice mountain. It lives right there. Okay, let it come right on down. Wherever. Maybe it comes down here. Maybe, bloop, there's a big drop off right there. Like so. See, just sort of let your imagination go. Mountains grow in every kind of shape. Just whatever happens that day, let it happen. There. Maybe it comes right on down in there somewhere. Now, if you want this mountain to look closer, it needs to be darker. So I'm going to put a little more paint on this one than I did that one back there. So I want it to be darker, stronger. There we go. Maybe it'll go like that. And there, all we're trying to do is just put color on the canvas. You could put this on with your shoe. It doesn't matter. Just apply the color. Now we'll take this brush and begin blending it out. Grab it and blend it. There. Think about the angle, though, that you want it to flow, how you want it to flow. And just by using brush strokes, you can create all kinds of little things happening in here. There we go. But by using this angle, it gives you that impression that the mountain, the lay of this land on this mountain flows in that direction. That's exactly what we're looking for today. I want those mountains to look like they just flow right down the side there. Okay. Good. Very gently, very gently. Just bring it all together. Okay, shoot, let's wash the brush. And we wash our brush with odorless thinner. Shake it off. And just beat the devil out of it. Tell you what, let's do. Maybe take a little of that titanium white that I had here. Maybe right in here. Let's just lay a little white. That has the least little touch of the phthalo blue in it. Maybe there's a little snow or a glacier or something that lives in there. There. But I don't want it to be pure white all over. I want it to be like shadows. I don't want it to be too bright. Put this in first, then we can add a few highlights here and there if we want them. There we go. And then we could take a little bit of the pure white and just highlight this. Let it just bounce. Very gentle. Barely caressing the canvas. Allow the paint to break. It'll create all those little things in there. There. And just let it follow those angles. Like so. Okay, we can take our large brush then and very gently, just blend it together. But this is 2 hairs and some air. And I think I'm going to put a bunch of trees in there, so most of that's not going to show. So don't spend a lot of time worrying about it. Let's build us a tree. We'll take some black, some Prussian blue, very dark, a little Van Dyke brown, a little bit of the sap green. Shoot, you can throw in a little crimson too if you want. Mainly a good dark color. Good dark color. Okay, let me wipe off the old knife here. All right, let's make some evergreens we'll use fan brush day. We'll go right in here, load a lot of color into the brush, both sides, back and forth. Just really fill it up. Let's go right over here. Now you have to make some big decisions again. There. Our tree lives right there. Take the corner of the brush and just go back and forth, just like so. There it is. Them son of a guns live right there in the bristles. All you got to do is sort of shake them out, like so. There. Maybe he comes right down there. I don't know. Wherever. Just give him a friend. You know me. I think everybody needs a friend. Could be the most important thing in our lives. There. My mother was with me in Alaska for about a year, and she fell in love with the place. Maybe one of these days her and I'll get to go back up here. She's a super lady. Well, she was born and raised in the South, and when she got to see Alaska, she had never seen scenery like that. So she was as fascinated with it as I am. Now, if you have trouble making this paint stick over the top of all this white that you have back here, add a little paint thinner to your color, but right on the brush, but very little, very, very little. You can always add more, but once you thin your paint down, then it's a son of a gun to try to get it back. So just add a tiny, tiny little bit. Maybe there's a little baby tree. He lives right there. Right there. Maybe that's his mama. All right. Okay, let's see here. Maybe, I'll tell you what, maybe there's another little tree right there. Let your imagination just take you wherever you want to go. Shoot, you can put as many or as few trees as you want in your world. There. Shoot, let's have a big tree right there. We'll have a whole forest, it looks like here. Now, in painting, one of the biggest things that I like about doing paintings is to show depth and distance. Each one of these little things here creates another plane in your painting, so it looks fun. Let me show you something. Let me show you. Maybe if we wanted to create the illusion, I'll just use that same color. I just want to show you how to create depth in your painting, because that's very important. Let's just take a little of that color with a little titanium white on it. Maybe in our world we want to show another plane here. If you wanted to, look here, you could just come right in here and create another layer right there, just by doing that. We'll put it behind the tree. See there? And when this painting is done, hopefully that'll come out to look like a whole nother layer. Now then, I'll just create a little mist at the bottom of it with a clean brush. I'm going to lift it up in very short little strokes, make it look like little distant trees and stuff. It's way back here in the distance, very quiet. Now watch here. Watch here. Let's go back to our fan brush. Now if you put trees in front of that, it'll push everything back. It'll push it back. Let's have another one right there. See there? Now leave some space so you can see through here and see that there's trees behind. Look at that. But see, now you can see distance in there. Maybe let's put one little crooky one there. There he is. Poor little guy. All right. Now, let's put something underneath here for all this to set on. We'll just use that same color. It doesn't matter. Mainly we're looking for a nice dark color. Nice dark color, that's all. Something about like so. And let me grab another fan brush here. I have several of them going. Let's take a little yellow, a little bit of that color. Grab a little sap green, mix in there. There, maybe a little more of the sap green. I want that a bit, oh, there we're looking. That's what we're looking for, dark green. Let's go up in here and let's see, our light's coming from the left. Our mountain tells us that. So let's add some highlights here, a little more on the left and on the right. There we go. Give these little trees some nice highlights. There they are. Use the other side of the brush. We can do that one. There, now don't kill all the dark. Don't kill all that dark. That's what makes these evergreens so nice, is the fact that they're dark. It creates contrast in your painting. There. There we go. Forgot this one. Don't want to leave him out. A rascal will get mad. Nothing worse than a mad tree, I'll tell you. There. A little bit up in this one. Shoot, we've got us a whole forest here. Let's use a 1-inch brush now. Maybe there's some nice bushes that grow right in front of these trees. we'll just push in some color. There we go. Wherever we want them. Wherever we want them. There. Okay. Now, I'm going to use another 1-inch brush. I'm going to add a little touch of paint thinner or liquid white, either one to it. And let's go right through this yellow and green that we had here. That's sap green, cad yellow. We can pick up a little Indian yellow, a little bit of the yellow ochre, all those yellows. I want to make various shades of green. Pull that brush in one direction, load a lot of color into it. See, when that brush is sort of rounded, you pull it this way and then turn it over, and it's rounded. Look at the end. There's a lot of paint there. All right, let's go up here. Now, let's come right up in here, and let's begin creating all kinds of individual little bushes and trees that live back here in front of these evergreens. Just push them in. And if you have trouble making this stick, add a little bit more of the liquid white or paint thinner. If you use paint thinner, though, add very, very small amounts. In a heartbeat, it'll get your paint so thin that it'll just run. Very, very small amounts. Here's a little right here. Wherever you want these little rascals. A little more of the yellow ochre, just to change the flavor a little. But do one bush at a time. Give them names. There. So we travel around the country talking with people. That's one of the questions that people talk about over and over. They have trouble making these bushes. And the problem normally is that you try to do too many at once. I know sometimes it looks like here we just take off and we sock in 50 bushes at once, but they're one at a time. One at a time. I'm going to take a little bit of that green and yellow and mix it on the 2-inch brush. Let's have a little land under here. There we go. There we are, see? Angles are most important here. Most important. Wherever you want this to go. A little yellow ochre in there, or Indian yellow. There. Now then, shoot. It's all right. Tell you what, let's have a reflection in there. All you gotta do is grab the bottom of that and pull it down. Just pull it straight down. It's important that it goes straight down now. Let all those little colors just go right into the water here. There. But straight down. There. Come across. And that quick, we have instant reflections. Now then, take the knife. We use a little Van Dyke brown. Maybe there's a little bank in here. Just bring it wherever you want it here. Like so. Here and there, maybe it runs up into there. Okay. And then you take the fan brush with some of those same yellows and etc. Pop in a few little grassy areas right at the bank. Right there at the bank. If you want to reflect a little of that in there, grab the least little amount of it and pull it down. Least little amount. Not much, not much. And very lightly, once again, just go across. Like so. Maybe we'll have a tiniest little bit of waterline. I don't want much in this. I want to keep it dark as possible. A little liquid white on the knife, and drop it in. There. So I say we travel all over the country and get to talk to people and do shows for PBS. And if we ever get to your area, shoot, come and see us. I'd love to have the opportunity to meet you and talk with you and see photographs of what you're painting. So if we do get to your area, stop in and see us. There. Let's have a little bush lives on this side of the water. Maybe he lives right there. Right there. Create a little reflection like that. Go across. A little bit of highlight on this bush, the yellows and the greens. Like that. That quick you can create a little bush, put a little bit of land under it, and we're about to a finished painting. There we go. I think we'll put a little water line under there, call this one finished. A few little sticks and twigs. That's all there is to it. Hope you've enjoyed this one. Hope to see you soon also. From all of us here, happy painting. God bless. Hi, I'm certainly glad to see you today. Thought today we'd do a fantastic little painting, and I'm glad you're here and going to paint along with me. So I tell you what, let's start out today and run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've done up here, because we have something a little bit different today. Let me explain what's happening here. Standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas, but you use any size that you want. And I've taken black gesso, and I have an idea in my mind today, and I thought I'd do a little waterfall. So I've just painted this with black gesso, and I've even put in a basic indication of where my little waterfall will be, and let that dry. Then I've taken a little bit of liquid clear and covered the entire canvas. The liquid clear is there only to make the next layer go on easier. Now while the liquid clear is still wet, I've covered the entire canvas with a thin, very thin coat of alizarin crimson and phthalo blue to make a lavender, sort of to the bluish side. And with that, we're going to do a fantastic little waterfall. So I hope you enjoy this one. Shoot, let's start out today. We'll use this little tiny 2-inch brush here. We'll go right into some titanium white. I like these kind of paintings because they work so nice. This black gesso is the most fantastic thing you've ever seen. We'll put a little of that white on there. Let's go up here. Now maybe our light source is going to be right up here above the waterfall. So take the white. Now there's very little color up here. The clear allows you to put just almost like a glaze. There's not a great deal of color. If you don't have the clear on there, you end up putting so much paint that when you put white on there, color's too strong. Anyway, watch here though, because it's such a small amount of paint, I want to create the illusion of light shining through here. And by just taking a little of that titanium white and making like little crisscross strokes, we can do that. Very little color on the canvas. Now you could do this several times to achieve a desired lightness if you wanted to. If you wanted this to be brighter, well, I'll show you. Take a little more white. Maybe you want it to be a little brighter right in here. You can add a little more white in there. There. But see, already it looks like there's light just exploding through there. And it's a beautiful, beautiful way to make some very interesting paintings. And you can pull it a little if you want to really make it look like light rays zinging through. There's no limit to this. There we go. All right, so we have our light source now. Now without even cleaning the brush, I'll just go right back into that lavender color I was using to cover the canvas with. Alizarin crimson and phthalo blue. Much more crimson than blue though. But it's still to the bluish side. The blue is so much stronger than the crimson. We'll just tap a little color onto the brush here. And it still had the white on it that we just used, so it's a little lighter. Okay, let's go up in here. Now maybe back in here we have all kind of little tree shapes and stuff. So let's just start thinking about little trees that live way back here. We don't want these to be too dark yet. We want these to be very subdued, very quiet, because they're right in that strong light that's coming through there. So all we're looking for here initially is some very basic little shapes of some happy little trees that live back in here. There we go. But very, very basic little shapes. Maybe there's a few more little things living in here. Wherever you think they should be. It's exactly where they should be. Just sort of let your imagination just go wild. It's what's so fantastic about painting. You can create any kind of world that you want. See, already it gives you an impression of limbs hanging over there. Now then, shoot, I'll just use that same old brush. I'm lazy, I don't want to clean it. Take a little bit of the titanium white on there. And we'll put a few little highlights on some of these that are far back in here. The lights zinging through here, these are going to be very light and bright. There they go, see? And begin thinking about shape and form. There. Now then, maybe as we work a little closer, tell you what, let's begin picking out a few little tree limbs and little sticks and twigs that live in there. So we'll take some paint thinner on our liner brush and go into that same identical color. Think about trunks and sticks. There. If you have trouble making this flow, add a little bit more of the paint thinner, that's all. That's all. Okay, see there? You can make as many or as few as you want in your world. Wherever you think there should be a little stick or a twig, that's where you want it. And this paint should flow just as easy, almost like you were using a pen and writing. If it doesn't flow like that, chances are you don't have quite enough thinner on your brush. We'll take a little more of that titanium white, a little more of that lavender color. And now we can come back in here and let's begin picking out little individual clumps of things that live on these trees. Little tiny things. See them? There. Wherever you think they should be. Darker, darker, darker over here in the left, because not as much light's going to strike over there. Takes very little paint to do this particular part. Very little. Maybe. There, let's add a little more color. Maybe right down in here, there's some things that just sort of, maybe they just sort of hang over like this. I don't know. Just sort of let your brush take you there. Maybe it hangs right down. I don't know. I really don't know. You can just sort of pick out all these little things that you like in here. And just begin working with shapes and forms. Let all these little things happen. Think about all the little creatures that live out here, little squirrels and bunny rabbits, and just hundreds and thousands of little things live in here. There. Okay, there's another one. Right. But already you have so many layers there that create the illusion of depth and distance in your painting. Maybe. Oh, there's a nice one. Looking for some nice individual shapes in there. There. Okay. Now then, tell you what, I'll just take a fan brush here. Shoot, we'll take a little bit of that same color, and maybe back in here you can just, this should be almost identically the same color as what you have up there. Just want to put the indication of some things way back in there that you just barely can see. They're far away, and all we're doing is just tapping in some basic little shapes. Now then, probably the most fun thing to do here is the waterfall, of course. So let's do that. Let's do that. We'll take a 1-inch brush. I'm going to dip it into a little bit of the liquid clear. Just a small amount. Just a small amount. We'll go through some titanium white. Now the clear in there is only to thin it. It's only to thin it. All right. In fact, I may put a little more. Let me dip the brush into just a tiny bit more. There. All right, that's nice. You can feel it when you pull the brush across. It should be slick. You can reach up and get the least little touch of phthalo blue. Ooh, least little touch though. Whisper, whisper. Okay, let's go up in here. Now if our waterfall lives right here, let the water sort of come along like this and then shoom, and fall. Just let it fall. See there? Shoom. Just let it go. There. Add a touch more blue to that. I want it just a little more to the blue side. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Hope you can see what a difference that makes. There. Now, we can take a clean 2-inch brush and from the bottom lift upward and smooth that and blend it until it's just as smooth as glass. That clear will allow you to just make it so smooth. And maybe down here toward the base, maybe there's some mist. We'll just take a little white paint, very small amount, right on the tip of the brush. And let's just put the indication here of a little foam. If water falls that far, you're going to have mist that's floating around here. Just no way you can get away from it. If water falls that far, you're certainly going to have mist. There. Already that sort of looks like it's laying in a little cloud almost. That's what we're looking for. All right. Now then. Maybe. Tell you what, maybe in our world, maybe there's a nice tree over here on this side. But you start with the thing that's the farthest away and you work forward. So let's take a little dark sienna. Oh, I'll reach over here and get a little white, thin it down a little. We'll use the liner brush. A little bit more of the dark sienna. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe there's a little tree trunk that lives right in here. And just wiggle that brush, turn it as you let it come down so you get all of those fantastic little shapes. It's not just a future telephone pole living here. This tree has form and shape, character. He's a nice tree. Very nice little tree. There he is. Okay, now, maybe over here, there's not as much light striking. Let's use that same old brush, shoot 'em lazy. Take a little sap green, a little bit of cad yellow. Reach up here and grab a little midnight black. There, see what? Makes a beautiful dark green. Push that brush. Load that little ridge of paint right out on the edge of the bristle. That's an excellent shot there. You can really see that. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, I want to have nice leafy things that are hanging right over here. Just begin with the corner of the brush and begin creating this illusion. This is what's so fantastic about having the black gesso on there. Automatically, this just happens because you have your dark color underneath already. You could do this on a white canvas, but you'd work yourself to death trying to get that much dark in there. See? And here, the black gesso puts that all in there for you. There. Okay, maybe back in here, there's some things. They're a little darker. They hide way back in here. Now on black canvas, color shows up so much stronger than it does on a white canvas. So be careful that you don't get carried away. Oh, this gets working so nice and it feels good. And next thing you know, you've covered up your whole canvas. There. And you want to retain some of these dark areas here. Makes it look deep and secretive and mysterious. Just all kinds of little happy things going on in there. But just think about form and shape and all the little limbs that live in there that create all these illusions. Most important. Just don't throw it on at random. It won't look right and you'll be unhappy. You don't want this to work for you. Take a little knife here. We'll take a little Van Dyke brown, maybe mix a little dark sienna with it. Now we need some land over on this side of the waterfall. See here? That'll help push that waterfall back. This is just brown, both browns. There. See? Just let this work right on down. Even if you can't see it, it's there. It's there. We're putting a dark color on there. There we go. And we can take the least little touch of titanium white mixed with those same brown colors. Same old brown colors. Little Van Dyke, little dark sienna. Mix it to just a marbled appearance. Don't overmix it. And then start up here. And we can create the illusion of maybe there's a little cliff right here. A little place where the bunny rabbit can run around and get him a drink out of that waterfall. Of course, if he's not careful, he slips in there. Whew, we're going to have rabbit stew. Now then, just basically a clean knife. Grab the edge of that and allow a little touch of that color. Just a small little touch of that color to be pulled down. Just a very, very small amount. It'll create that illusion of big cliffs through in there. There. Now maybe in our waterfall, maybe there's all kind of little grassy things that live right up here on the top. Shoot, I tell you what, maybe some of our little grassy things start right in here. Just use the corner of the brush. Maybe there's all kind of little ferns and stuff that just sort of hang off there. If you have this much mist, chances are you're going to have a lot of beautiful plants that just sort of hang off the edges of these and grow everywhere. There we go. Here's some over here. Wherever. Just sort of think in your mind where you believe all these little things would grow. There. Maybe they come right on down. Here and there we can have a little brown. Maybe there's a little stone that lives there. There we go. Take a little touch of color. Just let it graze. Oh. most delicate touch. A little bit of color up on top of this to give that rock some shape and form. Not much though. Not much. Now then, you can come right back and just hang some of your little grassy areas right over it. Right over it. Maybe there's a few back here in the mist, but we can't see a lot of them because the mist is beginning to cover them. There we are. Look at all them little rascals. But just do this in layers. Think about what's farthest away and work forward, forward, forward. Maybe there's another big stone. Lives right down here. A little brown. And then take a little brown and white and see, just put a little highlight on that stone. Then we come back. Hang some grass right over the top of that. Let that disappear right back in there. There. See, isn't that easy? We've got quite an effective little area here. Scratching a few little sticks and twigs. Let all those things happen. Maybe, watch here. Watch here. I see something here. Let's do it this way. Take a little white on our brush. Decide where you think the water will be. Grab it and pull straight down. A little titanium white on the brush. But cut right into this stone here. Just pull it down. But it's important that this comes straight down. There. Even if you turn your brush at that kind of angle, you still want to go straight down. There we are. Maybe it comes over here somewhere. We don't know yet where we want to go. See, it's picking up that color that's underneath. And all these things, these beautiful colors, will just happen automatically. Very lightly go across. Just enough to distort it a little bit. Wheel them back in here. There. See, isn't that easy? You have the illusion of water. Now then, you ready to get crazy? Tell you what, let's take a little Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna mixed together. Maybe there's a big cliff. Let's come right down in here. Maybe there's a big cliff that lives right in there. Just sort of make a decision. Maybe it comes, choom. Got to make those little noises though. Just putting a little brown here and there on the canvas. So when we hit it with a little touch of the brown and white, a little highlight, it'll jump right out at you. Look at that. See? There we go. Little touch right there. But very, very little paint. It's just, it looks like there's more paint there than there really is. The reason it looks like it is because, once again, color stands out so strong against the black canvas. So strong. I'm going back to my brush. It's got little grassy colors on. Now, if our cliff lives right in here, let's just begin putting some of the little grassy things that live right here on our cliff. Just let them follow right on down. Just follow the basic angle there. See there? Just sort of fill it in. But leave some of your little rocky areas there show through. Don't kill them all. There we go. Now here's another little trick. See, if you want to push that waterfall back, let this come over it. Look at there. And instantly, it'll push that waterfall back into the painting. And now it's in a secret little place back here. There we go. This is a place that the tourists never see. It just hides in there. There we are. Wherever you think they should live. Okay. Isn't that fantastic? But these little grassy areas are what make it so nice. Maybe these come all the way down to the water. Maybe they even hang in the water a little bit. That's all right too. Now sometimes it's nice to take and grab just a touch of those and pull them down into the water. Let them reflect. Just let them reflect. That little touch there will really excite. I'm going to touch a little bit of phthalo blue here and there. Just tiniest little bit. Just enough to make it stand out a little. Beautiful. Now then, maybe there's a big tree that lives right there. So for that, we'll go back to the same lavender color that we covered the canvas with. And maybe our big tree hangs over here. So all we're doing here is creating layers that each layer creates more depth in the painting, makes it look deeper. And to me, that's what makes a painting interesting, that it has depth and distance. It's not just a flat subject, it has dimension. There we go. Okay, maybe that comes right on down. Just sort of make a decision where you think a big old tree would live here and drop it in. That's all there is to it. Probably doesn't look like much at this point, but it's there. It's there. We're going to take liner brush, a little bit of Van Dyke brown, a little white, all those colors. Mix it with paint thinner so it's very thin, quite dark. Get a little dark sand in there too. There, that's better. Now then, we got a few little limbs that are showing through here, but keep these quite dark. We don't want them to get too light. If they do, they won't look exactly right. There. And when you're painting these, you might even think that they're not going to show, but they will. People will see them. They will see them. Of course, as we've mentioned before, I know nobody's interested in that happy buck, but if you should be, these black canvases are some of the best-selling paintings that you can do. People will love them. Absolutely love them. Now then, clean that old brush. Let's take back to my brush with the greens on it. I'm going to add some black. I want this to be a much darker green. Much darker. We'll tap a little color into the brush. Now let's go up in here and let's begin putting on some shapes there. See there? Now, once again, if you have trouble making your paint stick, add the least little touch of the paint thinner. Oh, least little touch though. Don't get crazy, because very quickly it'll get too much, and then you can't control it. It'll just run all over the place. And think about how these limbs would hang, especially in this kind of area with all that water there. These would probably be big old saggy trees. There. Maybe sort of tropical type trees. Darker and darker back over in this area. Don't let them get too bright. There. Once again, I know you get tired of hearing it, but think about form here. Don't just hit it random. Think about form. There's all kinds of little things that live in here. There's little limbs that protrude out this way. That's what these are hanging on. There. Sometimes maybe they hang over like that. However you want them. And when you start doing this, you'll see all kinds of things happening. Don't just try to copy. Don't just try to copy. You know, we're trying to teach you a technique here. So when you do your own painting, sort of look at it. You're going to see hundreds of things that are happening. Your painting will probably come out much better than this one. But don't just try to copy. There. That's the reason we don't trace anything or start out with patterns here. Because it's more of an individual thing if you do your own thing. We each see nature through different eyes. We each have our own idea of how things should look. And the way I think things should look may not necessarily be the way you think things should look. So let your imagination take you where you want to go. Don't just depend on somebody else to take you there, because you can do it. Maybe there's a little bank here so we can stand on and look out here. Let's just drop in, just using some of that lavender color. We'll just put us in a happy little bank right there. I just put the dark in there just to form an edge so we have dark in there underneath this. Now we can come back and we can create all kinds of little things. There. Shoot. Now if you want to show depth under these, leave a little dark area underneath those bushes, because that's where the little creature would hide. Tell you what, maybe there's a little stone lives right there. Put a little brown, take a little brown and white. There. We'll just create us Just a happy little stone that lives out here. He watches all this water play and fall. There. Something like so. There we are. Now then, let's take, I'm still using a little small knife. I like it. I'm going to take the least little bit of color on the knife, almost none, and very firmly just scrape in some little things here and there, just to bring that together. Clean up those edges around the stones and everything. There. Not a great deal though. A little bit out in here. See there? Look at that little bit of blue that's right there. Doesn't that shine though? But when you do this, use it sparingly. Use it sparingly. That's what makes it so impressive, is that there's such a small amount of it there. If you had a lot, it would lose its effect. So that's a little treasure. Hang on to it. There we are. Just a few little ripples here and there. And take our liner brush, a little bit of the brown and the white. There we go. Maybe here and there we can pick out a little stick that lives in there. A few little things that hang over wherever you think they should be. You see these sticking out when you're looking at the woods and stuff. Put them wherever you think they should be. I think we're about ready to sign. That one looks finished. Take a little thinner, a little bit of the bright red. Let's sign it right down here. There we are. Luckily, I have a very short name, so it only takes a second. There we are. And I hope you've enjoyed this one. It's a little bit different. It'll give you some experience with a black gesso, and you can do a fantastic painting to make you feel good in here. From all of us here, I'd love to wish you happy painting. God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. I thought today we'd do the little painting that you see at the beginning of each show, the little covered bridge. So I tell you what, let's start out, have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. And they'll come across as usual in the same order as I have them on the palette. So I tell you what, let me tell you what I've already done up here. I've got my standard old pre-stretched canvas up here, and I've just taken and cut an oval out of a piece of contact paper and just stuck it on there. Then I've covered the center of it with liquid white, and it's wet and slick and ready to go. So let's just have a good time today. Let's start maybe with a little small amount of the cad yellow, and I'm going to put a little tiniest little amount of the yellow ochre in with it. Tiny little bit of color. And let's go right up in here, and up in the sky, let's just put in a little bit of that yellow color. Now, we want to do a sky today that's very nondescript. It doesn't pull your eye away from the center of interest. But we do need something in the background. So this is a simple way of doing a very nice little sky that you won't even notice is in the painting when it's done. Okay, without cleaning the brush, let's go into a very small amount of the midnight black. It takes very little, just a tiny bit. There, that's good. Let's go back up here. Now right at the top, we'll put in a little bit of that black color and just let it blend right down into that yellow ochre and cad yellow that we have on here. But very quiet. There. And tap in the indication of a little stringy cloud here and there. But once again, if this gets too much going on in it, it's gonna distract you from the main interest in this. We'll just use that same old brush. Heck, we'll go right into a little bit more of that black. Very small amount. Now you could do this with a round brush or a 1-inch brush. I'm going to use a 2-inch since I have it. Tap a little bit of color right into the top bristles here. We want to make some little trees that are far back here in the distance, some little background shrubbery. That's basically all we're doing. Just some little background things, like so. But very quiet, nondescript. Once again, you should hardly even notice these are in the painting. But you need something back here behind your little covered bridge. There. A little touch more of the color. And wherever you want them. There we are. We filmed the shows in Indiana. There's a lot of beautiful covered bridges here in Indiana. In fact, I've done some demonstrations at a couple of covered bridge festivals that they have here. There. Okay. will give us just some very subdued little indications. All right. Let's take the old liner brush. I'm going to take the least amount of the dark sienna on the liner brush, and this paint should be thin, like ink or water, very, very thin. I don't want much color in it. Turn the bristles. That brings them to a nice sharp point. There we are. Let's go up here. Now maybe here and there in our world we're going to put the indication of just a little stick and a twig and a trunk and, you know, those little things in here. Don't worry about a lot of detail. Just want the indication here and there, wherever. There. Okay. And that quick, we've really got all we need. If we get too much more, it's going to distract the eye. And that's not what we're looking for today. We want this to be very subdued and very quiet back there. Now, we had a little snow in that painting. So let's take, well, I'm using the same old brush. I had such a small amount of color on it, we can go right into the white and it won't even show. Let's go right back in here and decide. We got the titanium white on the brush. Let's decide maybe where the snow is. Just grab it and pull. Now somewhere right over in here, there's a little stream, because that's the reason there's a covered bridge there. So remember that the lay of the land's probably going to go down like that. So that should always be in your mind when you're putting this in. This doesn't show much now, but as we put other colors in there, then it'll begin to show. On this side, maybe it comes over and drops down over here somewhere. But all we're doing is just basically applying a little bit of white onto the canvas. There. Okay. Now we'll worry about fixing that all up later. It's just that we want this behind the bridge, so we need to put it in first. Now then, at this point, I'm going to take and start scraping out a basic idea of where this covered bridge is going to be. Maybe he's going to live right in here somewhere. That'll be his roof over in here. There comes the eave on the far side. It's just like making a big cabin, something like so. Maybe if I put a little tiny bit of color on the knife, you can see that better. I can see it here, but I don't know if you can see it at home on the TV. Maybe, see, it comes right out, something like so. The only reason we're doing this is because I'm going to put some big, huge evergreens in here. And I don't want that color to get up here on the roof that's going to be white, covered with snow. Because if it does, then you're going to end up with green snow. That's the only thing that's worse than yellow snow. It's green snow. See, and you could just go right on like this and lay in a whole basic idea of your little bridge. There we are. Now then, let's go back in here. I'll take some black. Let's use some Prussian blue. Prussian blue, very strong, dark color. Little Van Dyke brown, even a little alizarin crimson. We'll just mix all that in there. There we are. Okay, let me clean off my knife. Just wipe the knife on the old paper towel. There. Let's load the fan brush full of color. Now notice I did not put any green in this at this point, because once again, I do not want a lot of green in this painting. Now then, we have our basic structure. I think we had one tree that was about here. So you can put in a center line. Now, push upward with a brush. These are great big full trees, so push upward. There. Create all those beautiful branches that stick out here. Push quite firmly, and think about individual branches that just protrude out from the side of the tree. Now we're getting close here, so just sort of work around it. Doesn't matter if you get a little in there, but we don't want this whole big gob of color stuck right out here on our building. A little bit up in here. There. Isn't that a super nice way of making a big old tree? It's very easy. You can do this. Just push it upward. There. Okay. What we need for this tree to have a friend. Let's say this friend lives, yep, right there. Once again, push upward. There. I like this painting because it's dark contrast here. It stands out like a sore thumb. And that's what makes your painting interesting, the play of light against dark and dark against light, and on and on and on. That's what really makes your painting special. Now we can take a little touch of white, a little dark sienna mixed in it, and we can go up here and we'll put the indication of a little trunk here and there. See, that's all you need. It's really all we need. Now then, if we wanted to put a little green on here, what we'll do, I'll just leave this dark color on the fan brush, and I'll go right into some yellow ochre and a little cad yellow. But I don't want a lot of green in this painting. Once again, winter scenes, I try to avoid a lot of green. But it's a very, very dark green, very dark green. Now we can go in here and just pop in, pushing upward the same way, a few highlights on these. Don't overdo though. Once again, you'll lose that beautiful, beautiful darkness that's here. And with a painting that has snow in it and all this much white, it's this dark that really makes these trees stand out. There. On this old tree, a few there. Like so. There we are. Okay, I think that's about all we need on that. Shoot. Now then, we can take our brush that has the white on it, and we'll come right down here at the bottom of this big tree, and I want to pull a little touch of that color, very small amount of it out, and think about the angle here that we had for our snow. Just a small amount of that color. So it looks like there's a shadow under that tree. There it is. Because the canvas is wet, you can move that color. Okay, now then, let's go back in here and begin adding in all of our browns and stuff. And all we're doing here is just laying in color. Just laying in color. There. Okay, now then we can come right down. Shoom. This is where the fun starts. Because this you could do any old way that you want to do. You're really just blocking it in here. Just throw it in. Just throw it in. All right. Now then, decide where the front of this is, and we'll just do a bridgeectomy. See, comes right across like that. That gives us a basic shape for a bridge. Now then, this is going to be the side of the bridge. We'll start filling it in. There. Okay, just pull it down. Pull it down. We go about to here, pull that down. Now then, we need the bottom of this to be nice and straight and smooth. So for that, I'm going to touch and pull upward. Sort of have an idea of where the bottom is. Touch it and pull. There. Okay, that gives us a nice straight edge along the bottom. Then all we have to do is just sort of fill it up. Fill it in. There. Okay. Now underneath that, we had some very dark color because there's some stones and stuff under here that hold all that up. It comes under something like so. And then we had a little water. So under here, that's reflected right down into the water. So you can just continue that. This is basically just Van Dyke brown. There. And our water's going to live right along in here somewhere. I don't know exactly yet. Somewhere right along in here. There. But whatever's going to be water, we'll just grab the big brush and pull that straight down. And that'll end up being our water area. Okay, gently go across. And we already is beginning to have that impression of water. Now then, see, maybe this hangs out a little further here. And there's a bank over on the side, and it sort of comes around. All right. Now then we can start having some real fun here. I want to darken that one area a little bit underneath. Ooh, that's much better. I like it better. See, now you can see that reflection. Okay, let's make this a combination of some bright red, a little dark sienna, a little touch of yellow ochre, and maybe a little bit of white. but don't overmix it. Leave it sort of marble like that. Take our little roll of paint, and let's go right up here and just touch and begin pulling down very gently, very, very gently. There. And from down here, I'm going to gently do the bottom and pull up. Once again, I need a nice straight edge at the bottom here, so I don't want to lose that. Just sort of pull it up, just like so. See? Grab it and go upward. You can go either direction, upward or downward. There. A little from here and down. Now then, something like so. I'm going to take just a touch of the yellow ochre and just highlight it here and there. Maybe a little touch of white here. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Look at that. Looks like old wood already. Old wood. But leave it sort of old looking like that. Don't overdo. Now then, on the other side, I'm going to add the same color. I'm going to add a little dark, Van Dyke brown to it to dull it. I want this side to be less bright, not as bright as the other. There. Just pull it down, let it break, just like you're painting mountains. That's all there is to it. Now you got to have an entrance way to get in here. So basically, figure out where that's at, and we can just begin scraping it. I'll tell you what, I'm going to get the little knife. I like it better. It gets in these little areas. We got a door like so, comes over and down. There we go. There's our doorway. Now we need to fill it up full of dark color so it looks like it's very dark inside there. Not a lot of light's going to get in. There. Okay. Isn't that neat? Now then, we'll take, let me see here. I'll add a little yellow ochre, a little touch of brown and white. We'll make the side there so you can see it. See, a little across the top. Over there, just a little outline. Now you got an entranceway. I want a window back here. So to make a little window back here, I'm just going to take and pull. Just pull it. There's our little window right there. Just like so. You can see right through that, and you have a little window. Now we take a little of our highlight color and just go around the edges. There. Now, tell you what. Let's take a little of the Van Dyke brown, and in here, I want to make this look like old boards. Just take a little brown and touch here and there. There we are. Now then, let's have some windows out here. Let's have one right here. Just pull it down, like so. Now, in my mind, in this window here, you couldn't see anything. There would be no light hardly coming through it because it's dark right in there. Now, then maybe we'll have a second window. A lot of these old covered bridges have windows in them. Maybe there's another one here. But now in these, in my mind, because you're looking through at sort of an angle there, you would see a little bit of light coming through. So we'll just put a little light in there. A little light in my window. A little light in my window. Isn't that what everybody wants? There we are. Now then, let's put some snow on the roof. If it's winter time, there's going to be a little snow up there. There now, we'll just come right along here. See, this is the reason we didn't want to get those trees all down in the roof area. Because when we pulled this snow down, we'd ended up with a tremendous amount of this color. So be sort of careful there when you do that. Make you unhappy if you end up with a bright green roof on your covered bridge. Now, very gently, following the angles, you can just pull that right down. This whole knife will do fantastic things for you. Just follow those angles, though. There. See there? Okay, right on down. Okay, a little more color. Now you can take a knife and just sort of smooth that all out. All right, good. And that easy. You can make a nice snow-covered roof on your covered bridge. But as I say, it's basically just like making a cabin, only big. Certainly is a big cabin. Now then, we could take a little bit of our dark color and just very carefully fill in these little areas here. So the tree fits right up against there. Okay, we got that. Take our knife then, and we'll put a little snow on this side of the roof. See? And that brings it all together. That easy. That easy. You have a very nice little thing. There. All right. Now then, over here, let's have some stones that hold all this up. For that, I'll just take some white, a little midnight black. There we are, a little tiny touch of phthalo blue. Not much, not much. Mostly black and white. Maybe a little touch. There, that's what I'm looking for. Something like that. Now, take the little edge of the knife, and let's just put in the indication here of a few little stones. Want them basically straight across the front. And you just drop them in, like that. You make them sort of different sizes. Shoot, when these old covered bridges were built, they'd use whatever size stone they happened to be laying around. Now then, over in here, we'll just put the indication. This is in shadow underneath. So you're not going to see many stones under here, though you might get the impression here and there of one or two. Maybe even the least little touch of yellow ochre, because there'd be a little light coming through the side over there. There. Just enough to sparkle a little. There. Very nice. Okay. Now, if you want to really make that look like stones, we take our liner brush and we'll go into a little bit of titanium white, dark sienna mixed together, and a little black. Put some black in there to gray it down real. Ooh, there we are. That's what I'm looking for. That's what we're looking for. Okay, let's go up here. Now you can take a liner brush and just sort of very quickly go around each stone. And that will give you the illusion of stones that are put together. There. You know, this one's been in the opening of every show in this series with a little cartoon character. It only takes a couple of minutes to paint it, but it takes a lot of fantastic people a long time to make that beautiful little opening. So I really hope you enjoy it. Really hope you enjoy it. Hope you like that little cartoon character too. Hope you like it. We're thinking about making maybe a full-length cartoon out of him and turn him loose on the world. If you'd like to see that, let me know. I'd be interested in knowing if you'd like to see, my young friends especially, if they'd like to see cartoons made with him. Let's come right up in here and grab this. I'm going to take least little touch of the black, mostly titanium white, and I'm going to put a little shadow over in here. You need that shadow so you can put a layer of white right here and it'll show. Now we'll take pure titanium white and we'll make the other side. See now, because you have that shadow, that stands out. Bring it right on down, almost down to the water there. Right down to the water. There we are. Okay, and then just smooth it out. There. Over here now. Let's grab this, add a little bit of black. There. And we can begin making our little road here that goes right up to our covered bridge. There we go. Now, let's have a hill that comes over this way. So just by changing this angle here, maybe the snow comes down and goes right across like that. See there? I'm going to take a least little touch of that phthalo blue and add right in here. Least little touch though, smallest amount possible. And when we come back over that, that'll look like a little shadow area in there. It'll make a little recessed area there in your snow. All right, then just take the brush and smooth it out. Okay. Take a little gray on the knife, and you can put indication of maybe the snow's a little higher over there. Just bring it right up, like so. There. When I have that going, I'm going to take a little bit of that titanium white put the indication maybe this is frozen. Who knows? Who knows? A little bit of water line right out through here. A little over on this side too. Should have put that in before I done this, but that's all right. We'll just take the big brush here and bring it right back in. See, we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. Now then, let's take our liner brush. Liner brush, liner brush. A little touch of Van Dyke brown, and maybe over in here we can see. Come right up in here. We can see a little bit of the fence. Choom, choom. This is just to keep. Sometimes we party a little too much, and maybe if it wasn't for a little fence here, when we come through the bridge, we'd sort of fall down in the water. You know how that goes. All right, let me take some liquid white, put a little yellow ochre, a little dark sienna in it, and just mix it up. It's very, very thin, very thin. And we'll take our liner brush, dip it in paint thinner, go into the Van Dyke brown. Then I'm going to take the other side and go right through that thin paint that we made. So we have dark on one side, light on the other. Let's come right up in here, and let's put in our little fence on this side. And we'll let it get bigger and bigger as it works out here. There. See there? There he is. Just a little thing there. And there's always a few little weeds grow around these because you can't cut real close to the post. If you're like me, you're lazy, you look for a reason not to. Okay, same old double-loaded brush. We can come right back in here. Put in our little rails. There they are. See there? Shoot, maybe some of these are almost down in the snow there because the snow's deep. This is an Indiana-covered bridge. It's really deep. Okay, a little touch of the liquid white, but a little snow right up on the top of these little rascals. Just like that. Now then, we'll go right back into the brown. Maybe I think we had a couple of trees that lived right up through here. There they go. Just some happy little trees that live here. A few little branches here and there. There they are. This old tree here, he's had a rough life. He, like me, he's really had a rough one. Maybe he had a friend, if I remember. Yeah, friend goes right up through here. There. There we are. It comes right on out. A lot of paint thinner though, and this will just flow. See? Put you some branches and limbs, and sort of scary going right over you. Your little bridge that you've worked so hard on. But that's what'll make it really nice. Down at the bottom here, we'll put a few little weeds and stuff out here. There. Tell you what, this is a moment of truth. Let's take a contact paper off and see what we have here. Pull it off. Ah, there it is. Isn't that something? Now maybe in our world, tell you what, maybe there's another post that lives outside here. He stands right out, just outside the oval. He got away. Take a little touch of the liquid white, put right up on top. Maybe a little weed out here too, who knows? Something like so. Shoot, I think we about have a finished painting. Take a little red. Let's come right along in here and we'll sign this little rascal. Hope you've enjoyed. It'll give you a little challenge, especially if you do it in 30 minutes. But at home you can take your time. Let me hear from you. Let me know how this goes for you, okay? You have a super day, and from all of us here, happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, I'm glad you could join us today. It's a fantastic day here, and I hope it is wherever you're at. I tell you what, let's get right to it today. Let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. I thought today we'd just do a beautiful little painting, and I want to show you how to use some of the liquid black and liquid white mixed together. So let's see what I've done up here. The bottom of this canvas I've covered with a little bit of the liquid black and the top with liquid white and just sort of blended them together like so. It's the liquid white and black are basically the same thing, only one is dark and one is light. This is excellent when you're going to have big areas in your painting that are going to be dark. So it does the work for you. So let's have some fun. Shoot. Every series needs a painting. It's just fun. And I thought today we'd just do one that has a lot of color, Beautiful little painting. We'll start with a little Indian yellow. Little Indian yellow, not much. 2-inch brush. We'll go right up in here. And let's just drop in a happy little sky. Just bring it right on over like so. There. That is nice. Maybe without even washing the brush, we'll add a little bit of yellow ochre to that and just let that sort of bounce around and play. And this is where you really just have fun. Just let your brush dance through the sky. Let it dance. This yellow ochre is sort of a gold color. There. And at home, when you're painting along, maybe you want to change it. Maybe you want a pure blue sky. And you could certainly do it using the same exact procedures, just a different color. There we go. And I'll tell you what, let's go into a little touch of the bright red. Beautiful little red color. So we'll use that. And we'll come right along in here. And we'll just dance some of that in. Let it just come right on down in here and blend with all those other beautiful colors that we have. And we'll just keep blending here for a little bit until we blend them together. And it'll make sort of a peachy color. Sort of a peach. I guess that's a good word for it as any. Just let it blend together. And the more that you work this, and the more that you go back and forth doing these little crisscross strokes, of course, the more it'll blend. And you can make this so soft that it's unreal. But you want to blend it until you can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. And when it gets to that point, then it's just right. And sometimes when you're doing this, stand back and take a look-see at your painting, because it's very hard to tell when you're real close if it's blended or not. So step back. There. All right, I think we've got a nice little sky. That easy. That easy. Let's put us a little mountain in this today. For that, I'm going to take black and Van Dyke brown. Just black and brown today. Or brown and black, black and brown. It doesn't matter, whichever way you want it. There. Pull it out as flat as you can get it. Cut across. We get our little roll of paint, and it lives right out on the edge of the blade. Hope you can see that. There you go. Now then, make a big decision. Where does your mountain live in your world? Maybe there's a peak that lives right there. Another one there. Just wherever you want them. Just sort of, maybe that just comes right on down. There. Right on down. We'll just let this flow right off into nothing. Maybe we'll just have a very simple little mountain today. And we'll just play with that. Okay, scrape off all the excess paint. We'll grab a clean 2-inch brush, or one that's not real dirty, and pull that. Just pull it. Just pull. See, because the canvas is wet, you can move that color. You can create all kinds of effects. If you were on a dry canvas and you did this, you would be in Agony City right now. And probably you'd be upset with me. But because the canvas is wet, you can do all that. There. And we want the bottom of it to blend out till it looks like it's just sort of floating in the mist and the big old mountains in the sky. And it's all happy and having a good day. Let's use a small knife today. Take a little white, a little dark sienna, maybe a little of the Van Dyke brown. But leave it marbled like that so there's a lot of things happening. Don't just mix it to one old flat dead color. Then we'll cut off our little roll of paint, just like we did before, only with a small knife. Let's have our light coming from the left. What the heck? And in your world, you decide maybe you want it coming from the other direction. I think you'll find if you're right-handed, it's a lot easier to have it coming from the right. But as a practice exercise every once in a while, you'll try one of these left ones so you don't, it's sort of easy to get into a habit of having them all your mountains highlighted on one side. There. See? But I like this small knife for doing these little things like this. It's one of the neatest things I ever invented. There we go. But just let it go. And if you just let it blend into nothing, that misty area right here will show through, and automatically it'll make the mist at the bottom of the mountain. There. Big old rough mountain that lives up here. There. Very gentle. No pressure. Absolutely no pressure. Just like an angel's wing. Very soft. Very gentle. Just let it float. Let it float. I'm sure if you've watched the series before, you've heard me mention that when I was teaching my son Steve to paint, I used to tell him just to pretend he was a whisper and he floated across the mountain. And I think that's one of the neatest ways to sort of get the feel of this. Just pretend you're a whisper and you just float through the air and float right across this mountain. Very gentle. There we go. Okay, now then, I'm going to take a little touch of. We'll use a little bit of phthalo blue. I'm going to mix it over here. A little bit of alizarin crimson. Just mix together. Make a nice lavender. Be right back. Little touch of white in one area. So now I've got light areas and dark areas in the same pile. Okay, now then, I'm going to use that lavender color to go up in here and begin creating some nice shadow areas. And we don't need too many, just a few here and there. Just a few. Sort of bring all these things together. Give them a little shadow so they don't feel left out. There we go. Right here. This little peak needs its own shadow. If he doesn't have his own shadow, he won't stand out. He won't come out and play. He'll just sort of hide back here. A little touch in here. There we go. It's that little shadow area, though. It separates. It's your separator. All right. That easy. Now then, if you want to make this rascal really sparkle, you can take a little bit of titanium white and here and there, just barely touch. Look like there's a little light that's just zinging right down through there. But don't do a great deal. If you do too much, it's going to lose its effectiveness. Maybe up in here, a little touch of that dark color. Just so there's a deep shadow area in there. Use that little edge on the little knife. That's great for getting in tiny little spots. There. That's not a bad looking little mountain. Shoot, he's sort of cute. Sort of cute. Let me find a clean 2-inch brush. Let's come right up in here. Now I want to create more mist, so I'm going to tap this, being very careful to follow the angles that are in that mountain. Very careful. Tap it. Then gently, very gently. 2 hairs and some air. Just blend that. Now that old mountain is just floating around up there. Over here, just pull it a little bit in that direction. All right. Good. Now we said we was going to have a lot of color and get crazy today, so let's do that. I'm going to we'll just use some black and brown. All these colors I got mixed, some of that lavender. We'll just put it in a pile here. So let's take some Prussian blue. Put a little phthalo green in there too. Prussian blue, a little Van Dyke brown. Shoot, maybe even alizarin crimson. We don't care. I'm looking for a very dark color. Has a little bluish green base to it. Okay, let me clean off my knife. We'll let's use a 1-inch brush today. What the heck? I want to go in here, pull it in one direction. Just load some color onto this brush, but pull it in one direction. Then we're going to turn this brush over so the rounded corner is to the top. Let's go up here. Now, make a decision. Major decision time. Where does your little bushes back here live? I think they live right in there. Just begin pushing them in, like so. Think about basic shape and form, and that's really and truly all that we're worried about at this time. Later on, we'll worry about a lot of things, but now, just push in some basic shapes and push that brush upward, make it bend. Be careful, don't let it do that. See the difference? There it slides, there it pushes and bends. Now there's going to be a taller bush right there. These bushes and trees cover up a multitude of sins. There. Okay. Now I have several of each brush going, so I don't have to spend all of my time cleaning brushes. Take a 1-inch brush, dip it into a little bit of liquid white. We'll go into a little yellow, grab some sap green. Boy, I get a lot of sap green there. We're going to have all kinds of colors. There's going to be some greens in here and some of the brighter colors. Pull it in one direction again. One direction. See there? It's most important. Then turn it over. Always turn it over. Okay, let's go up here. Decide which little bush you want to be green And we'll go right in here and just push in some color. But don't let the brush slide. Don't let it slide. If it slides, you're in trouble. Okay, let's see here. Maybe we'll take some yellow and yellow ochre. Shoot, same old thing here. Pulling that brush in one direction. I'm going to get a little touch of that bright red. Ooh, that's nice. That's nice. One direction. Maybe this one lives right here. Oh, that's beautiful. Nice orangey color bush. And each time just draw it through some more color, and you can change the color a little. And we'll just have all kinds of little things right in there. Think about one little bush at a time. Don't get greedy. I know. Sometimes it's tempting just to get in there and sock in about 50 of them at once. Take your time. Speed will come automatically. It really will. There we go. Just all kinds of little happy things in there. Now then, let's really get crazy. We need some land in there so all those bushes don't fall over. Take a little Van Dyke brown. And I don't know exactly where the land's going to be at, but we'll just put a little dark in there because I know it's going to be underneath. Other than that, I don't much care. Don't much care. Maybe it'll... There. Look at that. See what happened? Isn't that a super place to have a waterfall? Let's do that. Let's do that. As you paint these, you begin to see things in them. Don't fight that when it happens. All you need is just a basic idea in your mind of what you want. But when things happen, enjoy them. They're little gifts. They're little gifts, or big gifts. There, we just scratch in a few little tree trunks and stuff. Okay, got a little bit of dark sienna and white still left there. Just want to put a little indication of some highlight up here. Something like so. Don't want a lot at this point. Then I'm going to grab it, pull that in the dark down so we'll make a bank. We're going to put us a little waterfall in there. We need something to hold the water on that far side. Let's have some more fun. Same old dark color, the black, Prussian blue, little phthalo green, crimson. Just mix them up. Doesn't matter. But you might as well mix a pretty good pile of color. Okay, let me clean the knife. Just clean them off. We just wipe the knife on an old paper towel. Let's use the fan brush. Fan brush is one of the most versatile brushes that we have. You can do whole paintings with it. A lot of color. Let's go right in here. In our world there lives, pling, where there does now, doesn't there? Great big tree, and he lives right here. Look at that. But look how this dark color stands out against that bright background. Isn't that beautiful? It's that contrast that makes it so appealing, so beautiful. Ooh, right over my bush. All right, I know he's still there though. He lives right there behind that tree. Maybe? Yep, let's have another one. Let's have another one. Back and forth, back and forth. There. See, those little trees just live right in there. All you gotta do is just sort of scare them out sometime. Maybe we'll put another one right close. There. Just sort of let him hang around. See, it doesn't matter much. I have another one there. Now watch. Even though there's 3 trees there, you really only have to paint a couple because that other one's just ate up by this one. But he's in there. We know he's in there. There. Well, let's see. We'll have another one there. Things sort of look better if you have odd numbers. Sometimes intentionally I'll put even numbers just to upset the critics, I guess. There we go. All right, we'll use the knife, a little bit of white, a little dark sienna, cut us off a little row. Let's put the indication here and there of a little tree trunk that lives in here. I don't want a big indication, just a little here and there. Just a little. Doop, doop, wherever you think they should live. And you won't see the entire trunk. You're only going to see parts of it through the leaves. So don't worry about putting it all in. Oh, there it is. Lost my fan brush. We'll take that fan brush that had the tree color on it and go right into a little yellow, and automatically, because it had blue in it and black in it, we'll get a beautiful green. Load the brush full. And let's go up in here, and you got to make some decisions. Which tree's in the foreground? We said that one's in the back. We'll do it first. And then just begin popping in some highlights on these trees. Darker, darker, darker as they work down. There. More emphasis on the left, because we said that's where our light was coming from. There we go. Darker, 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 darker. Just barely touch them. Just let it fade into nothing. And this big boy here. This must be the boss tree. There. All right. Right on down to nothing. Let me tell you what. I've got several old 2-inch brushes here. Let's get one. Put a little of that dark color. Let's just fill this in right here. Maybe we'll have a big bush that lives right here in front. So just put some dark color in so our lighter color will show. Maybe something like so. We'll make those decisions later. Now then we can start putting in all the little things here. Let's try this. We'll take some sap green and some yellow. Load the brush full of color. Now, stay right there. I'm going to go right over in here, and with the corner of the brush, look. See, I've picked up a little bit of red. Let me turn the brush. See, it's green with a little red on top. Now, if that works just right, we'll make a green bush with little red flowers. Come right up here and watch. See there? Oh, isn't that fantastic? And people will go crazy trying to figure out how you done that. See there? Don't you tell them. That's our secret. Our secret. And I'm trusting you with it, so don't you tell nobody. Enjoy it. Maybe there's a little bush lives back here. Wherever. We don't care. Right here. There's another one. So you can just put these wherever you want them. And as many as you want, or as few as you want. Doesn't matter. Pop them in. Push the brush up, turn it sideways, and push upward like that. Makes a nice effect. Okay. Let me find another fan brush. I think it's time we got in here and started playing. We're going to have some water. But notice that we've done the entire side that's on the other side of the water first. Basically, it's finished over there. And then we'll do the water, and then we'll do what's on this side. So you're always working with the thing that's farthest away first, and then work forward. Now I've taken liquid white, mixed with titanium white, put a little touch of phthalo blue into it. Just a little. Just a little. Okay, let's go up here. Now then. Let's just pretend we're water and we're just floating along here and having a good time. It's a wonderful day. A wonderful day. And we get right down in here and, oh, goodness, somebody pulled the stopper out. And there we go. We fall right over. So just think about water is just falling over. That's why they call it a waterfall. There we go. All these comedians out of work and me trying to be one. There. Now then, down here where it hits, push, splash, let all these little foam things just occur. And you can make it, see if you want it wider, that's all you got to do. It's your world. You can do anything, anything. You have total and unlimited power on this canvas. You can create any kind of universal world that you want. As I've mentioned before, I think that's one of the things that originally got me interested in painting, is that I could create any kind of world that I wanted. Let's take some liquid white. I'm going to use some dark sienna in it. I want to make a thin, light brown paint. Maybe we'll put even a little yellow ochre. Whew, nice. Nice. Okay, let me clean off my knife. Let's use the filbert today. I'll put a little paint thinner in the bristles. Very little, very little. We go right into some Van Dyke brown and dark sienna. Just mix them together, like so. Maybe I want a little reddish tone to this. I'm going to grab at least a little touch of crimson and put in there too. Ooh, that's a nice color. Hope you can see that. Let's go down here. I'll find you. There you are. Now, that thin color, see we have dark on both sides. Now I'm just going to go through this very thin, and now I have white on one side, dark on the other. Let's go up here. Now then back here in our world, there live some beautiful little stones. Look at them. See them? See there? How you can make those? And they live all along the bank here. However many you want. And maybe right in here lives, maybe there's a big stone. That's what holds that waterfall together, so it doesn't get away. There's another stone, and you can make as many or as few as you want in your world. Shoot, maybe there's even some out here in the water. Right out there in the water. So just drop them in. Take your fan brush, it has that thin color on it. Pop in all kinds of little things right around. Tell you what, watch here. Maybe there's another one. There's another one. See, but just do them in layers and then put a little water splashing around them and let that go. There. All right. Tell you what. Let me find an old 2-inch brush here. I'll just go right into a little bit of that color that we had. Maybe there's some nice little grassy areas going right down to the edge of the water. Right on down. There they are. Right down to wherever you want them. Okay, take our knife, a little bit of brown. Put a little bit of brown there to indicate a little bank. Just a touch of highlight on it here and there. Now then, we go back and find our brush that has, lose my brushes sometime. When you get old, and mine goes, and mine's going sometime. There. We just let that little water just travel right down here. But see, basically all we're doing is painting right over the liquid black. And because you have that dark in there, automatically your little stream will just happen. Tell you what, let's go into a little touch of dark sienna with a 2-inch brush. I want a nice background tree here, so I'm just using dark sienna. And let's just put in the, this is going to live in the background. We won't see much of him. Won't see much, but you'll see a little bit. I think I'll put a few big trees in there. There. Let me find a 1-inch brush, put a little paint thinner in it. I'm going to go right through Van Dyke brown. I put the paint thinner in there to thin this brown down a little. Now, I'm going to take it and go right through on one side through that thin color we had the light brown in. Maybe in our world, right here. Be brave. This is your bravery test. There, nice tree lives right there. And we'll give him a friend there. But see, you can make both sides of the tree at one time. Let's give another one here. And in your world, put as many as you want. Shoot, we'll have a 4th one there. What the heck? And then take our liner brush, some brown, and we'll just put a few limbs in here. There. Just a few big old limbs to hold all this up. A few that hang down like that, however you want them. However. I'm going to put some leaves on these, so you don't have to be very careful with them. Look at that. There. But now you see why the little tree's in the background. It shows through, and it's pretty back here. There. A few little doers here and there. And we'll take, I have several fan brushes going. We'll take a little dark color. And let's just go right in here. Whoops, too much color. And let's just pop in the indication. Oh, that's nice. Good and contrasty. These are some big evergreens that live right out here in the front. Told you this was crazy painting. But it'll bring you a lot of fun. A lot of fun. And a lot of practice. There we are. Okay. And we've got another fan brush here that has green on it. We'll come right back, pop in a few little highlights. Just here and there. There we go. Sometimes I use the number 3 fan brush for this. It seems to have a little more control. So try both. See which one you like. Okay, now then, let's get our 1-inch brush. Shoot, let's put a nice bush it lives. Boom, right there. We got to fill all this in here. There we go. A little green. Just begin putting in all kinds of little bushes. See there? There they go. There they go back in here. There's a nice one. But look how these colors on that liquid black just come alive. They just literally jump out at you. They're so, so nice. There. See, maybe this comes right down here. Wherever you want it. Wherever. Maybe it's a nice little birdland. And the old clock on the wall tells me it's about time to go for today. So, as we finish this one up, I think we're going to call this one done. I really hope you've enjoyed this. It's quite a painting. Give you a challenge, and you'll love it. From all of us here, happy painting. God bless. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today we'd just do a fantastic little seascape and show you a very simple way of doing a seascape that I think you'll enjoy. Let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. Let's go on up here. Let me show you what I've done. Today I took a piece of contact paper and cut a little oval in it and just stuck it onto the old canvas, and I just covered the canvas here. The top part is just a little liquid white. And I have a little piece of masking tape across here. This is going to be my horizon. And down here is liquid clear. And we put the clear on because down here I'm going to have some dark colors, and I don't want to dilute the color. Up here, I want to dilute the color. Okay, so that's basically all we've done. Let's start out today and just have a good time. Let's go with let's try a little bit of cad yellow. We'll make a beautiful little sky today. It's a super day, so it's a nice day to make a pretty, bright, shiny sky. A little yellow. Let's go right up in here. Maybe like in right there. Right there. Maybe we'll put a little sun up in the sky. That sounds like fun. Now then, without cleaning the brush, I'm going to go reach right down here, get a little bit of yellow ochre. In the same way, making little X's, little crisscross strokes. Just lay a little bit of that ochre right around there. And the ochre is sort of a gold color. It's a very pretty color. It'll make you happy. There. Now then, still, without cleaning the brush, I'm going to go right into bright red. And let's just go right around the edges here. Beautiful little color. But be careful, it's very strong, and it'll eat up your whole world in just a heartbeat. There, maybe a little touch more. You can always add more, but it's the sun we're going to take it off. There. Okay. Something about like so. Okay, now then, we'll take a little of that bright red, a little touch of phthalo blue into it. Be right back. There we are. A little bright red, a little phthalo blue. We'll go right up in here, and we'll just very quickly dance in a little sky up here, a little blue. Okay. Let me wash the old brush. That's the fun part of this whole procedure. Just wash it. Shake off the excess. And just cover everybody in the studio. Now with a nice clean brush, we can blend this. I think it was in the last series we showed you one of our cameramen with his raincoat on. He sits over there with his raincoat because I've been known to splash him. There. Now then. I beat the brush just to knock off any paint that I've picked up. It's much easier than going through the whole cleaning procedure again. Okay, now we'll just blend this all together. And you want to blend this to where you can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. There. And when you're doing this at home, sort of step back and take a look-see at your painting. It's hard to see it when you're very close to it. So step back and look and see if it's exactly what you want. If it's not, blend it a little more or add some more color or whatever it takes to fix it. There. Take a little bit of titanium white. Now maybe we're going to have a sun right up in here. So we'll take that white and we'll just begin dancing. I want a very light area, right around the sun. There, and we'll just let that blend outward, outward, outward. That easy. Okay. See, now we have a nice bright spot right up in there. And we can take, we'll just use the old finger today. We'll do a little finger painting. Go right up in here, and we just draw a little circle. And make your sun round. If you make those square or oblong suns, people sort of laugh at them. We don't want anybody laughing at your sun. Clean brush, and very gently, you can just go right over that and sort of blend it a little. And it gives you a nice little indication of a little sun way up here in the sky. Okay, maybe we have a couple happy little clouds in our sky. So for that, let's make some lavender. We'll take a little alizarin crimson, a little touch of the phthalo blue, just mix them together. Now it's very difficult to see what color that is. So we can take a little white, put over here, check it, and see if it's what you want. That's pretty good. Okay, let me grab a brush. Maybe today we'll use old fan brush. Take a little bit of color, a little bit of white, so it's not real strong. There, just load some color into the fan brush, back and forth. Now then, let's go right up here. You have to make some big decisions. Where does the clouds live in your world? Maybe there's a happy little cloud that lives right up here and just floats around. Just floats around and has a good time. There. But just use the corner of the brush and make little tiny circles. There, maybe there's one that comes out and comes right across the sun. Wherever. Maybe, let's go right on down. There's one down here. But in your world, you put as many or as few clouds as you want, because painting is very individual. Everybody sees things differently, and so you should paint things the way you see them. There. Maybe over here there's a nice cloud. Just floats right along, and this will be the horizon right here. So we'll just let this cloud float right along in here. Okay, maybe there's some little stringy clouds. To make those, all you got to do is just sort of pull the brush like so. A little more color on it. There, those are the easiest kind of clouds to make. Okay, maybe up in here, shoot, who knows? Maybe there's another little cloud lives right here. As I say, when you're doing this, decide how many clouds you want in your world and just drop them in. Just drop them in. Maybe up here there's another little tiny one. Lives way up here in the sky. He watches all this down here. Now then, take a good clean dry brush and very gently, we're just going to sort of stir it up using just the corner of the brush. This will blend it all together, and it also removes any excess paint that's on there. There. And then very lightly, just blend it. You can fluff it a little if you want to. Look at there, though. Then a super nice, easy way to make some very, very effective little clouds. Now these stringy ones here, all you have to do is just pull those. Just give them a little pull. And you can, since the canvas is wet, you can move them. Zoom, there they go. There. And maybe there's a little sunlight playing across some of these. Let's take, I have several fan brushes going here, so I don't have to spend all my time washing them. We'll take some white, titanium white, get a little bit of the bright red. Don't want too much. Just enough to sparkle it a little bit. A lot of color on the brush though, really got it filled up. Now then maybe in our world, maybe a little light plays right through here. Just bounces right across the tops of some of these little clouds. There, don't want to overdo, but just here and there. wherever you think light would just hit and sparkle. And there. A little more color. Maybe there's a little over here too. Okay, super. Maybe right in here, there's a little indication right on top of a little light playing on that cloud. A little there, wherever. Now this cloud, maybe be a little color right along here, like so. Just sort of make a decision where you think the light would hit it. Needless to say, it's going to hit right under here, right along in here. Now then, the good clean dry brush again. Be sure it's dry. If it's not, it's going to sort of just moosh together. That's a new word. There. Just sort of wind it up. Playing. I like to do seascapes, but I like these that have a lot of going on in them. Sometimes they're sort of hard to do in the time that we have here. I know recently I did one that was, ooh, gosh, it hit so nice. And I just couldn't get it down to where I could do it in 30 minutes. So we featured it in the newsletter. So everybody will have a chance to paint it. There we go. Okay, all I'm doing is just blend that out a little bit. Okay, I think that's easy. We've got quite a nice little sky going there. Now you could use this idea for a sky in any kind of scene that you want. It doesn't have to just be a seascape. Maybe you want to do a nice landscape or something that you needed a sky like that. And of course it'll work just as well. No problem. Let's clean off the old fan brush. We just wash these in thinner and wipe them on a paper towel. Now then. Let's start down on the bottom. That's where the fun will start. We'll mix up a little more of that lavender color. Alizarin crimson, phthalo blue, proportionately much more crimson than blue. Much, much more. And once again, it's very difficult to tell what color that is. So take a little white paint and lay out, check it, and see if it's what you're looking for. That's pretty good. Now then, we have this piece of tape here. This is just to keep our horizon straight. So we'll take that off. You don't have to have that there, but it certainly makes your life easier. Make sure our mat's still down there. And we'll just we can use a 2-inch brush. Go right into a little bit of that. And we're going to come right up here. I'm just going to cover this part of the canvas with a little bit of this lavender color. And you could use any color that you want. Just thought today we'd use a little lavender. And we try to keep that horizon as straight as we can. There we are. As I say, I enjoy doing these seascapes. They're a lot of fun. And you can really play with color and make some very interesting seascapes. There. And maybe we'll have a little beach down here. So instead of putting the lavender all the way down, we'll wash the brush. I just like to wash this brush. And we'll just beat the devil out of it. Now down here on the bottom, we'll go into a little dark sienna. Now we have the clear down here. So that does not distort the color. There we go. Maybe a little touch of Van Dyke brown right down at the very bottom. So we have Van Dyke brown, dark sienna, and then the lavender color that we made. Now we'll just sort of blend those together. All right. See, if we'd put liquid white on here, we would have diluted all these colors. And I don't want to dilute the color at this point. Now then. Get to shake the brush again. All right, let's play with a little filbert. First thing I would do is decide where the major wave's going to be in here. So come right up in here, and you make this big decision, and just sort of take the brush and sketch it in. I don't want this to be a very big wave. Maybe just a little one that lives right in there somehow. Sketch out a basic shape. Now there's several ways you can do this. If the eye is going to be right here, you could take a paper towel, and you could remove a little of that color. Or you could just paint right over it, but it's a little easier if you just remove a little of it. Let's take a fan brush, and let's outline where our major waves are going to be. Here's one back here, like that. That'll be the little curl right there. Now then, clean our little brush. Now all we're interested in is what's behind here, so very gently take this. And let me exaggerate. We're going to make a motion like that. And I'm exaggerating it there. But that'll create the trough between the waves. That easy. And back here, same thing. There. See, already you begin to get the impression of waves there. And you haven't done hardly a thing. It's a very nice, easy way of making a little wave. Is quite effective. Go. Nice clean brush. Now we'll take a little titanium white, the least little touch of the cad yellow into it. And we're just going to use the old filbert brush, what the heck. Load some color on it. Let's go right up in here. Now let's do the eye of the wave. That's always the most fun part. That's what everybody wants to do immediately. So let's do it and get it out of the way. Put a little color in there and just scrub it in. Just scrub it in. Now you can do this several times to achieve a desired lightness if you need be. There. Now we'll take a clean and be sure it's really dry. If nothing else, wipe your brush on some paper towels and then feel it to make sure it's good and dry. It's important. If it's not dry, it's going to it'll all go together. Now just put the tip of the brush right here and just turn the handle. It sort of just winds it up. And you can't believe, see there? Good shot, good shot. Can't believe how smooth it'll make it. There. There was a time I would have never believed you could have painted paintings like this using great big brushes. But you can. You really can. There. Now then, let me wipe off my little filbert brush. And we can begin working on the foam. For that, we'll take a little white, a little of that lavender color. What the heck? There we go. It's a nice color. A little of that lavender and white. And let's go up in here and think about where the foam's going to be. We'll put it in right here. And just scrub it in. Think about that water crashing and having fun. And this is the shadow we're putting in now. We'll come back in a minute and put in all the highlights. But this is just the shadow. Just to give us an idea of where the foam's going to turn and curl. Now, go back to our fan brush, put titanium white on it. And we can begin putting that nice sparkly area behind. Just let that wave crash right over. It really helps if you make these little noises. There we go. See? Now, we can go back to our little filbert brush that has some white on it. Now we can come in here and put the goodies on. Just splash those in there. See there? Wipe your brush off when it picks up some of the color. We'll let it just barely break the horizon there. Now back to our large brush, and we want to just blend that foam together very gently. You could use the 1-inch brush for this if you're a little more comfortable with it. Sort of an individual choice. I seem to get along better with this old big brush though. Now if you want to create the illusion of little things splashing up in there, just take the color you've picked up on the brush and just touch. See, it'll make all those little splashes. And they're usually there. They're usually in there. All right. Just let that wander right on off into nothing over there. Okay. Now then, grab the old fan brush. And we can start playing with little foam patterns and stuff that are living in here. Think about how your water is going to be shaped. It's going to come up and curl over. So think about that. And as it works out, it's going to get flatter and flatter. Okay. Just put in a few little basic shapes here. Then we'll take a large brush and very gently just start blending that together. It's very soft. Just gives you an idea of how the water flows. Now then, take a little paint thinner on the liner brush, and we'll take a little of that same old white color, and we can begin putting in all the little fun parts here. Right along the top of this wave. There. Just let your brush sort of wiggle and jiggle and have fun. Back here. There it is. This begins to make it sparkle, and all these little things are what makes your seascape look so good. Right along the horizon. There, see? But go bloop, bloop. Hope that makes sense. Hope it looks right. Just like little waves, way back in the distance there. There. And all these little things are what really give your seascape character and mood and make it look good. So spend a little time when you're doing this. Let some of these little things just work back. There we go. Let's go over here. Even back behind here, there should be some. And you can put just all kinds of these in. Now then, once again, we begin thinking about the way the wave is shaped here. Putting all these little doers in here. There. This is where your wave begins to take on character. This is where you begin showing the form in it. Yeah, we'll take a little bit of that lavender color. Little bit, maybe a little bit darker. And put a little line underneath the bottom of this so it separates it. There, see, now it stands out. There's that little dark area in there, and you just sort of blend it in. And back in here, there's some little doers. This liner brush, though, is fantastic for doing these little things. There. Okay. Now, maybe we said we was going to have a little beach in here. So let's take a little bit of the white, and I'm going to pull it out very flat. Take the small knife, cut off a little roll of paint, like so. Now decide where you want your little beach to be here. Push very firmly. Very firmly. There we go, a little more paint. But you literally just push off a little layer of paint. There. But now this needs to be flat or it won't look right. Won't look right. Take a fan brush, grab this, and gently pull it back. But don't kill all your areas in here. Just pull it back. You can also grab the least little touch of it here and pull down. It'll make that water, or the sand, look like there's water on it. Just like you were making a reflection. And then go across. It creates that illusion of wetness on there. Okay, maybe there's another little doer in here. Wherever. Sometimes there's several little ripples in there. Just drop them in, wherever you want them. Take the fan brush and once again, pull it back. There. Just all kinds of little things. Okay, and then we can go back to our liner brush. And you can just add in all these little details. All kinds of little foamy things that are going on. But that's a super easy way of making a very, very effective little seascape. But play with colors and stuff when you're doing this, and you can use the phthalo green, for example, and make beautiful, beautiful things. This liquid clear, though, allows you to use this color without diluting it. It stays the same color that you put on there. If you had white under there, liquid white, naturally it would get very diluted. I'm going to take a little dark color and put it right under the edge of this. That little dark color will cause it to stand up a little, like there's a little ridge, but just a little dark color. See how it looks like it's just sort of standing up there? Now maybe in our world, shoot, let's have some fun here. Maybe there's a couple little stones laying out here. We can make those real easy. We'll just take a little yellow ochre, liquid white, some dark sienna. I'll mix up a very thin paint. Let me clean off my knife. Got a little paint thinner on the brush. Go right into some Van Dyke brown, dark sienna, like so. Maybe even a little black. Let's take a little black on there, like a dark stone. Go right down here. Then we'll take one side and go right through that thin color. So I have light on one side, dark on the other, right? And maybe down in here lives, look at there, just some little stones. And you put as many or as few as you want in here. And you can make both sides of the stone at one time. You can pull down a little color, look like it's reflecting into that wet sand. How many stones you want. It's up to you. Up to you. Just drop them in wherever you want them. Take a little light color on the liner brush, put a little watermark around them. Usually when you have a stone there, a little water sort of just floats around in there. There. Everybody always wants a little bird on there. I'll take a little black on my liner brush, thin it down with paint thinner till it's almost like ink or water. And we'll do some little M birds. All you got to do, see, just draw a little M. Call those M birds. Anybody can do one of those. Tell you what, let's see what this looks like. I'm going to take and pull the contact paper off and expose the entire canvas. Now, isn't that a fantastic way of doing a super little seascape? And you could paint this outside edge any color that you wanted it before you put it on there. And it really makes it even more interesting. Maybe we'll have one more M bird. And this one, he sort of broke out there. He come out the edges. There. All right. I think with that, we got a pretty good little seascape. Let's sign this one. Take a little red, and we'll sign this rascal right down here in the rocks. Hope you've enjoyed this one. Give you a lot of practice. It's a very interesting little scene. Now, once again, I think you'll enjoy it. So from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hello. I'm certainly glad you could join us today, because I thought today we'd just have a fantastic time. So I tell you what, let's start out today and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got going up here. I have my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas, but you use any size that you want. And I've just taken black gesso, and I've just sort of painted a little design. I thought today I would do a scene where maybe you're deep in the woods and walking through a little path. So I've just painted that basic design and that idea on here with black gesso. And then we've allowed the gesso to dry totally. On top of that, then I've added a little bit of liquid clear. It's very, very small amount of liquid clear. And then we've taken a little transparent color, and I just made that from sap green, phthalo blue, and a little Van Dyke brown, and covered the entire canvas. So we have sap green, phthalo blue, and Van Dyke brown, and then a very thin coat. We put the liquid clear on there so that you just have to put a very small amount of paint. If you don't have the clear, it takes a lot of color to cover the entire canvas. But use it sparingly. One can will probably last you the rest of your life. It takes very little. So let's have some fun today. We'll take your old 2-inch brush, and let's start out in some titanium white. I'm just going to put a little color into the bristles. Be right back. Be right back. I'll wrap at least a little touch of cad yellow. Maybe a little bit more. There we go. See, but very little color. Let's go right up here now. I want to have a light source coming out from here. So we'll start with this white with a little yellow in it, and just begin making little crisscross strokes. Just like so. I love these little scenes where the light's coming from behind, or it's coming from behind a tree or something and just projecting through. To me, those are so beautiful. And it's unbelievable what you can do with them. Now then, just blend it outward, outward, outward. But you want to get darker and darker as it moves away from that light source. There. About to there somewhere. Now you can make this as bright as you want it. So you could go back and pick up a little more of that same color and come right back in here and do it again. You can make it as bright as you want. Do it several times. There. And already it looks like there's a glow happening back here. And that's what we're looking for. Okay, and very lightly we'll just brush it a little to take out the brush strokes. Sometimes when you're doing these, it's interesting if you want to put the indication of light rays, you can just pull. I don't know if you can see that or not, but it'll make the indication of little rays of light zinging through the woods or wherever it happens to be. This is an excellent way to make those type of scenes, just like so. See, it looks just like there's a glow back here, big lantern. Let's wash the old brush. That's the fun part of all this. Shake it off and just beat the devil out of it. Now then, let's go into that same color. I'm going to take a little white and add to that same color that we covered the canvas with. Now this is just a mixture of sap green, phthalo blue, and Van Dyke brown. The brown is in there only to dull the color down, otherwise it'd be very bright. Just going to tap a little of that into the bristles. So you just give it a little tap, a little push. Okay. Now then, let's begin thinking about little shapes back in here. So we'll just take this brush, use the corner of it, so you just tap. But begin thinking about how maybe tree branches and stuff would be hanging over here. Just let it go like that. There we are. Think about shape though. How do you want your tree to look? And all we're interested in is just the very basic shape. We're going to come back and put a few little highlights on that. So we're just looking for some little basic shapes. That easy. There we go. All right, a little more color. Maybe a few more little things. And already it begins to giving the impression that it's layered, and that's what we're looking for. Want to make it look like it's just layer after layer after layer of beautiful trees hanging over. So I say maybe we'll have a little path in this. Or maybe when you do yours, maybe you want to turn that path into maybe a happy little stream or a little pond or any of those things. You can do that very, very easily. There. Okay. Now let me grab my old liner brush. We'll take a little paint thinner. Go right into that same color, this same identical color. And I'm going to thin that until it's almost like ink or water. Turn the bristles. Nice sharp point. Now then, let's go up in here and we'll put the indication here and there. A few little sticks and twigs that live out here. There. Don't want these to be very dark, though they're way out here in this light. So they also would be very subdued and quiet. Don't get too strong with them yet. We'll make some on the other part back here that gets a little farther away, and they'll be a little stronger. But initially, we want these to be very subdued. You almost can't see them. There. But we know they're there. We know they're there. If you have trouble making it flow, add a little more of the paint thinner, because a thin paint will slide right over the top of a thick paint. All right. Now, just wash it off with a little thinner. We just use that same old brush. What the heck? I want to just tap this right into some white. And it still has the other color on it, so it's going to make it a sort of a light greenish color here. Greenish blue. But push, that creates that little ridge right out on the edge of the bristles. Now we can come back in here and create the indication that the sunlight's just zinging right through here and sparkling these. There. There we go. But think about shape and form once again. Most important. Most important. There we go. Little individual things. I like these little paintings. Hope you do too. They're so interesting and they're very easy to do. even for people who have never painted before. These little paintings are so nice. They're great. There. Now then maybe, but once again, don't just hit at random. Think about form and shape that's going on up here. Okay, there's one, maybe right there. Darker, darker, darker back on this side. Okay, and you can just create layer after layer after layer. There. Sometimes you get excited when you do this and just want to cover everything up because it works so well. And it's so beautiful. Maybe I want to add at least a little touch of yellow to that. There. Just begin changing the flavor tiny bit. Tiny bit. There, maybe even a little of that yellowish color here and there. Okay. Because that's going to begin turning green now as it touches all the blue that's underneath. That yellow color is going to begin having a green cast to it. And we want these little trees to be nice and green and full of life and beautiful. There we go. But look how deep that looks already. And you've done basically nothing. All right. Tell you what, let's start on the other side over here. I have several brushes going. I'm just going to go right back into that dark color with a 2-inch brush. Get a little color on it. Now then, let's go up here. I want to make this a big tree that's hanging over this side. That'll push that light area way back. So we'll just take the basic shape that's on there with the black gesso, and we'll just improve it a little bit. See, so it looks like there's nice limbs hanging out over it. And that dark, dark color against that light, oh boy, does it show up. That is spectacular. That's what makes your painting special. See, you could put a bush here and there that hangs out over. It's easy to get carried away with this, though. All right, now back to our brush that has the lighter colors on it. And it's time we started getting into some nice green. So we'll take some midnight black, go right into some yellow, grab a little sap green too. What the heck, that makes beautiful green color when you sort of mix them up. That way you have a variety of things happening in there. It's not just one dead old color. Once again, push that brush. You can see that little ridge of paint. Super good close-up shot right there. Good. Let's go up here. Now right in here, we can begin just dropping in the indication of all kinds of little leaves and stuff that are happening. Once again, though, think about form and shape and all those things that make your tree so interesting. Add a little yellow ochre and Indian yellow here and there. Once in a while, I let a little of the bright red sort of sneak in. Believe it or not, red dulls your color because red and green, as you know, makes brown. So red is a duller in this particular instance. Okay. And maybe this is a different little doer here. So we'll change the color just enough to make him stand out as an individual. There we go. A little more of the black, darken it down. And over in here, maybe there's a nice shadow area. So this color is quite a bit darker. I want to push him back into the shadows. But look right here. See these dark areas? They're very important. Don't kill all of them. If you kill all those dark areas, your painting is going to look very flat. You don't want that. Now then, there's a nice little bush that lives there. He looks out over the edge. You've got the best view in the forest. There we go. A little more of that green color. And maybe there's just a happy little bush that lives. Yep, right there. Just layer after layer after layer. Do one bush at a time. Don't get greedy. Sometimes we get in a hurry and we try to do too many at once. Just do one at a time. Think about each one as an individual. Shoot, if it helps, give them names. Here's Charlotte and there's Joe, and give them names. Just make them up. All right. It's time to start having some fun back in here now. Maybe maybe. Just come right down in here. Maybe we're beginning to get into some nice things that are hanging right over the edge here. There. Just let that hang right over. We said we was going to have a path here. We don't want to cover that totally up. So let's begin having a little path. For that, we'll take some Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna. We just mix them together. Cut off a little roll of paint. Lives right on the edge of the knife. And let's go back here and just very gently just begin laying in the basic shape. There. And we'll just bring it right on out. You have to make some big decisions now. Where does your little path live? He lives right along in there. Just has a good time. Take some dark sienna and white. Mix it together, but don't overmix it. Leave it marbled like that. Then cut off a little bit of paint right on the edge. Now we can go up here, and this is delicate touch, barely touching. Just let it graze. Let it barely graze so it picks up on those high spots. Let it graze. I want this brighter back here because that's where our light is. And as we move away from that, we're going to let it get darker and darker. There we go. Just barely let it graze, though. It's just like if you've painted mountains with me, this is just like putting snow on the mountains. Shoot, I tell you what, let me show you. Sometimes it's fun. Maybe there's a little puddle here. Maybe it rained last night. Let's take a little touch of white. A little touch of white. There. Let's pull it straight down. Show you. See, when you do these things, you start seeing all kinds of little things happening. And when you see them, use them. Pull it straight down. Now very gently go across. Very gently go across. We're going to make us some water back here. Make us some water. And you can do that. You have unlimited power. Now, decide how your little puddle's going to be and just put some dirt around it. See there? There. There he is. It rained last night and there's puddles here. Now all the little birds and everything can come here and have a drink. Look at that. But that's all there is to it if you want to create that illusion. There. Just let these colors sort of work back and forth, the browns and then the highlights. And there we go. And that path just begins coming right out of there. Now then, if you want to push that path back a little further, we can take a little bit of our color that we used to make all these little leaves and let some of it just come right over the top here. That'll push that path right back into the painting. There we go. Maybe over on this side, just let that little bush hang right over the path. Now then, it's time to get into some nice big trees over on here. We'll go back to our brush that has the dark color in it and begin thinking about some basic shapes here. Just let them come right out over. That'll help push all that light area back in there. But you can do this over and over and over and just create tremendous amounts of depth in your painting. That's what makes it so interesting. There. There was a time when doing paintings like this were very, very difficult for me. But this makes it so anybody can do it. Anybody can do it. Go back to our brush with some green on it. Back into our yellows, yellow ochre, cad yellow, all those nice colors, a little bit of the Indian yellow. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, here it comes. Begin putting on some nice little highlights on these leaves. Little squirrels got to have a place to live. There we are. Just layer after layer. There. But think about little clumps. Don't just hit it random. I know I keep saying that, but it's so important. Think about shape and form in there. There he comes. Big old nice limb there. It's unbelievable what you can do with a big old 2-inch brush if you'll just devote a little bit of time to practice. And it doesn't take a great deal. We get letters from people every day that have never painted, who are doing some of the most beautiful things. And they send me photographs of what they're doing. In fact, while I'm doing this, this is just sort of repetitious. Maybe I can get the director to put a few of them up on the screen. We've put a few on the board here. But look at some of these things that people are doing. And these come from all over the country. They're doing just marvelous things, things that I've never dreamed of doing. And they're beautiful. And I'm so proud of people who are doing this. Maybe you'll see your painting there. If you've sent me a photograph, maybe yours will be there. If not, send me a photograph maybe next time. Because we put these together and put them on the screen every once in a while. I like for people all over the country to see what everybody's doing. Because that's super. It's what makes all this worthwhile. The fact that people are doing this and enjoying a tremendous amount of success. That really, really is the joy of painting. So we have people here that go from age 4 to 94. Look at that. Isn't that super? And once again, some of these individuals had never painted before. And a lot of them have never had a lesson. They've only watched the television shows. And from the television shows, they've learned to create their own masterpieces. And once again, we get so many letters from people all over the country that this is working for. And a lot of the people that start this way and enjoy some success, then they go on to colleges and universities all over the country or take classes from super hard instructors. And this is just their way of getting started. And anything that gets people interested in art is fantastic, because it's one of the nicest ways of expressing yourself that there ever was. And I think all of us have a creative need inside of us. There. See how we're just letting all those bushes hang over? Tell you what, if there's going to be puddles, maybe we'll have a few more. Take a little more of the titanium white. Now there's color on the canvas, so when you pull this white down, automatically you're going to get beautiful color change. See there? It's almost like magic. If you do this in front of friends and relatives and they don't know you've put any color on the canvas, they'll just be amazed when you start pulling a little white paint down it. All these beautiful colors just appear. They think you're a magician. Don't tell them any different. That's our secret. Now then you come right back in here and just put in a little dirt wherever you want it. Wherever you want it. There we go. Maybe it comes right around like that. And with the old knife, it didn't take but just a second to drop in a lot of color. There we go. See, maybe that comes right along in there. Now don't try to just copy exactly what we're doing here, because your puddles won't look like these puddles. They'll look better. Just everybody's painting is going to be unique and different and individual. And don't fight that. Don't just try to copy what somebody else does. I'm not trying to teach you to copy. There. I just want to teach you a technique and turn you loose on the world. Because you have unlimited power. Everybody does. And you can do anything. All you need is just a little inspiration and a little knowledge, a little practice to take over the world if you want to. I don't think any of us want to, but should you? There. All right. To me, the first step of accomplishing anything is to believe that you can do it. And I know you can do it. So you certainly know you can. Let's have another puddle over here. I like these puddles. Come right in here. Maybe there's a happy little puddle that lives right here. See? And you just, once again, just pull it straight down. If it picks up a little of that brown, wonderful. Wonderful. Use it. There. You can always add a little blue. If it gets too bright, take a little of the phthalo blue and add it in there and dull it right down. Because you know, if you've painted with us before, we don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. Because very soon you learn to work with anything that happens here. And when you get over that fear of making a mistake, then it becomes fun. Then it really becomes fun. That's when you experience the joy. Okay. And in your world, you just put as many or as few puddles as you want. Maybe you don't want any puddles. Maybe the sun shines all the time where you're at. And you don't have any little rain puddles. It's up to you. If you do want to, now you know how. Look at that, though. And off we go. Okay, maybe in our world, maybe we can see the indication here and there. Take a little brown and white on the fan brush. Maybe back in here you can make out the indication of a little tree trunk that lives back in here. Just a little. There. Just a little indication. Then we're going to cover it up. We'll take a little of that black, sap green, cad yellow, yellow ochre. Just mix them on the brush. And we'll come right in here. And let's just begin putting in all kinds of leaves and things like that, wherever we think they should live. But layer after layer. Let a little bit of that trunk show through. Don't want a whole bunch. There. See, these are super little paintings if you've never painted before, because they'll work for you. There. When Annette and I used to teach all over the country, a lot of times people would want to paint something that was too difficult for their first painting. So look for a painting that works pretty good the first time, so you'll have some success. I want you to have success on your first couple of paintings, and that way you'll know that you can do it, and you'll do 1,000,000 paintings, or at least 100. There we are. Now then, maybe in our world, let's get crazy. We got a minute or so left here. Maybe in our world, there lives a big tree. You know me and my big trees. We can see just the edge of him here. Maybe there's a big old root that comes out, choop, like that. There it is. Big old root, just hangs around down here. Take a little bit of our brown, white, dark sienna, touch it. This is just going to be the edge of the tree. There we are. Let it get darker and darker as it works back in there. Okay. Maybe. Let me find my brush. There it is. Old brush with the greens on it. Now we can come right back in here and begin putting all kinds of little leaves and highlights on there. A little paint thinner I'm going to add to my brush just to thin the paint so it'll stick right over this other color. There. See, just begin dropping all these little rascals in there. All right, comes one. We don't know where they go. Don't know that we're even worried about it at this point. Just a lot of beautiful leaves hanging around on the edge of this tree. It's a nice way to do the redwoods from California if you want to. I'm making this one a little brighter because it's bigger. I think it's projecting out and maybe that light coming through is hitting it. When you're painting, just make up little things in your mind like that. And it helps figure out where your light's going to hit and where it's not going to hit. Okay. Now then add a little more black. I want to get a little darker. Maybe back over in here behind that tree that's projected out. There's all kind of little things going on in here. There they come. Just like so. There. As many or as few as you want. But isn't that a super way to make a tremendous amount of trees and bushes very easily and very quickly? You can do it. You really can do it. A little touch of the yellow ochre there just to sparkle this one that stands right out here in front of the tree. There. A few little things there. Like that. Just have them hanging all over. Tell you what, the old clock on the wall says it's about time to go for the day. As we finish up here, I'm going to take, maybe there's a little little limb, it hangs out here like that. We'll put us a little limb, little paint thinner, brown. And we can put as many or as few as you want on your tree. Just a few are showing. Just to show the old tree has an arm. I think with that, we'll call this painting finished. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad to see you today. And I hope you're having a wonderful day. So I tell you what, let's start out today and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. While they're doing that, let me tell you what I've already got done up here. Got my regular old 18 by 24 inch pre-stretched double prime canvas up here, and it's been covered with a thin, even coat of the liquid white, and it's all ready to go, so let's go. I thought today maybe we'll just do a happy little winter scene, something that's very soft and gentle and quiet, and let's just have some fun. What the heck? Let's start out a little bit of cad yellow, a little cadmium yellow, but very, very small amount on the brush. Let's go up here. Now then, decide right off where you want the light area to be in this painting. I think maybe right in here. Anywhere is okay except right dead in the center. We don't want it right in the center. There. Something like so. That's good. Now then, without cleaning the brush, we'll take a little bit of yellow ochre. It's a very nice gold color, so you'll like that. We'll go right around the edges here. Little yellow ochre. We'll just let it blend out. There. Little touch over here. Wherever, just sort of let it dance around and play. Shoot, tell you what, maybe we'll add a little bright red to that. Just a little bit on the old brush here. We'll go right along in here and put a little red in. Sometimes, as I've mentioned before in other paintings, winter scenes get so cold they're almost uncomfortable. A lot of times we use a lot of blues in the winter scenes and they get very, very cold. This will keep your winter scenes nice and warm and inviting. The fact that you have some of these warm colors in here. All right. A little bit in here and there. There. Wherever you want it. Now then. Tell you what, we'll just use that same old dirty brush. Maybe we got here's some phthalo blue. We'll use that. And I'll retread over here and get a little bit of this midnight black. So we have black and blue, or blue and black, either way. Just sort of mix them together on the brush. Very dark color though. And I want to darken these edges. If we're going to have a little light spot in here, by making these edges darker, it'll make that light spot look lighter, if any of that makes any sense. You need this dark area to make the lights look really light. There. Okay. A little bit on the other side, just black and blue once again. We'll put that right in here. Maybe we'll just let it sort of gently float right across the top. Okay, we'll wipe a little of this down here. Maybe we'll have some snow and this will end up being some shadows in the snow. It's a good way to clean the paint off your brushes. All right. Now we just wash the brush. And as you know, we wash our brushes with odorless thinner. Just shake off the excess. Cover everybody you know, and off you go. Seriously, if you do this at home, I wouldn't recommend that you beat the brush like this. If you do, you're gonna lose your popularity in about one heartbeat. They make a thing called a brush beater rack. It goes down inside of a waste paper basket, and you can shake the brush inside the basket, beat it on the rack, and everything's contained. It works very, very well. Okay, take a little titanium white. I'm gonna go right up in here. If this is gonna be our brightest area, and we'll just have a nice bright spot right there. Just like so. See how bright that makes that? Then I'm going to start blending outward. I want to blend all this together. Always blending outward. Don't want to take this dark, dirty color and bring it back into the center. If you do, you're going to have a beautiful green sky. And that might be all right sometime, but today we're not looking for a green sky. There. Okay, just blending outward, blending outward. This red color in here acts as like sort of a barrier. There we go. It keeps the yellow and the blue apart. And maybe, I'll tell you what, I'm going to add at least a little touch of alizarin crimson in there. There, oh, I like it. That creates a little lavender area right in there. A little bit more of that. There we go. Makes a very, very nice little sky. Okay, a little bit over in here. Let me beat the brush a little. By beating it, it takes off the excess paint. And you don't have to clean the brush. Unless you just like to clean the brush. Okay, now very lightly, we'll just blend this out. But isn't that a fantastic way of making a very effective little sky? And it's very easy. Okay. And we can wash this old brush again. Thought maybe today maybe we'll put some little trees back here. There we are. Let's use the old round brush today. And we'll put some little distant trees. Now, we'll take this round brush. Now this is a new round brush that we've just come out with. It has golden hair in it, just like the 2-inch brush. It's much softer, works much better. I think you'll like it. I'm going to tap a little bit of that black in there, but very, very little color. Tap it firmly. Just tap it. Let's go right up in here. Now maybe back in here, there's some little trees that live back in here. I usually start at the base and work upward. That way the bottom of the tree is always much, much darker than the top of the tree. So your shadow areas are toward the bottom. And think about some basic little shapes that you want in here. There we go. And that's all we're really looking for, is very basic shapes. We're not looking for a lot of detail at this point. Later on, we'll be concerned about that. But when things are far away, you don't see a lot of detail in them. You see shape and form, little color, and that's about all. Okay, maybe right in here, there's another happy little bush that lives. Wherever you want them. A little more. Now up in here, because this is the light source, I want this to be extremely light. So very, very little color. Tap very lightly. There. Because the sun will be shining through there, and these would, sometimes they almost become transparent when they're right in front of the light source like that. There we go. A little more color. As you work away from that light area, let them get a little darker. A little bit darker. There. Maybe. Yeah, there's one. There he is. You know he was there. Just drop him in. Okay, we'll give him a little friend over here. Maybe we'll just go all the way across here putting trees. What the heck? Sometimes this gets working nice and it's fun. You just want to keep going, so why not? Why not? Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Painting should make you happy, and you've heard me say over and over again, if painting doesn't make you happy, then you're doing the wrong thing. It's like the work that you do. You do your best work if you do a job that makes you happy. And I'm very fortunate. I get to do a job that makes me very happy when I'm doing this. And it's too bad that everybody does not have a job that they'd rather do than anything else in the world. And then you do your best at it. There we are. Okay. Isn't that quick? We got little bushes and trees all the way across there. You can put little individual small ones in front, but make them a little bit darker. Just like that. But I'm using basically just a little tiny bit of the midnight black. That's all we're using. Okay, maybe some in the foreground right here. Just a couple of little tiny ones. And we're not worried about the bottom. Anything down here we don't like, we're going to have some snow maybe, so we'll just drag that right off into the snow. Now then, let me find my liner brush. To that, we're going to add some paint thinner, and we'll go right into that same color, right into it. But the paint is very, very thin. Ink consistency. Okay, let's go up in here. Now with this very thin paint, we can go in here and drop in the indication here and there of a few little sticks and twigs and all the little things that live out here in these trees. There they are. Just a few little indications. There. wherever you think they should live. That's exactly where they should be. There we go. Like to do these little rascals. Maybe back in here you can see some little things that are living back between these two trees. All kinds of little sticks. And that quick you can drop them in. And that creates the illusion of depth in your painting. The fact that you can see all these things. So use them to your benefit. They'll make your painting special. Very special. It's hard to believe this is the 19th series that we've done. And each series contains 13 shows. Gosh, there must be nearly 250 shows now. And if you haven't got to see them all, if you want to, call your local station. These shows are provided for them free. So let them know that you'd like to see them. Shoot. There we are. Okay. Now then, time to have some fun. Now then, let's decide if this is going to be a little winter scene. Maybe there's going to be some snow in our scene. Let's decide where it's going to be and drop it in. Easy to do when you're using a great big old brush. We'll take the 2-inch brush and we'll go right across. We'll load both sides with titanium white. I'm putting quite a bit of paint into the bristles. For this first stroke, I want to pull these bristles together pretty good. So they're pretty tight. And it takes quite a bit of paint. Look at it. See, it's almost to a chisel edge, but there's quite a bit of paint in those bristles. Let's go right up here. Now then, we have to start making some decisions. If our snow lives back here, let's start right here. Touch, push, and just bend the brush and pull. Snow is one of the easiest things to make. We'll just let it disappear off onto the side there. See how simple that is? Don't let snow bother you. It's one of the nicest, once again, most easy things to paint in this technique. And by putting this little bit of color on the canvas, automatically you have shadows. Automatically, you just don't cover everything up. Allow some of those shadows to show through. And it makes your painting much more interesting. Show you another little trick. Show you something that's fun here. Maybe we want to have some banks. Maybe there's even some water there. I don't know. We'll see. Let's take some black, a little titanium white. I just want to make a gray color here. Maybe a little darker than that. Oh, that's nice right there. Now I'm just going to take a little bit of that on the small knife, not much. Figure out back here, this is an easy way of making banks. If you want a little bank lives right here, for example, all you have to do is just sort of lay in a little color. Now I'm scraping off all the excess paint. Now the color or the value, it remains in the fabric. In fact, you couldn't get it out now if you wanted to. You could paint over it, but you can't take it out. But see, that's all you have to do. Don't worry about it. I know that doesn't look so great right now, but I'll show you how to make it look much nicer, very easy. There. Now normally, if you had a little bank here, we'd have some reflections underneath it. We're going to have a little water, so we'll just put a little of that in too while we're doing it. Take a clean brush, grab it very strong. Really get in there and grab it, pull it down. I don't want a great deal, but I want it to be directly underneath that dark color. There we are. Pull straight down. Because the canvas is wet, it has a liquid white on it, you can move this color. You pull it all the way down to the bottom if you want to. And then very lightly go across. Just like so. Now watch what happens here. Let me find my brush. There it is, that we had the titanium white on. Now, take the titanium white on the 2-inch brush and come right up here and watch now. We're going to pull this right across, right over, and just let it come over. See? It makes it look like there's snow hanging right over the edge, and you haven't hardly done a thing. Isn't that sneaky? There we are. Okay, but it's that easy. You should never again have a problem putting snow over the banks. That's one of the nicest, easiest ways I've come up with of doing this. There we go. But you have to think of the lay of the land and keep your strokes going in that general direction. and work in layers. Do the thing that's farthest away first and work forward, 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 always coming forward. Maybe we'll have some more of those little banks. Shoot, those were fun. Same gray color. Think about where we'd like to have a little bank right in there. See, a river bank. That's a place where the fish put their money. Ooh, bad joke. There. Okay. Then we'll take our 2-inch brush. Once again, grab that color and pull it straight down. Straight down. Come across. Back with our brush that has the titanium white on it. Decide where you want it to be. And just drop it right over the top. Right over the top. But that easy. That's fun. Okay, once again, same thing. Take a knife. Maybe there's a bank way out here. I don't know. But angles are most important. Just get your angles right. The rest of it will work easy. Once again, little reflection underneath. Grab it, pull down, come across. Shoot, you're in business again. That easy. Now back to our 2-inch brush that has the titanium white on it. Load a little color. Let's come right in here. And just let it drop over. There. Okay. Isn't that a super easy way of putting all kinds of little things in there? Here and there, I'm going to add the least little touch of phthalo blue, just to create the illusion of some shadows in there. Now, very gently, you can smooth all that out, so it's as smooth as velvet. Very, very smooth. You could even take a tiniest little amount of that phthalo blue, and here and there, but very, very small amount. Here and there, just pull the indication of a little bit down into your reflections. Don't overdo. It's easy to overdo. Look at there. Now, maybe, let me find a fan brush. What the heck here? There's one. Let's take a little Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna. We just mix them together on the old fan brush. Load quite a lot of paint on the bristles. Just pull it through both colors. Maybe there's a happy little tree that lives right here and hangs over and watches what happens, and he lives right there. See, just pull. Right there. That's where we want him. Maybe he's got a little arm here. Just hangs out. Comes right on down. Like so. Trees are so neat. There we are. And you can make him a little fatter or skinnier, however you want him. Look around, make a decision how you want your tree. Let's give him a friend. Shoot, you know me. I think everybody needs a friend, and even this little tree. He has one that lives right here beside him. Bloop. That easy. Okay. There. Now we'll take our knife, a little touch of titanium white, a little dark sienna. We just sort of mix them together till they're marbled like that. Cut off our little roll of paint. Go right up in here. If our light's coming from here, and there it is, right up there, then we want to put some highlight right along the edge of that. Just a little highlight color. Let the sun just shine through. Zing. There. Okay, and all you have to do is just literally just touch the canvas. It'll pull off what it wants, give you back what's left. There we go. A little bit of the dark color. Excuse my arm just a second. Lay a little of that dark color on the other side. There. Now I'm making this tree quite thick, so when it dries, it'll literally have texture to it, just like a real tree. You can feel the bark on it. There we are, a little highlight on this little rascal. Don't want to leave him out. He'd be all upset if you leave him out. He wants to shine the sun too. There, a little dark color. Just tap that in, like so. Now, let me get the little liner brush, script liner brush. And we'll go right into some of those brown colors. It's just a mixture of the dark sienna and Van Dyke brown. Then the paint with paint thinner. Then we can go up in here and let's begin putting this in. Just some little tree limbs here and there, wherever you think they should live. There. Okay, maybe we'll put some little snow-covered things up on here. Make it look like the snow's hanging from all these little branches and twigs. So we don't have to draw each one of them at this point then. Sometimes when you're doing these though, maybe you want to have a dead tree. There's a lot of dead trees in nature too. That's as normal as live trees. Though some people do not like to have them in their painting. I like to have dead trees in my painting. But I have received letters from people who get angry because I put dead trees in the painting. But I think that's part of nature. But if you don't want them in your painting, then just leave them out. It's all right. Painting is very individualized. There, we'll put a little limb right there even. What the heck? This little tree here. There he is. Give him an arm or two. There. Maybe this one comes right over in front of the trunk. There. But let your hand just wiggle and jiggle, and you don't want all of them just perfectly straight. Tree limbs grow every which way. Whatever makes them feel good. There we are. All right. Maybe there's a little dead one on this one too. A few little ones here and there. Now I'm going to take just a little touch of the liquid white right on the brush and just put a little color right down here at the bottom to bring all that together. There, it just looked like a little snow climbing right up his foots. Okay, just a little liquid white. That's the easiest way to do it. Now then, I'll tell you, let's find the filbert brush. Maybe there's some stones out here in this water. Let's take, we'll use that same gray color we were using, just black and a little white. Okay, let me mix up something else here. I'm gonna take some liquid white. Put right there. Just plain liquid white with the least little touch of gray in it. Least little touch of gray. Okay, we're going through our gray color. Now just keep the camera there and I'll bring this right up. All right, there. So see, it has white on one side, dark on the other. Now, maybe there's some little stones back in here. All you have to do is just begin figuring out where they live and drop them in, however many you want. Maybe they live right out here on the edge of this, right along the bank. See, we can just put the indication of a little reflection underneath those, like so. There's some more. See, wherever you want them, wherever. A little more of the liquid white on there. Pull them down. And we'll take our little knife here. And we can just come back and put a little water line right around these stones. Maybe this is frozen. Looks frozen to me now. There. But isn't that a super easy way of putting in a lot of little things like that? And you could put in just hundreds of little stones if you wanted to. Let's get crazy. You know me. I love them old big trees. Maybe in our world, there it lives, pew, right down through there. Huge big tree. Maybe he's got a little arm out here, like that. And I give him another arm. Get crazy sometime when you're making trees. They're a lot of fun. Maybe he's got an arm that goes right on off the canvas over here. Boy, my little squirrel would love this tree. This is squirrel heaven right here. We take our brown and white, put a little highlight on this tree. There we go. See, just let that sort of work right around. All we're doing is just touching the canvas. Allow the canvas to pull off what it wants. There. See, light's coming through here. Maybe this one would be highlighted on this side. Just sort of look and see where you think the light would be. A little bit right in here, because the light's coming from that direction. Here and there, a little touch of that dark color. This is just straight Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna. But still just touching the canvas. Okay, down here to his little foots, we take a little bit of white, bring all that together. There. You could even pull a little bit of it out and create the illusion of a shadow here, because there would be a nice shadow behind these trees. You can do that easy. Let it come right over. There. Now we have some little shadows in there. And maybe in our world, maybe there's just a few little limbs on this big old thing here. Not too many, because it's too tall. Most of them are up on the top up here. There we are. There we go. And maybe one right here. That's really about all we need. Okay, let's take a little bit of our gray color. Let's just tap into indication here and there of a few little frosty leaves. Time's about up for today, but I can show you basically how to just put in a few little things like that. Very light. There. Just to give the indication, there's a few things hanging from there. Take a little white, and we'll just tap in just a few little highlights, little snow-covered things. But isn't that fantastic? There, a few little things in here. So a round brush will do just wonderful things. A few out here, don't want too many. Looks like frost hanging all out on these. I think we about have a finished painting. Shoot. That's a super nice little winter scene. Hope you try it, because you'll enjoy it. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting and God bless. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. Tell you what, today let's do a little scene that maybe is at nighttime in winter. That'd be something a little different. And we get a lot of letters, people asking, how do you do a nighttime winter type scene? So I'll show you how easy that is to do. Let's start out, have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint this little picture at home. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've done up here. As you can see, I have a black canvas today, and we make it black by painting it with black gesso. And that's an acrylic paint. All you do is put it all the way over it, let it dry completely. Then I've taken and covered it with a thin, let me repeat that word, thin coat of liquid clear. And on top of that, I've covered the entire canvas with a mixture of phthalo blue and midnight black. More black than blue. I just want a sort of a blue-gray color. Okay, that's all there is to it. And we put the clear on there only to make it easy to apply this firm, dry color over the top of it. And that way we also don't have to put as much paint as you normally would on there. Okay, let's start out today with the old 2-inch brush. What the heck? Be brave. We'll go right into a little titanium white. And we don't need a lot of color today, just a little titanium white. Let's go right up here. You have to make a decision right off. If it's going to be a night scene, maybe we're going to have a little moon up here. So you have to decide where that's going to be, because that's going to be the lightest spot in your sky. And we'll just start making little crisscross strokes, like so. Start in that light area and blend outward. Always blending outward, outward, outward. There. And I want it to get darker and darker and darker as we move away from that light area. There. See how it's picking up that color underneath though, and all these beautiful things happen. As I've mentioned in several other series before, if you're painting for family or friends and you're going to do one of these black canvases with a black gesso on it, put the color on before you start doing your demonstration for your family or your friends. And when you touch it with white, all these colors will appear. My gosh, people think it's magic. We do that a lot of times when we're doing demonstrations in public. And people are so excited when they see this happen. It's so spectacular. There. Something about like so. Okay, let me wash the old brush off. And as you know, we wash our brushes with odorless thinner. Odorless thinner. And I really, really recommend you use odorless. There, shake it off. There we are. I get letters all the time from people and they say, I went to the hardware store and I bought some odorless thinner at the art store and I got home, opened it, and it stunk bad. Even if it says odorless, I would suggest you take the lid off before you purchase it and give it a good sniff and see. Now we can go back and make this as light as we want. You can go back in here several times if you wanted to and make this as light as you want, or you can leave it as dark as you want, depending on what your mood is or what you think it ought to look like. There. But always start with a clean brush in the light area and work outward. There we go. And I really don't want it much brighter than that. If it gets much brighter than that, it's going to look like it's high noon. Okay. Now I'm going to wash the brush one more time. One more time. I just like to wash this brush. There. Be sure it's as dry as possible. Now then, I just want to blend all this together. Just blending. There. So it's quite dark around the edges here. Okay. Be sure your brush is dry. If it's not, if you hit this with a wet brush, it's going to cut right through your paint and expose all the black that's underneath. All right, we'll just take the brush strokes out like that. Now right here in this light area, let's just take our finger and we'll just finger paint a little bit. We'll come right up here and just make a little circle like so. There we are. That's all you have to do. Then with a clean dry brush, very gently, just go over that, and you can blend it once again to any degree of lightness or darkness that you want. And that's good enough for today. Now then, let's take we'll use a fan brush. Let's go right in that same color we put on the canvas. That's just a mixture of phthalo blue and midnight black. More black than blue. And maybe we have some little clouds floating around here. There he is, a little cloud lives right about there. And all we're doing is using the corner of the brush and making tiny little circles. Tiniest little circles. Or you can just do it like this. See? Just make little rocking strokes, little strokes. There. Maybe the clouds will go all the way up in here somewhere. We don't know where they go. Don't know that we even care at this point. This is just fun painting. So let it be fun. Enjoy. Painting should make you happy. Should make you happy. The other thing that's so fantastic about painting is it teaches you to see. It teaches you to notice nature and to see things that I've had people write over and over again. They say, Bob, there's been a tree living out here in my front yard for 25 years, and I never paid any attention to it. And I started painting a little bit, and son of a gun, now I notice that tree, and there's shape, and there's form, and it's a whole new world that's opened up just because I've started painting. Teaches you to really see things. There. Now then, we just take a clean, dry brush. I'm just going to sort of blend that a little. Basically, all we're doing here is taking off loose color and blending it together. All right. And you can pull and move that paint because it's wet. It has the clear underneath and the wet paint underneath, and you can move it. Now then, I have several old fan brushes going, so we'll take another one here. Take a little white, put a little that blue and black on it. A little more white. Ooh, something like so. Nice. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe we want to put a little highlight on some of these. Now remember, on these black canvases, color shows up much, much stronger than it does on a white canvas, so don't overdo. Be careful. Be careful. It'll just jump right up here and eat up your whole world. There we are, a little bit right in here. Decide where you think a little light would strike on these clouds and drop them in. Little streaks here and there. All kinds of little beautiful things happening. Just follow your imagination. maybe right under here. Little lights under here, little highlights. Okay, shoot, maybe there's even a big old fluffer that lives up in here. But just by making these tiny little circles, you can create all that. That easy. That easy. This one here wants a little highlight on it. Needs to be a little brighter. There it shows. Just enough to get it to show. That's all we're looking for. Okay. Good clean dry brush, and we can go back and we can stir this up a little bit. Just stir it up. Okay, and then we'll blend it. Blend it, blend it, and blend it to any degree of darkness that you want. Because the more you blend this, the darker it's going to get. You can continue to blend it till it goes away, just leaves you. There. All right. There we go. Okay. Now that gives us just a pretty nice little evening sky. And that's one of the easiest ways that I know to make a nighttime sky that's very effective using these black canvases. Now then, maybe back here, let me find, we'll use the old round brush today, what the heck. I'll go right into that dark color. Maybe there's some little bushes and stuff that live right back here. Just gonna tap right into the paint. See, tap firmly. Tap firmly. This is my new gold brushes. See, nice gold hair on them, they're beautiful. Beautiful little devils. Now then, let's just go right in here and let's just put in some very basic little bush shapes. A dark color will stand right out against that. Maybe there's a little bush that lives, a little tree. He lives right here. There we go. That easy. That easy. Hope you got to see all the paintings we shown that in the earlier show of this series that people have sent in. I'm always tickled to death to see what people are doing. They send us some of the most fantastic photographs. So if you're painting, if you have time, drop us a line. Shoot, I'd love to hear from you anyway, but send some photographs in of what you're doing. I read every letter that comes in, and we answer every letter that requires an answer. So if you have time, drop us a line. It's nice to hear from people who are watching and who are enjoying some success with this. We'll take a little bit of the same black, blue, little white. I've got another brush going here. I have several of these, see? But I'm just going to tap, firmly tap some of that color right into the bristles. All right, just reach over here and get a little more. All right, just tap it. That's all there is to it. Now then, up in here, here's our light source. Very gently, go right above that dark and begin laying in just some little highlights. Look at that son of a gun sparkle. That easy. You could make a beautiful little tree. Now I'm painting it a little bit brighter than I normally would so it shows up better. So at home, when you're doing this, you paint it any degree of lightness or dark that you want. So I say, I want it to show up on your set, so I'm painting a little brighter than I normally would. Now, as we work away from the light area here, I'm going to start adding more dark to that so it gets darker and darker. Little individuals back here. There we go. This round brush is fantastic, though, for making these little type of trees and little distant things. And you can create the illusion of layers. Let's go on the other side for a minute. Right over in here. There we go. We don't want this little tree left out. He'd get angry with us. Nothing worse than an angry tree. Got tree chased all over the yard one time with one. There we are. See there? But create layers. See, that tree is definitely in front of that one. And you do that just by leaving little dark areas in between. Maybe there's another little tree right there. Looks like thousands of little snow-covered leaves or ice fog if you're from Alaska. There we it's a beautiful country. Got to go back and see all my friends there pretty soon. See, but just layer after layer after layer. Look at the depth that's already in there just from doing that. You could just take a knife and scrape through, let a little black show through. If you want to make the indication of a few little trunks here and there, just like so. Wherever you want them. Maybe, let me find a, yeah, we'll use a 2-inch brush, what the heck. Take a little titanium white. Just pull the brush right through there and get a little white on it. Doesn't matter if it even has a little that blue and black in it. Just like so. Okay, let's go up here. Got to make a big decision here. Where does our snow live? Let's just come right in here, put a little snow. See, that's going to pick up all of those fantastic colors that are on the canvas. And beautiful things will happen automatically. Look at that. And by starting out smaller, letting it disappear up in here, already it gives the impression of depth and distance in the painting. Sneaky, huh? There we go. And the more you work this, the darker it's going to become, of course. Okay. Now then, maybe there's a big tree in our world. We'll find a round brush here. Go right back into that dark color. Yeah, right here. Just come right here. Right up into the sky, there lives, in our world, a great big old tree. There he is. Shoot, just drop them in wherever you think they should live. There he is. Now then, let's go on the other side. Maybe there's a bigger one over here too. This sort of will bring everything in. Maybe there's a nice one that lives right here. Maybe he's not quite as big, but substantially bigger than the rest of them. Now then, you know what we're to do? Maybe, tell you what, I got an idea. Maybe back here, let's just do this. Maybe there's a little cabin back here. See here? Watch how easy you can do this on these canvases. I just scrape out a basic shape, and that removes that excess paint. Okay, now we'll take a little brown, make the back edge, zoop, zoop. Like so, come straight down, gives us a front. We'll just use that same blue, white color. Put a little highlight on there. There, just a little highlight. Okay, little door, gotta have a place to get around, zoop. There, and that's super simple little cabin. Maybe there's a light on the window. Zoop, little yellow, little cad yellow. Put a little window in there. Zoop, little one over here. Bloop. Now there's somebody at home. Somebody's at home. Maybe they got dinner cooking. We don't know. Okay, a little bit of titanium white. Put a little snow on the roof. A little bit on the other side. And that just gives us a very simple little cabin way back here. You can put a few little bushes right around the bottom there. Little highlight on those bushes, and you push that cabin right back into the woods. That easy. Little white, grab it, pull. Bring a little snow right up to the cabin. Look at that. See how easy you can just put your little house in there? Wherever you want. There we go. Now maybe, tell you what, let's have some fun. I'm going to take a little touch of the alizarin crimson, mix it with a little touch of the blue, a little bit of blue. We just mix them on the brush, a little white, crimson, white, blue. I want to make a very dark lavender color. A little bit of the crimson, okay. Just to change the flavor a little. There, let's go right up here. We'll put some highlights on this tree. I want it to stay a little darker though, because it's farther away from the light source. I want it to be darker. There he is. Big old tree. He just hides back here and watches everything that's going on. Maybe there's a little snow behind back here, but it's going to be much darker. Don't have to get too bright on you. Set that tree right down in the snow. Okay, maybe over here on this one on the other side. Maybe that's, oh yeah, good, good. See there? The little rascals just live right there in that brush. All you got to do is just sort of tap them out. Sometimes it's nice to take some of that dark color, just some black. Let's put a little Prussian blue in there. That'll really darken it up. Maybe in our world, let's go right here. Maybe in our world there lives a little evergreen tree. There he comes. I'm just pushing upward with the corner of the fan brush. There we go. Just a very dark little evergreen. There. Let's see, we can take another fan brush, take a little white, little phthalo blue, little black. Go back in here and put in just indication here and there. A few little highlights on that tree. I don't want a whole bunch. Too dark. There. Something like so. And you could put as many or as few trees in there as you wanted. There. And begin creating the lay of the land here. There. As I say, as I mentioned earlier, I hope you got a chance to see all those pictures of the paintings that people had sent in that they've done at home just from watching the show. Every once in a while, we pick out a few of these and show them in our newsletter. And it's another way that you'll get an opportunity to see what other people are painting. Super, super job that a lot of people are doing. There. Now, if you want to ever change the lay of the land when you're painting snow like this, all you got to do is take a little bit of color. It's a little bit lighter. And maybe you want a little hill right here. Just go, got to make the noise though. And you can put a little hill. Let it flow right off over there. There, see? And that's all there is to it. It creates another plane in your painting. And it's that simple. You want to get crazy? Tell you what, maybe this is a little old farm, something that's sitting out here. And maybe back in here, the old farmer has his barn. Once again, I think I'll just scrape out a basic shape. Like so. Doop, boom. Very, very basic. Now this is much closer to you, so it's perspective-wise, it's going to look much bigger. Much, much bigger. Okay, that'll give us enough paint removal so we can get this to stick. And we'll put in a little Van Dyke brown first of all. Then we can begin just putting in the front of this barn. Maybe this is old farmers like me. He's not too good at keeping things up. Not real keen on that maintenance stuff. I let mine sort of get behind. I don't have a barn, but I let my maintenance get behind. There. And then we take a little bit of dark sienna, a little titanium white, mix it together, and leave it marble. Cut off our little roll of paint. Then we can go right up here. No pressure. Just allow that to just sort of graze it. Just allow it to graze it. Slide right down like that. Now, I'm going to use some white with some of the blue and black in it. And very carefully come down. Choo. Get. Boom. And just begin putting in the basic shape for our roof. Over and down. Then over on this side, of course, we have to have a little snow showing over there. Here we go. Just like so. Maybe, tell you what, shoot, while we got that going, let's get crazy. Maybe there's a little shed out here. So all you have to do is just come right in there, put in a little white, go back to our brown, come underneath. See how you can add on to buildings? It's that easy. That easy. You can do anything on this canvas. Really can, any old thing. There, a little of that highlight color. And if you wanted to show a little indication over here, it'd be very little, be too dark. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today because this is the last show of the 19th series, so I'm glad you're with us for this fantastic show. I thought today we'd just do a beautiful little mountain scene and sort of see what happens and just enjoy ourselves. Let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. And while they're doing that, let me show you what I've already done. Got my old canvas up here on the easel. I've covered the entire thing with a thin, even coat of liquid white. So it's all wet and slick and it's ready to go. So let's go. Thought I'd start off with a 1-inch brush today. What the heck? We'll take a little bit of phthalo blue. Don't need a lot of color, just a little bit. And let's go right up in here. Let's just dance in some little things that'll turn out to be some nice clouds. Now, today, all that I'm interested in is the white area, not the blue. That's going to be our cloud. There we are. I think in one of the earlier shows we made a cloud like this, just to show you a new way. There. Or a different way. I don't know that it's new, but it's different. There we are. Here's maybe another one right there. Right about in there. Wherever. Okay, a little more of the color. Let's go right in here. There's another happy little cloud. He lives right there. And clouds are very free. They just sort of float around and have a good time all day. So that's the way we're going to paint them. There. Now let's use another 1-inch brush. I have several of them going. I want to blend this blue back. Just blend it back. I'm not touching this white edge yet. Just sort of take this brush and blend it back a little bit. It'll mix with a liquid white and automatically it'll get softer and softer, lighter and lighter the more that you blend it. And that's what we're looking for. A little bit in here. Just sort of wind it up. Blend it. Let it play. And you can blend this to any degree of softness that you want. So just sort of look at it and make a decision. Make a decision. Or you can leave it quite dark. It's up to you. There we are. Okay. Now then, we'll wash that old brush. That's the fun part. Little brush is not as great as a big brush. Let's take some titanium white. Titanium white. I'll be right back here. I'm going to get a little touch of the bright red. Tiniest little touch though. I just want to put a little pinkish glow in there. All right. Got some color loaded on here. Let's go right up in here. And we'll just take, now we'll begin putting in the nice white edges to this cloud. Just drop them in. Just sort of let that brush dance around, just the corner of it. There. This is a beautiful way of making very fluffy clouds. Very fluffy with some nice shadows in them. There we go, a little bit in here. Just sort of let your imagination go. There. And maybe right over like that. A little bit up in here. Wherever. Okay. Now we use that old big brush. I just want to blend these two areas together now. Create very soft, big, fluffy clouds. Just using the corner of the brush, and I use the big brush because it seems to have more hair in it. It does have more hair in it. So it blends a little nicer. Like that. Now then, lift it, fluff it a little, and very lightly, just go right over it. It's a fantastic way of making beautiful, beautiful big fluffy clouds. Okay, now then, let's go down and do that little bottom one down here. There he is. Just sort of work in layers. There. I usually try to do the cloud this farthest away first, and then work forward, forward, forward. A little bit in here. And just let it blend down. Maybe there's a little blue down in here. We'll just add a little in so it can blend together. There we are. And back to our large brush. And very gently blend all this together. There, fluff it a little bit also. All right. And we have one dynamite sky. That easy. It's an excellent way of making skies when you're doing seascapes, for example, where you want huge, big, fluffy clouds that just sort of hang out over the ocean. We'll take some black, little Prussian blue, what the heck. Maybe some alizarin crimson. Just mix them together. A little Van Dyke brown too. So we have black, Prussian blue, Van Dyke brown, little crimson. Cut off our little roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife. There it is. Now maybe back in here, very little paint and push very hard. Maybe there's a little mountain that lives far away. Really push that color right into the fabric. But very, very little color. Now we take the large brush and we'll grab that and pull it and blend it. I want it to just float around the sky up here because it's too far away to have a lot of detail in it. There. Now you could leave it just like that and it would do satisfactorily. Or maybe take a little titanium white on the knife and you could just put in the indication of a little bit of highlight. I don't want to overdo. We're going to put another mountain in front, but you could put a little highlight in there if you wanted to. Just want to show you how you could if that was what you wanted to do. There we go. We take our 2-inch brush, and once again, I'm going to tap that and just blend it a little. But see, that gives the indication of a little highlight without actually doing much. There we go. Now, let's have a huge mountain that lives here. Mountains are a lot of fun to do, and it's one of the most fantastic things you can do in this technique. Our little roll of paint, come right up in here. And let's go right up in here. And let's start and just drop in. Big mountain. Big old mountain. He lives right there. Right there. And off we go over here. Maybe there's a little bump there. But you're really pushing that paint right into the fabric. Get tough with it. Get tough with it. And you just sort of look at your mountain and decide where you think there should be a little protrusion or a bump or a hill or whatever. It's that easy. Just drop it in. There we are. Scrape it firmly though. You want to get all the excess paint off here that you can. That allows the next layer of paint to stick much easier. Otherwise it's sort of difficult if you have a lot of paint on it to get the next layer to stick on top of it. There we go. This just does two things when we do this with a 2-inch brush. It removes excess paint and then blends the bottom right into nothing. And if you can see the entire mountain, it should be more distinct at the top than it is at the bottom because we have mist at the bottom. And now we have wonderful pollution at the bottom. And all these things break up and diffuse light, and it causes it to look misty toward the base. There. All right. See how that just sort of floats right into nothing? That's what we're looking for. Okay, while we have this whole brush going, maybe we'll have a little water down here. You know me, if you've painted with me before, I'm a fanatic for water. Love water. I think it's so beautiful. I'll take a little phthalo blue, little small amount of the phthalo green in it. Just sort of mix them together. Don't want a lot of color. Maybe I'll even put a little black in there too. What the heck? Ooh, that's nice. Okay, let's go up here. If we're going to have a little water, we'll have it right about here. Somewhere in here. Anywhere we don't like it, we'll just paint over it. Because we don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents, that's all. You learn very quickly to work with anything that happens. Anything that happens. When we're teaching our instructors, a lot of times we'll intentionally make mistakes and make them fix them. That's one of the things that our instructors are all able to do very well. They can correct anything that happens on your canvas. And that way when people are taking classes, they never have to worry about their painting going bad or anything, because you can fix anything. And then they teach the students also how to correct theirs. All right, let's wash your old brush. Let's wash the brush. And just beat the devil out of it. Off we go. All right, let's go in here and take some titanium white. Pull it out as flat as we can get it. Really get it flat. Go across, cut off a little roll of paint. It's right on the edge of the knife. Okay. Now then, that little roll of paint, you can come right up here and just barely touch. No pressure. Just a whisper floating through here. And let that paint just go with the angles. No pressure, no pressure. Gentle, gentle, gentle. That easy. See there? That easy. You know, sometimes I get letters and saying, what is it you're looking at off camera? They see me look off camera. I have a television set, a monitor that sits right off that you can't see. But I look into that to make sure that the camera's getting the picture that I think people need, so they too can paint. It shows, that way I can show exactly how to load a brush, or how to, when the little roll of paint, for example, is on the knife, correct. So I watch that monitor at all times to make sure that you see the things that are important to make your painting successful. So that's all I'm looking at. Plus there's a mean old guy over there that gives time cues and tells me all the time I'm out of time. But other than that, that's all we're looking at. There. There is absolutely no editing or no video magic done on these shows. That's another question I hear over and over again. People say, you must edit those shows. There is no editing. Because to me that wouldn't be honest. If we edit anything, we will tell you. And I realize there are some shows where editing is done and they don't tell you. But please don't confuse them with ours. We do not edit anything. There. A little bit right in here. But notice the angles. Angles are the most important thing going here. So keep your angles. Look at how most of those angles are going in the same basic direction. That's what makes your mountains work for you. Angles are so important. Mountains are nothing more than geometric shapes. That's all they are. And think about where the light would zing through and hit and play, and it's all you have to remember. And most of your highlights will be in the same angle, and most of your shadows will be in the same basic angle. You can vary a little, but if you vary a great deal, it's not going to look right, and people are going to look at your mountain and say, I don't know what's wrong, but something's wrong with that mountain. Okay, I've mixed up a little touch of phthalo blue, a little black in it, and some white. And same way, I'm just loading the knife, same way, and we'll put in some little shadow colors here. And we'll have most of these angles, strokes, going in the opposite or opposing direction. See there? That's all there is to it. And that rascal will just come alive. It'll just come alive for you. Anywhere you want a little protrusion, you just put a shadow under it. See? And automatically, blink, it'll just jump right up there. Let's go up to the top of this mountain here. Begin up in here, put in all kind of little things. See how you can create all those little protrusions? It's that easy. Can do. But you can do anything. I know you can. Anything. There we are. A few little doers here and there. And when you practice a little, you can start sneaking in here with the small edge of the knife and just make all kinds of little tiny things and crevasses and places a little mountain goat lives, and all those. Whew. You know, it's mountains. My son Steve teaches, and mountains must be his thing. Well, he can do the best mountains. His mountains are better than mine, but don't tell him I said that. That son of a gun can paint some mountains. And he travels all over the country and teaches literally thousands of people the joy of painting. So, there we are. I'm just going to blend that a little bit, not much today. Not much, because we're going to put some little grassy areas maybe going right up the side of it. All right. Let's just take, I'll use that same old brush, we'll put a little cad yellow, grab a little touch of the sap green, not much, just a little yellow ochre, Indian yellow. Some of the dark color we made the mountain out of. But mix this on the brush so you have a multitude of things happening on the brush. Let's go up here. Now then, we can begin tapping in all kinds of little grassy areas that travel right up the side of this mountain. There. Okay, but pay attention to the angles. The angles are most important. If these angles are wrong, oh, they'll show. And you won't be happy with what you've done. And I want this to work for you. It's important to me that this works for you and that you're happy with what you're doing. There. But just little colors here and there. We'll come back in a minute and lift this, make it look like little distant trees that live way back at the base of this mountain. There, a little dark color here and there, and that dark color will look more like trees than the other does when we lift it up. But don't get too much of it. Just sort of play back and forth between the various colors. But follow those angles. Follow those angles. All right. There he goes. Maybe. Right over like that. Something like that. A few more of the little dark areas here and there. Yeah. I'll just grab a 1-inch brush. Whatever. Lifts up. Short little strokes. Just lift it up. Just lift it up. That'll just bring it all together. See those little dark areas on there? They just pop right in there. Look like little trees that are, they live way over at the base of this mountain, far away. Far away. Look at that. Hundreds and hundreds of little trees. There. Isn't that something? And you can just create whole valleys under your mountain like that. Whole valleys. And you can go back and put little rocks and stuff laying there. There's just no end to it. I don't want to get carried away here. I'll never get this painting finished. But you could spend all day just working on little things like this. And that's the way you learn. There we are. Now then, we have to make some big decisions. What's down here? Let's have some trees. I like trees. Let's take some black, some Prussian blue, and put some phthalo green in there too. I like that phthalo green. Maybe a little brown and crimson. Doesn't matter, as long as it's good and dark. Might as well mix up a pile. Let me clean the knife. There we are. Grab the we'll use the fan brush. Load a lot of color into the bristles. A lot of color. Both sides full of color. Now maybe we have some little distant trees that live back here. Just take the brush and tap downward. Just tap it downward. Now, one of the things that happens a lot of times, I get letters from people and they say looks like a fence. Now, if you leave them too far apart, see, it will look like a fence. All you got to do is fill them up. Just fill them up. And this is one of those cases where you need a lot of them to make it look right. Maybe we'll go a bit across with them. Doesn't matter. It's your world, so you can do anything that you want to do here. Any old thing. Any old thing. But isn't that a nice, easy way of making the indication of a lot of little trees that live way back at the base of this mountain? There. Okay. And then if you want to make like there's some little tree trunks, you can take a little light color. We can use some white, it doesn't matter. Touch and just lift upward. Just gently lift upward with a little bit of white paint. And it'll give the indication of some little tree trunks in some of those. And it also makes a little misty area at the base. And in a minute you'll see why that really works nice, because I think I'll put some, maybe I'll just pop in, I got a fan brush full of color here, we'll just use it. I'll just pop in some dark color here. You could do this with any old thing, doesn't matter. While I have this brush going, I'll just use it. There. Maybe something like that. There. Okay, we need let's put some highlights on there. Let's have some fun. I'll be right back. A little sap green, a little cad yellow. Be right back in. Need a little more green. Oh, there it is. I want to tap that right into that color. Tap it firmly. A little yellow ochre too. That's pretty. Indian yellow. Here and there I'll hit the bright red occasionally, just to dull it down. Now just gently tap. I want to put the indication maybe of a little meadow back here, or a little place where there's some nice grassy areas. I know. Just had an idea. Watch here. Let me put this in. Sometimes my mind gets ahead of my brush. There we go. Tell you what I see. Right there, I'm going to just grab some Van Dyke brown with a knife. Right there, I'm going to put some dark underneath. Let's do this. When you paint like this, you find things. You just sort of look at them and they happen. You can just find all kinds of happy little things in here. There. Now maybe little liquid white, little titanium white, least little touch of phthalo blue in it. Maybe right here. Maybe in our world there lives, yep, just a happy little waterfall back here. Boom. It just drops right off there. Now if you want to push that waterfall back, let's take some white, a little dark sienna, a little Van Dyke brown, all mixed together. I'll use a small knife. And let's just come up in here and begin making this look like maybe there's a little cliff there. Oh, I had another. Look. Now you want to push that waterfall back, put a rock in front of it. See? Just put a rock in front of it like that. And that pushes it back. We'll put a little color on it. But play little games like that when you're doing these. Just sort of let these colors bounce back and forth and here and there. Now, let's see here. Find us a fan brush. Got too many dirty brushes. Put a little yellow ochre and a little green on it. Now this rock that we have here in front of the waterfall, it needs some grass on top of it, so it looks normal. There. A little bit on the other side while we got it going. Shoot. That's coming along pretty good. Let's take a little of that dark color. Maybe come right down here. So you can just make all kinds of little things. We need some reflections under these things. We'll pull a reflection under that. Let's go up here. Grab a hold of that. So just pull it straight down though, and that'll create the illusion of a reflection. Go across. Instantly we have it. Now back to our brush that has the green on it. See? Just follow that angle. Follow that angle.